1. Delilah. My eyes were trained on the clock while Parker caught his breath, face pressed against my neck. Every hot gasp fanned out moist against my skin, but I couldn't push him off just yet. So instead, I ran my fingernails over his back in circles, up and down, which had him humming in delight. I'd worked out early on that he needed exactly 3 minutes to cool down after climaxing, and he liked my nails on his skin as long as I didn't scratch him. 2 minutes down. I watched the seconds tick, tick, tick past, ignoring the ache in my hips from his cold weight pressing down on me. Usually, I wasn't that jumpy. Sometimes the cuddling afterwards was the best part, but I had places to be and people to convince that I was employable. 2 minutes 52, 2:53, 2:54. Thank you, I whispered and kissed the top of his floppy brown curls. That really calmed me down. Not really, but I wasn't going to tell him that while he was fumbling my breasts, I'd been going through potential interview questions in my head. What kind of culture was I looking for? Well-structured, with a team that works together to make the students' well-being and academic development a top priority. Why did I apply specifically at Truman Academy? Because it had a great extracurricular program focused on culture and arts. And as an avid teacher, I would like to work for a school that values and fosters a love for literature. Why did I leave my old school in the middle of the year? Why did I leave my old school? Why did I... Yeah, at that point I'd faked my orgasm so I could get ready. See, I told you I could take your mind off the interview for a bit. Parker stole a quick kiss from my lips and smiled down at me, his brown eyes all golden honey in the late afternoon light. Okay, maybe 1 more minute. Thank you. I drew him back to me for a longer kiss, sighing as he finally pulled out of me and lifted his weight off my aching hips. You're going to ace the interview, babe. I'll do my best. The problem was rarely the interview itself. I was great at those because I could talk about English lit for hours. He just didn't know that because I usually didn't even get this far, and I hadn't told Parker why I'd been fired from my last job. That had happened like 2 weeks before meeting him, and it had been too early for that kind of conversation. I seriously hadn't expected to get an interview at Truman Academy, which was one of the most prestigious private schools in the country, but I'd been desperately applying to every single job opening, and they'd replied. Parker disappeared into the bathroom to take care of the condom, and I swung my legs out of the bed, jumping back when Fitzwilliam tried to hook his claws into my calves. God damn it, I mumbled. He hissed at me, then scurried back into the shadows under my bed. That cat was a demon sent from hell, but he had been returned to the shelter so often that this was his last shot. And no matter how many times he'd bite me, I was not letting him harm a hair on his huge gray body. Once I had a steady income again, I might have to invest in a cat whisperer, though. My ankles could only take so much. You look great. Parker slung his arms around my waist from behind as I studied my very safe black jeans and white blouse combo. I'd add the blue blazer later, but I'd sweat through it on the overcrowded subway if I put it on now. Everyone would be coming back from work, sweaty and exhausted, and I had to look presentable like the day had just started. No pressure. I hadn't done anything with my hair, just letting the blonde bob frame my face. The whole look screamed, I'm a safe choice, I won't cause trouble. Maybe the red lipstick was a bit much, but it was my lucky shade. You could claw Ruby Woo from my cold, dead hands. Thanks, I sighed, and shot another look at the clock. I had to go in less than 10 minutes. My stomach dropped as the anxiety clawed up my neck. I shouldn't even bother going. It was going to be yet another bust. How about I stay, and we grab pizza when you get back tonight? On me. It'll either be celebratory or commiseration pizza. He pressed a kiss to the back of my head. Commiseration pizza. Great. Amazing. Loved the idea. Okay, I said, voice wavering, and turned out of his hug to grab my bag and double-check its contents. I was a big believer in bags within bags, so I had a blue pouch for pens, a pink pouch for emergency meds and Band-Aids, an orange polka dot pouch for cereal bars and chewing gum. I slid my notebook in between, along the folder that contained copies of my resume and references.
I'm surprised you didn't apply sooner. Why make the switch from public to private school now?
Principal Baker was a large man with a soft face and a big smile that put me at ease within 2 minutes of walking into his old school office. The office itself helped too, with an oak desk and dark wood bookshelves behind him, aesthetically ticking all my boxes. This was, however, the first time he even remotely asked about my employment history instead of my teaching style, and my heart was ready to leap out of my chest. It hammered painfully against my ribs. I love the energy teachers bring to public schools, I replied, hoping my smile didn't tremble too much. The interview had gone amazing up until now. Baker and I agreed on so many things, and it was refreshing to talk to someone in school admin who actually valued cultural subjects, not just STEM and sports. Teaching here, I could actually show students how much of a difference the written word made on a personal and cultural level, instead of dragging through the curriculum to make sure everyone somehow got passing grades. I went to public schools myself, and I'm beyond grateful for my teachers' commitment over the years. Sometimes, however, as a teacher, it feels like that energy isn't reciprocated. In private schools, there's a sense of community and shared identity that goes beyond school sports.
I agree, he said. At Truman, we want everyone to feel like they are part of something bigger. Many of our alumni stay in touch with each other and with the school because of that.
His eyes flicked to the clock on the wall.
I would usually ask you if you have any questions for me, but I'm afraid we've already been talking longer than anticipated. I'm attending an event tonight, actually hosted by one of our alumni.
Of course. Thank you for taking the time to meet me, I replied, getting to my feet when Principal Baker stood.
I must thank you, especially for coming in during your summer break.
He'd mentioned how the position had already been filled, but then the other person had to drop out due to health concerns.
If you have any further questions, please don't hesitate to email me.
He motioned me towards his office door. Thank you, I replied and shook his hand goodbye, making sure to add just enough squeeze to convey that I may be short, but I was not too weak to take on a bunch of high schoolers.
We have yet to hear back from all your references, but once we do, I will be back in touch with further steps.
Smile, 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 Delilah, goddammit. Great, I breathed. I nodded. I smiled. I turned and waited for the door to his office to shut between us before I bolted down the hallway. I shouldered past some guy in a suit and into the girls' bathroom. I barely made it into the stall before my lunch wrap came out the same way it had gone down. Of course, I'd never stood a chance. Of course, they hadn't heard back from my references yet because it was the middle of summer. Of course, I had to go through the best interview of my life just to be shot down with one sentence. When the sour retching stopped, another sound broke through my thoughts. Sobbing. And not mine, for a change. I straightened, knees wobbling, wiping my mouth with soft, multi-layered toilet paper that I didn't even splurge on myself, before flushing down my misery and stepping out of the stall. The uncontrollable sobs belonged to the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Gracefully tall, blonde hair swept into an intricate updo, body clad in a dark blue gown that cascaded down her body in layers of tulle and beads. Her skin was covered in red splotches, though, and her breathing hiccuped through the sobs. "Hi," I whispered as I stepped up to the sink next to her. "Do you need help?" "No, I can't. I can't." A bitter laugh broke through her crying, and she pulled a handful of paper towels from the dispenser. A whole pile of them already lay crumpled in the sink before her. She blew her nose while I rinsed my mouth out, my own panic fading in the face of someone else in distress. "Do you need help?" Her voice was so hoarse I hardly understood her. "Not unless you know someone hiring an English teacher," I replied, trying to sound more lighthearted than I felt. Her pale blue eyes, rimmed in red, raked over me, then dropped to her own getup. We were so not dressed for the same occasion. "Did you just get fired?" "I actually just interviewed here, but I won't get the job." I replied, watching her breathing slow as her attention shifted to our conversation. I knew that feeling so well. When your heart raced, and your lungs ached, and your brain was caught in its own spiral, and it was so hard to snap out of it if nobody was there to help you. I could distract her a little. I was fired a few months ago, so this sucks, hence the throwing up. Hence, she mumbled, gasping another laugh. You really are an English teacher. Well, not right now. I shrugged and pulled out the polka dot pouch from my bag. Gum? Yes, please. Have you ever had an anxiety attack? Because I feel like I can taste it. Yeah, I know the feeling. I dropped an orbit into her open palm and watched as she started chewing and leaned back against the wall, eyes closed. Her mascara had run down her cheeks, and her glowing foundation had gotten wiped off the tip of her reddened nose. But she was still gorgeous in the way that only rich people could afford. Not due to surgery, just enough sleep, expensive skincare, someone to pluck your brows into a shape that matched your face. Hers were high arches. We shared similar enough features, blonde hair, blue eyes, round face, but if she was Barbie, I was Polly Pocket. Anything I can do to help? Not unless you can get me out of here. She didn't open her eyes. Unseen. The hallway looked pretty empty. I think there was just one guy. Do you want me to go check? No, it's fine. Her head snapped back up and she wiped the tears from her lashes with another paper towel. There's photographers outside, and I was able to avoid them on the way in, but now the event planners are swarming around like bees, and they want you to get photographed. I hadn't seen signs of either just an hour ago, but that probably didn't mean anything. Principal Baker had mentioned an event. I just hadn't thought twice about it being held on school grounds. It made sense in relation to my last answer, though. Allowing alumni to make use of Truman's gorgeous Gothic buildings during summer break? The courtyard alone would make a beautiful backdrop for wedding pictures. You sure that you don't want to go to the event? Because you look amazing. It would be a waste of a beautiful dress if you went home now. I can't. I just can't. There's too many people. It's too much. Her voice hitched as another bout of panic hit her. It's okay. You don't have to. I shot out quickly. God, I had not seen myself talking a random stranger through a panic attack when I'd gotten out of bed this morning. We can just hang out here until the event is over. I have snacks, and I have Netflix on my phone. She picked at her skirt and sniffled. Cordelia Montgomery, she said after a moment and stretched her hand out for me. Delilah Edwards, I replied and shook it, a little less energetic than with the principal. Cordelia seemed like she needed a bit of a soft touch. Delilah, do you want this dress? I'm sorry? It's an Ellie Saab dress. Cost around 15 grand. Cordelia said, as if that made more sense than her question. She shook her head at my quizzical stare and inhaled deeply. Would you please switch clothes with me? I can probably get out of here if I look like a teacher. Before I could fully compute her outlandish request, my brain latched onto the logistics of it. You're way taller than me. I don't think that would work. Can we try? If it works, you can keep the dress. Now the $15,000 detail clicked. This woman was ready to part with 15 grand worth of designer tulle just to get out of this event. She either had the worst case of social anxiety I'd ever seen, or she was rich enough for that to be pennies. Possibly both. Wouldn't you prefer to just wait it out? You can wear the dress some other time. Please, I just want to go home. I recognized that tilt in her words, the one that begged people to understand that even though it seemed irrational, your brain wasn't able to handle a situation. I hadn't seen myself ending the day in a designer dress either, but considering how most social situations threw me for a loop, I couldn't deny Cordelia's request. Okay, we can give it a shot. 10 minutes later, Cordelia's ankles poked out from the bottom of my jeans and the buttons of my blouse strained against her chest, while she stood behind me, lacing me tighter into her dress. It was the heaviest thing I'd ever worn, and it swished over the bathroom tiles. But even just seeing my upper half in the bathroom mirror took my breath away. I'd never regretted wearing a plain dress to prom until this moment. The way the dress curved around my body hid my usual box shape. It hugged the dip of my waist and flowed over my hips in a stunning blue wave. "Done!" Cordelia clapped her hands. The second she'd been able to button my jeans, her shoulders had relaxed and a bright smile had unfolded on her lips. "You look amazing!" "Thank you. I feel—" I let out a long breath. "I know. I love the dress. If I could, I would wear it at home, on my sofa watching TV. Actually, I did that yesterday." She grinned at my reflection over my shoulder. "Do you want to know the best part?" Her hands snaked around my hips, and I tensed, but then they disappeared into the folds of the skirt. "No way! It has pockets?" I pushed my hands into them the second Cordelia's were gone. "Best dress ever!" "Here, you should take this too. It's not worth much, but I bought it specifically to match the dress." She took off her necklace and dropped it into my hand. It was gold with a single blue pearl pendant that had rested in the dip of her collarbone. "Thank you," I replied, mentally weighing the cost of a cab home because I was not taking the subway in a ball gown. The necklace alone would probably pay for that because it sure didn't feel like costume jewelry when I fastened it. "Can you give me a 2-minute head start?" Cordelia smiled and backed towards the door. She'd washed off her ruined makeup and looked younger now, just around my age. "Of course," I nodded. "I'll just keep looking at myself in the mirror for a bit." "Hey, Delilah?" I winced, the words too close to that goddamn song. Cordelia continued, unfazed. "Thank you so much. I hope you get that job." My insides tightened again. I'd just forgotten about that whole thing. "Thank you. Get home safe." Cordelia disappeared from the bathroom, and I sighed and took my phone out, just to see that I'd missed 2 calls and 3 texts from Parker, asking how it had gone and what kind of pizza I wanted. I texted him back to apologize and told him that I'd be running late and that I wanted Hawaiian pizza, as if I'd ever ordered any other kind. Just because he didn't like pineapple didn't mean I'd change my mind anytime soon. I took around 60 pictures of myself in that dress before leaving the bathroom and angling for the exit. A tall redhead with a headset stood in the middle of the hallway, clipboard hugged tightly to her chest. That would likely be one of the event planners Cordelia had mentioned. "Okay, Joey, if she's a no-show, that's everyone," she barked into her headset before her attention landed on me. "Halt! I got eyes on her." "Eyes on me?" "Ms. Montgomery!" Oh no. Right dress, wrong person. No, I was just leaving. 2. Delilah. "This way, please. The first course will be served in less than 2 minutes." The woman pressed a hand into the back of my waist and pushed me forward. "I got her, Joey," she hissed into her headset with all the bravado of someone who had found a wanted war criminal. "Sorry, I think there's been a mistake. I'm not supposed to be—" "Nonsense, Miss Montgomery. You'll have a great time. Let me put this in coat check, room 105. The bag was taken from me, and I was pushed through a side entrance into the school's dining hall and lost my train of thought. I Googled the hell out of Truman, of course, but that didn't compare to walking under the centuries-old vaulted ceilings, painted in pale shades of blue with clouds streaking the space. The splendor didn't end there. 24 round tables with decadent floral pieces, cream tablecloths, and golden chairs dotted the room, and its center had been cleared as a dance floor. The place was decked out like an expensive wedding, except every woman wore a gown prettier than the next one. "Here, sit." The event planner shuffled me into a seat between an older lady with a sharp chin-length red bob and some guy in a suit, whose toned back was turned to me, so all I could see was his neatly coiffed, thick black hair. I stood out like a sore thumb, simply based on the fact that my last haircut had been 2 months ago, and my hair was in 2 perpetual waves from being pushed behind my ears. I'd had it to a bob similar to the lady next to me, but it had since grown to skim my shoulders. "As I live and breathe," the woman exclaimed as I sat down. She ran a hand over her very chunky diamond necklace, but my attention wandered past her to where the event planner was positioning herself in front of the door like a security guard. Cordelia Montgomery! The other 6 people swiveled in their chairs to stare at me. Oh God. Oh God, oh no. This was bad. All right, Delilah, be polite and get out. Good evening, everyone. Unfortunately, I think there's been a mix-up.
I believe that's my fault.
The low, rumbling voice dripped a honey shiver down my spine. I turned to the man sitting on my other side and forgot to breathe for a moment. Some people were just pretty on another level. Pretty sprang to mind because of his long lashes and the high cheekbones. But then his nose was just a little crooked, coupled with his tan skin and a dark-trimmed stubble. Maybe pretty wasn't the right word. He looked like he belonged in a perfume commercial.
So, I messed with the seating arrangements.
Oh my God. I had totally missed the start of that sentence. Before I could reply, servers flurried around us and placed bowls of soup in front of everyone. I took the chance to scan the room. There was another door at the back of the room, the main door, but my eyes caught on the person sitting at the table right in front of it. The principal, who had just seen me in a blouse and jeans. Shit. I quickly whipped back around, hoping he wouldn't recognize me by the back of my head. I must recommend you finish your soup, Cordelia. Can I call you Cordelia? Because they never prepare the meat right at these small dinners. You'd think the smaller the crowd, the less overwhelmed the cook, right? The lady next to me tattled on, and my eyes dropped to her place card. Rachel Sallow. Considering the event, likely tied to the Sallow Sweets Company. My father had spent 20 years in their packaging department. Probably no point in telling her that he perfected the crinkle of their chocolate wrappers. Thank you, that's good advice, I said, trying to sound somewhat like a polite socialite who belonged at this kind of event. I had no experience with these sorts of people outside the pages of my books. The man to my left chuckled, but didn't meet my eye when I looked over. Ass. What did he think was so amusing? He was in his mid-30s and dressed like a penguin for the benefit of... I glanced around, trying to pinpoint who exactly benefited from this benefit dinner. Orphans? Endangered animals?
Not a fan of soup either?
He asked. I had other things to worry about than my soup getting cold. It wasn't even my soup. Oh God, someone here had to know the real Cordelia. I'd get kicked out as an imposter and the principal would see, and then I could kiss even my last chance at a job here goodbye. My heart was fluttering fast enough to be painful. I pinched the back of my right hand in my lap, trying to snap myself out of my own thoughts. But it didn't work. Of course my good deed didn't go unpunished. Of course I had to end up at the most ridiculously lavish dinner under all the wrong circumstances. Could I end up in jail if I ate soup that I didn't pay for? No, wait, you didn't pay for the food at these events. You paid by the seat. Did that mean I could land in jail just for sitting here? My spine straightened, detaching itself from the chair. I jumped when a hand folded over mine. I looked down. Between all the fabric of my skirt and the thick tablecloth, the man next to me had slipped his hand over my fingers, stopping me from pinching any harder.
You'll hurt yourself,
he whispered, just loud enough for me to hear, eyes on the blonde woman across the table who seemed deep into a story about her cats? Her kids? I'm fine, I breathed and pulled my hands out from under his. A deep red groove bloomed where I'd pinched the skin with my thumbnail. Not fine, but not for him to judge. Instead of removing his hand from my personal space, he lifted it slightly.
I'm back.
Well, I glanced at Cordelia's name card. At least my introduction wouldn't be a lie. You can call me Dell. I slid my hand into his and flinched when his thumb traced over the sore spot on my skin.
We should take you to the school nurse.
His dark charcoal eyes pierced me in place, while one corner of his mouth twitched up. Was he flirting? Nope, surely not. This was a very proper dinner among proper people, right? I'll be fine, thank you. My voice came out surprisingly breathy, and I pulled my hand back. God damn it, Delilah. Don't let some handsome, rich, older guy throw off your focus with a smile. I had to get out of here. Parker was probably wondering where the hell I was. Unless he was sleeping already, since he had the early bird shift all week. That usually meant he was in bed by 8.
It's just food,
Beck said, still speaking low. It's dinner.
Dinner is food.
Dinner is food plus people, plus conversation, plus expectations, plus... I cut myself off before I could spiral down a similar road to the one Cordelia had taken earlier. No wonder she had locked herself in the bathroom. I would have liked to study a 50-page manual for handling a dinner like this before even thinking about attending. The servers were back to take away our dishes. My eyes followed his bowl as it was lifted away from him, still untouched as well, not a fan of soup. I could not take my chances on a second course. Sooner or later, someone would track that I didn't even know which one of the 3 forks in front of me I should use. Maybe I could walk sideways past the principal. "Excuse me," I said and scooted my chair back.
Thank you all for coming.
A voice boomed over the sound system. On the dance floor, a man with thinning white hair had taken the mic, and all heads turned. "Seriously?" I hissed under my breath, drawing another chuckle from Beck. I squinted at him, but he was looking at the speaker like everyone else. The man waffled on, only to get to the point that this was about historical building conservation. I couldn't even get myself into trouble for a really noble cause, just crumbling facades upheld in the name of luxury condos. He had just finished speaking when the next course landed in front of me. My insides twinged at the sight of cheese-stuffed mushrooms. I had perfectly good pizza at home, but how could anyone resist hot, melted cheese? I almost picked up the fork, but Rachel Solo of Solo Sweets was digging into her mushrooms, and a mixture of ham and nuts and some other meat spilled out from under the cheese. That was a no from me. I blinked at the ceiling and squeezed my hands together until my knuckles ached. My eyes were beginning to burn dangerously.
Eating the food is also an integral part of dinner, you know.
Can you please just... I don't mean to be rude, but I'll just sit here until this thing is over.
You're just going to sit there and stare at the ceiling for 4 hours? That's one hell of a neck workout.
4 hours? I gasped and snapped my head back down. But we're already on the second of 4 courses.
There's breaks for dancing, there's speeches. Inevitably, something goes wrong, and we'll be forced to sit through a 65-year-old man's temper tantrum.
He said with disinterest, picking up the bottle of wine from the center of the table. He leaned in to pour, but my hand shot out to cover my glass just in time. "Thank you, I don't drink."
Pregnant?
He asked with all the empathy of stone, pouring his own wine instead. "No." Anxiety. And it was bad enough tonight without any help. I didn't need to add a panic attack to tomorrow's agenda. "You don't sound like you particularly enjoy these types of events."
These are networking events. I'm not here to enjoy myself. However, Del, sometimes I'm lucky enough to be seated next to the most beautiful woman in the room.
If he hadn't delivered the line in all seriousness, I would have laughed. If he hadn't been looking at me with those dark eyes that hardly let you gauge where iris ended and pupil began, holding my gaze steadily, I might have even called him out on the line. Instead, it sent a ripple of heat down my spine that pooled in my lower back. "You weren't lucky, though," I said, recalling his earlier words. "You messed with the seating chart."
True.
He cracked a wide smile that softened his sharp features, and my heart skipped a full beat. It was unfair for a single human to be this beautiful. My body was reacting in ways I would have preferred to stifle. I had a perfectly good Parker at home.
Every once in a while, you have to make your own luck.
I let you have the first one, but that one was too cheesy. He took a sip from his wine, and it really shouldn't have worked, but something about the way he held that wine glass oozed the confidence to talk about light-bodied notes of cherries mixed with earthy texture or something without sounding like a total douche.
At least we agree that you're the most beautiful woman in the room. I like a woman who knows her own worth.
That one was so thick. I gasped a little laugh. "All right, Casanova, cool it."
Cordelia, have you tried the stuffed mushrooms at Shea? They are divine.
Mrs. Sallow leaned over smiling conspiratorially. I'm sure they would be able to deliver to your house, considering you prefer to stay there. All right, so Cordelia's social anxiety was clearly not a secret. These seem like the type of people to gossip hard about each other and to make a big deal about every shrivel of new information. When you had no problems, you had to create them yourself, right? I couldn't give her too much of an answer, or I'd be throwing Cordelia to the wolves. Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure yet. Nailed it. I had to tell Tabitha that reading Jane Austen was not useless. Then again, my best friend never would have gotten herself into this kind of situation. Oh, and you have to try their truffle ice cream. Although, I suppose getting ice cream delivered all the way across town might be a little more difficult. Oh, she was rubbing it in now. What a snake. I pasted on my most polite smile and waited for the waiters to clear off the dishes, this time mine being the only one untouched. I could never indulge in ice cream, I said. The combination of sugar and dairy has such devastating effects on one's hair density. I applaud anyone who's able to enjoy such a treat, but I'm too vain about my hair. I know, vanity is a horrible vice. I let my eyes click up to her hairline for just a split second, let my smile waver, then pasted on the same polite expression as before. Rachel Sallow of Sallow Sweets, whose entire fortune was built on sugar and dairy, touched her perfectly styled bob with a silent "oh" on her lips. Well, she huffed. Yes, it is. Oh, God. I just burned a bridge, hadn't I? The second I realized what I'd said, the heat shot to my cheeks. I had to apologize. I had to say something. I had to...
Come on, Blondie. Let's dance.
Before I even had time to react, Beck's hand curled around mine again, and he pulled me to my feet. His skin shouldn't have burned on mine as much as it did, just from holding my hand as he led me onto the dance floor. Between a lush display of flowers, a string quartet had set up and played covers of pop songs, Bridgerton style. Wait, did you just call me Blondie? My thoughts finally got up with me, and I pulled my hand out of his.
I thought you'd like the name, since you're so vain about your hair.
Beck turned and stepped in front of me, and my breath stuttered once again. Seriously? Handsome and rich and tall? How was that fair? It wasn't hard to be taller than me, but with my 5'1", I came face to face with his chest. He had to have more than a foot on me. I actually love ice cream, I said, standing awkwardly still as he directed my left hand onto his shoulder and placed his own on my bare back. But truffle ice cream? Come on. Caramel fudge is where it's at. He grazed his fingertips across the palm of my right hand to open it enough to slip his own into it, and my stomach twisted. Nope. Being attracted to someone was one thing. Going through a whole spiel of touches with that person? He tugged me closer against his chest and started moving us. I was very much not dancing. My feet just sort of skimmed the floor as he danced and took me with him. Not how I'd imagined my first proper dance in a proper ball gown to go, but I let myself be swept into the music and into the swirl of luxurious dresses and dapper suits. This close, the fresh scent of Beck's aftershave filled my senses. Mild citrus, mixed with something a little darker, more masculine, adding to the lush elegance of the moment.
I personally prefer good old vanilla,
he said once my stiff shoulders somewhat relaxed into the movements. Really? I scrunched my nose at him. I would have pegged you for a Rocky Road kind of guy.
How so?
The corners of his eyes crinkled in amusement. Dark, rich, with a bit of a soft spot, and potentially a little nuts? A grin stole its way onto my lips. Oh no. Wait, was this flirting? Was I teasing him? Retreat! Anyway, I shouldn't have said those things to her. I shook my head and closed my eyes for a moment, strangely confident that he wouldn't drop me.
I disagree.
His fingertips traced the vertebrae between my shoulders, sending a shiver down my spine.
You're a wild card on the social playing field. She tested your boundaries and you put her in her place.
Except it wasn't me, and I had no idea what the fallout would be. Should I even be dancing with the man I was sitting next to? I tried to get a glimpse at the other dancing couples, but spotted the principal's face near the edge of the dance floor instead. Shit. I lowered my eyes and shook the hair free from behind my ears, letting it fall around my face like a curtain. But if the principal was there, that meant the door was unwatched. Thank you, but I'm all danced out. I tapped his shoulder. I'm going to go find a bathroom.
Have dinner with me on Sunday.
He maneuvered us around the other dancers to the far end of the dance floor and stopped there, but didn't loosen his position, his warmth lingering. We're having dinner today. I slipped my hand from his.
I have a feeling I won't see you for the main course,
Dex said, his touch moving up my vertebrae again until his index finger bumped against the clasp of my necklace. It wasn't even a touch, it was barely more than a brush over my back, and yet goosebumps raced up my arms. Traitorous, stupid skin. Thanks for the dance, I sighed and turned out of his embrace. Enjoy the rest of your night. I grabbed the weight of my skirt with both fists and booked it out of there.
3. Beck. The girl showed up just long enough to get her picture with you taken on the dance floor and then left? Julian rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. I told him 100 times that he'd be less prone to migraines if he didn't insist on the corner office with all the lights streaming in. But God forbid he didn't have the largest office on the floor. What kind of move is that? Did she even talk to Doyle? No, I replied. For what it's worth, I don't think it was a move. I think she just panicked. She should have panicked after getting the zoning rights for the M elements. Considering how jittery Blondie had been just after telling Sallow to shove her ice cream opinions up her ass, I doubted she'd have made it through a discussion about why the plans for the Montgomery's budget hotel had yet to be approved. That conversation with William Doyle merely wandered onto my to-do list after the merger. Not my priority right now. I haven't heard of any more public appearances so far. You might just have to send her roses. That girl from the Roxy was obsessed with those roses in a bucket. Apparently that's a thing now. I chuckled at my brother's attempt to come up with a romantic solution. I hadn't seen Julian in a single romantic relationship since his wife died. But that had been 15 years ago, and he had gone from grieving widower to someone who didn't even bother learning the names of the arm candy that never lasted more than a month. Don't worry, I said, even though I wasn't much more of a romantic. I made sure to have an opening just in case she'd go back into hiding. Good. I'm not letting this slip through our fingers, Beck. Fuck Gregory fucking Montgomery. I'd rather not. Cordelia's father had tied up his company in so many legal documents, all to ensure it would sink or swim with the Montgomery family long after his death. The egocentric bastard would rather throw billions of dollars out the window than have anyone outside his family take over his company. Dell, on the other hand, those full pomegranate red lips had me imagining a whole variety of ways one could fuck the Montgomery legacy. I got out of the armchair in front of Julian's desk and wandered over to the window. You could see the roof of the first ever Montgomery hotel from here. But despite the Montgomery family, now reduced to Cordelia, living here, their main business was handled in New York nowadays. The Accent Group, HQ, however, had been in Boston since my grandfather had started this company. Their name had all the grandeur of old money attached to it, including Cordelia's great-great-grandmother, some British duchess having survived the Titanic. Accent had grown fast over 70 years because we expanded way beyond luxury hotels, but even a 5-star Accent Grand didn't hold the same prestige as an old Montgomery. Merging the companies would combine classic and modern luxuries on a global scale. Everyone involved would benefit. I've been meaning to ask whether you want Mother's ring, Julian said. Jesus, fuck no. I laughed. Unless you want the merger to fail, that thing is cursed. Getting a ring wandered on my mental to-do list, though. Might as well get that out of the way. Just because the old man had made sure nobody could take the hotels off Cordelia's hands didn't mean nobody could take Cordelia's hand. Once I was part of the Montgomery family, I'd be part of the business. It'd be smooth sailing from there. I'd just have to get her to the altar before she fucked up the whole company. After catching Julian up on last night's progress, the rest of my day was a blur of meetings and negotiations. Summer was usually quiet since the tourism season was well underway, and any further strategies would be discussed in September, once the numbers were in. On the day-to-day, that just meant I got out of the office around 7 instead of 9. I'd bought the gym across the street a few years ago. For convenience, mostly. I'd not even considered keeping it open to the public. But then I was never one to leave well enough alone. Vortex had turned into a solid side project. Even now it was filled with the sounds of leather smacking into skin, gloves slapping into punching bags. "Oh, bugger off," Isaac groaned and pushed himself into a sitting position. He rubbed a glove over his chest where my foot had landed after he screwed up his defense. "You're not giving up, are you?" I asked when he didn't get back up. "Unlike some other jobs, my work requires movement beyond typing out a few emails, so I'd like to keep my ribs intact, thank you very much." He let me pull him to his feet despite glaring at me. "That was brutal. Who spat in your beer?" Swear to God, the more punches I landed, the stronger his Scottish accent broke through. Like I was knocking almost 20 years of living stateside right out of his system. Didn't get as far with the Montgomery girl as I'd hoped. Not that I'd admit as much to Julian or he'd take it upon himself to help. Poor little Beck. Did you meet a girl that didn't drop her pants the second she laid eyes on you? Do you actually have to put in some effort? He chuckled and pulled his gloves off. Apparently, that was our workout for the day. We'd only been going for 30 minutes. Isaac usually lasted at least 45, even though we always scheduled an hour. Welcome to the realm of mortals. Hilarious. I rolled my eyes at him. He was one to talk when he'd had his dick in just about every nurse at his hospital. Somehow that accent had them all swooning for him. "Oh, hello, darling. Do you need help with that?" For fuck's sake. He'd stopped in his tracks to help some redhead in pink yoga gear with her pink boxing gloves. So much for the realm of mortals. I left him there and hit the showers. Kicking the shit out of Isaac had eased my frustrations a little. I hadn't expected a famously reclusive woman to drop her pants, as Isaac had put it, the first night I met her. Considering that she left her house so rarely, however, every minute of quality time lost put a dent in my plan to put a ring on her finger by Thanksgiving. I'd given myself 4 months to charm her pants off. Her inheritance would likely be out of probate by then, but even as her fiancé, I could probably keep the company from sinking without proper leadership. Once dressed, I waited for Isaac at reception, pulling my phone out to do something that would actually help with my mood. Fix this. "Hello?" A clear female voice picked up when I'd fully expected this to go to voicemail. "This is August Beckett for Cordelia Montgomery." I still had her father's number on file, and had figured they'd either transfer it to her as the new owner or would let it go to reception. "Oh, Mr. Beckett." The woman paused, the line going silent long enough for me to check my screen, making sure she hadn't hung up. "She's not available at the moment. Can I take a message?" "She dropped her necklace last night. I'd love the chance to return it in person." The woman sighed. "I'm afraid Miss Montgomery is opposed to taking personal meetings. I'm happy to arrange for a messenger to pick it up whenever convenient for you." "I'm sorry, I didn't get your name." I'm..." Another pause. That woman needed a lot of time to process her thoughts. "I'm Paige, Miss Montgomery's assistant." "Hi, Paige," I said, putting on my most charming smile, hoping she could feel it ooze through the speaker. "I'm not sure whether you believe in fate, but I think it's fate that Cordelia's necklace came loose and I happened to pick it up. I would love the chance to talk to her again. Could you please put in a good word for me?" Paige gasped a little giggle. At least my charm was working on some silly assistant, even if Dell didn't want anything to do with me. Yet. "I'll see what I can do." That's all I ask for. "I'll get back to you with her reply as soon as possible." "Thank you, Paige. I appreciate it." "Goodbye, Mr. Beckett." I hung up to see Isaac's shit-eating grin, arms crossed in front of his chest. "Really? Fate?" "Oh, hello, darling. Do you need some jolly help with that?" I mocked him with my best English accent. "Maybe later you can let me be your tampon." "Wrong country." He tisked and pushed out the door. I just realized something. You're basically a prostitute. If that's the case, you should pay for my company and my drinks tonight. He'd pay for the drinks anyway. He'd tapped out before our 60 minutes were up. If he'd made it, I would have paid. It had started as a challenge of who tapped out first, but the fact that Vortex was 2 minutes from my office but 45 minutes from Boston Memorial, and his job required more triple shifts, meant that I outlasted Isaac every single time. I'd stopped giving him shit for it, though, because he once collapsed 20 minutes in. Only to find out he'd spent almost 72 hours without sleep. He'd seemed fine one moment, and then his lights went out. He was a pediatrician, so his game face was unmatched. If he tapped out after 30 minutes, he tapped out. No questions asked, as long as he paid the bar tab. You're shackling yourself to a woman, not knowing whether you'll ever get laid again. Your cock might be worth $20 billion, but it does have a price. The old lady walking past glared at us, but Isaac shot her a big grin, a wink, and a, "Hello, darling." And I fucking swear her wrinkled cheeks blushed. If the sex sucks, I can always come over and introduce myself to your nurses. Besides, people had gotten hitched for much more frivolous reasons than a business worth $20 billion. They wouldn't have touched you with a 10-foot pole. You're not nice enough. He laughed. Then again, you do believe in fate now. Shut up before I drag you back and wipe the ring with your ass.
4. Delilah. It's gorgeous, Daphne swooned. It looks heavy. Tabitha tilted her head of short brown curls sideways. I wish I had another occasion to wear it, I said, running a hand down the ball gown hanging on my closet door. In daylight, it was even more stunning than it had been at dinner last night. The waves of blue fabric shimmering in all shades, from aquamarine to dark violet. Thankfully, Parker had been asleep by the time I'd made it home, and back at work by the time I woke up. Thank God retirement homes served breakfast at like 7 a.m. or I would have had to explain last night to him, and I wasn't sure I even had a good explanation. This way, I could just hide the dress in the closet. My 2 best friends, however, had come over first thing to marvel at the gown that cost more than both their cars combined. Granted, they had crappy cars, but still. They were perched on my bed between all my throw pillows, staring at the masterpiece of sequins and pearls. I had lost the necklace somewhere in my sheets last night, but I hadn't found it, and hadn't gotten the chance to check under the bed yet for fear of getting my arms sliced off by Fitzwilliam. Daphne clapped her hands together. Oh, Del! It could be your old, borrowed, and blue for your wedding! Both Tabitha and I turned to look at her with incredulous expressions. I had started seeing Parker all of 3 months ago, and I hadn't even used the L word yet. Parker had. Once. On our second date. Tabitha, on the other hand, generally thought weddings and marriage were bullcrap. I'm just saying. Daphne shrugged. Google says you can get 10 grand for it. Tabitha tapped away on her phone and snapped a picture of the dress. Hey, am I in that? She waved me off. I'll edit you out. There, post it on stories. Maybe someone will bite right away. She tossed her phone behind herself on the mattress. Despite treating that thing like an old toy, it was also part of her job. She had somehow made a living out of being the gruffest yoga teacher online. No crystals or meditation music, no pastel yoga shorts, just one woman yelling profanities at her camera while doing the downward dog. I think you should keep it. The blue must look lovely on you. Daphne blinked her long lashes at me. If Tabitha threw rocks to make a point, Daphne smothered you in cotton balls. She was 24, 3 years younger than me, still in grad school, and posted daily puppy videos on the GC. It makes no sense for me to keep it. I dropped onto the mattress between them. Daphne patted my shoulders. But it's pretty. No job, no money, Tab pointed out. Designer dress, lots of money. It can tide you over in case Childs keeps— No! I yelled at her, loud enough for Fitzwilliam to poke his head out of the cat tree. I was not going to think about that. My stomach churned at the mere mention of his name, and I pushed down the memories threatening to resurface. I was done with that version of myself. Daphne pouted at the dress. If you're strapped for cash, I can send you that site where you can sell your worn socks. You would rather keep selling your worn socks to men that jerk off in them than sell a designer dress? Tabitha had her phone back in her hands, but blinked at Daphne. Of course, Daphne scoffed. I don't care what they do with my socks. I wear socks anyway and don't think twice about it. I would never stop thinking about this dress if I gave it away. I'm sorry. Did you guys come here for a debate? They were acting like the angel and devil on my shoulder. Neither of them had the chance to reply before my phone started blaring an old Jonas Brothers song, and I scrambled to my feet to grab it from my bag. Boston area code. Could be Truman Academy. This fast? That was not good news. Hello? Hi, I'm calling for Delilah Edwards. The chipper female voice on the other end didn't belong to the Truman principal. This is her, I replied, feeling two sets of eyes burrow into the back of my head. Oh, perfect. Hello, this is Cordelia. We swapped clothes last night? No. Oh, God. What had I done? I twisted around and furiously pointed between the dress and my phone to get Tab and Daphne to understand what was happening. Uh-huh. My voice screeched up in my throat. Hi! I had Googled Cordelia after coming home last night when Parker had already been asleep. Cordelia Montgomery was the sole heir to the Montgomery hotel chain fortune, and since her father's death a few months ago, one of the richest people in the U.S. Unlike most heiresses who seem to flaunt their wealth in Ibiza and date F1 racers, Cordelia was apparently famous for being a recluse. Her mother had been fatally shot in a mugging when Cordelia had been 13 years old, and she disappeared from the public eye after that. Nobody had seen her in years. There weren't even any socials, which explained Rachel Sallow's jabs last night, and the fact that nobody had ID'd me as an imposter. Could you come to my place? I want to talk to you about last night. Shit. I may not have been caught last night, but word clearly got through to Cordelia. Of course, I breathed. My schedule is wide open. Amazing! My driver will pick you up in 30. How did you... The phone beeped at me. Hung up. How did she get my number? I stared at the phone in my hands. Who? Daphne asked. I threw my hand towards the dress as if I hadn't been gesticulating the crap out of myself here. Cordelia freaking Montgomery, the woman I was mistaken for. She's rich. Tabitha shrugged, as if that was the obvious answer. Enough money can buy you any information. Oh, stop looking at me like this. Have none of you watched any true crime ever? 30 minutes later, Tabitha shoved me into a town car even after I protested because the driver was as beefy as a young Arnold Schwarzenegger in a fitted suit and tattooed from neck to knuckle. Plus, I had definitely never given Cordelia my address. Creep factor through the roof. It didn't help that the guy didn't speak a word beside the short, Miss Edwards greeting. Any idea what your boss wants from me? I asked, trying to catch his eye in the rearview mirror, but he kept 120% of his attention on the road. We stopped in front of a gorgeous white Victorian townhouse on Beacon Street. Nestled between red brick buildings, it practically glowed with decadence. The driver got out first and had my door open before I was even unbuckled, motioning me towards the building. When he unlocked the door, I dropped my location in the group chat. Better safe than sorry. Inside, the house was very pink. Not popping bright in a Barbie way, more in a strawberry macarons and porcelain vases Marie Antoinette sort of way. I personally would have added a few more pastel colors, but if I ever had the money for an interior designer, I'd have to ask for Cordelia's. My eyes were still caught on the sparkling pink glass chandelier when the driver opened the first door on the left and nodded his brown buzz cut for me to get in. Right. Business. I was either going to die from shame or be killed for my sins. Had to get it over with. Heart thrumming, I stepped into an equally pink home office. Cordelia sat behind a huge glass desk that was covered in piles upon piles of papers and folders and smoothie bottles. My eyebrows twitched at the mess. Cordelia herself was perfectly put together, with glossy pink lips, bangs that sharply contoured her brows, and a puff-sleeved polka-dot summer dress. Delilah, come in. She shuffled papers aside and grabbed a stack of them before beckoning me over into the seating area by the window, which resembled a gold and pink explosion of fluffy throw cushions and velvet armchairs. Coffee? Tea? I'm good, thank you, I replied, taking my seat across from her. I'd rather get my impending death over with. Are you sure? Victor makes amazing tea. She pointed at the stoic man by the doorway, who had the kind of bulky arms that suggested any teacup would crack at the touch of his pinky. And those eyes were such a venomous shade of green. I wasn't keen on the idea of consuming anything he prepared. Thank you. I'm fine. Actually, now I'm craving tea. Would you be so kind? She smiled at Victor and pulled her shoulders up. He nodded, not breaking his blank expression.
Of course, Miss Montgomery.
I couldn't help myself. Once he was out of the room, I had to ask. Personal security, driver, or butler? A little bit of everything, depending on what's happening. She shrugged. Not a great chess player, though. He cheats a lot. The snort broke through before I had a chance to suppress it. Okay, I wasn't here for chit-chat. Time to get this over with. I need to apologize. When I came out of the bathroom in your dress, someone whisked me into the dining hall. There was food and there was a speech, so I couldn't just leave. Also, the school principal was right by the exit and he's the one who interviewed me, so I couldn't just walk past him. And then this guy asked me to dance. It kind of spiraled. I'm sorry. Cordelia pursed her lips. You made the news. Oh no. My heart sank. Imposter caught at high society event. Anna Delvey 2.0. There went my job chances. Again. I'm so sorry. No, sorry. In a good way. Here. She pulled the first page from her stack of paper and handed me the printout of an online article. It detailed the event and included a picture of me and that Beck guy dancing. He was photogenic, but the picture didn't hold a candle to the real version. The way I smiled up at him. Like I was 16 all over again, meeting Harry Styles at a fan event, eyes bugging out of my head. Some people's superior genetics really turned your brain to goo. I read the caption out loud. Power couples for a powerful cause. Cordelia Montgomery and August Beckett sweep the dance floor. We can debate whether or not conserving old buildings really is a powerful cause, but this is good press for me. Really? You're welcome? You don't go to these events to help any cause. If you want to help a cause, you donate to a charity directly instead of attending a $10,000 dinner. These events are about being seen. She tapped the picture. You got me seen, and I didn't even have to be there. Right. Networking, not food. Beck had said as much. I blinked. Those 3 stuffed mushrooms per person were not worth 10 grand. Victor came back and put a dainty floral teacup down on the side table next to Cordelia. She offered him a smile and a quick thank you before turning back to me. I want to hire you. What do you need an English teacher for? No, silly. I want to hire you as a double, a stand-in for public appearances. I wasn't sure what to reply to that kind of offer, so I said the first thing on my mind. You're way taller than me. Granted, we shared some of the same features, but not in a double-take kind of way. Nobody knows what I look like. There have been no public pictures of me in over 15 years. And the ones from back then, blonde hair, blue eyes, stubby nose, close enough. That seemed... What in the... I can't. I'm a teacher. You're not. You're looking for a job. A teaching job. I can get you the job at Truman. No. What do you mean, no? I mean, no, you can't get me the job. And no, I'm not going to be your stand-in. People at the school would recognize me. I mean, you. Me as you. The idea alone had me pinching the back of my hand because of all the things that could go wrong. Oh, please, the Princess of Spain could walk through any American school and not a single person would know who she was. I don't want you to become a socialite or fashion icon. It's a handful of events this summer. That's all. Look. She shoved the rest of her papers under my nose. No, I said again, not even looking down. What could it be? More articles about me? Her plan for me to get a boob job so I could fit into all her designer dresses? Oh. She pulled the papers back, her shoulders sagging as she smoothed a hand over them. God damn it. My curiosity won out when I caught a glimpse of a pie chart. What is it? I made a PowerPoint presentation. The only thing better than a PowerPoint presentation was a color-coded Excel table. If there was one thing I couldn't resist, it was good organization and planning. Can I see? Cordelia's chest swelled, and she jutted the stack of paper back at me. Why don't you look through it on your own time? You don't have to decide right now. Are 3 days enough? If so, we can reconvene here in 3 days. Sure. I sighed. Considering the Ellie Saab dress hanging in my closet and the fact that she wasn't downright suing me for identity fraud, I could come back and say no again in 3 days. Besides, maybe Truman would have called up my references by then, rejected my application, and I'd be in desperate need for any income. And I'd rather pretend to be Cordelia than sell my socks like Daphne did. 5. Delilah. Nothing had changed in 3 days. Parker stayed at his own place. I still hadn't heard from Truman. I kept sending my CV to schools that never replied. But at least one of Tabitha's followers had deep enough pockets to buy the Ellie Saab dress, so I would be able to pay my rent this summer. That also meant I could confidently reject Cordelia's job offer, even though her PowerPoint presentation had been very compelling. It was an intricate outline, detailing 8 weeks of social events. It basically came down to her father's estate still being in probate, a multi-billion-dollar company set to be inherited by Cordelia alone, currently completely up in the air, tied up in the legal proceedings of processing an inheritance that huge. Stakeholders were beginning to get cold feet because they didn't trust some young woman they had never seen. And the second the company was out of probate, its value could plummet unless Cordelia showed everyone by then that she was totally capable of rubbing shoulders with all the right people. From there on out, she had a whole business model that I'd only skimmed because I wasn't cut out for corporate jargon. I expected to find Cordelia in her office again that afternoon, but Victor wordlessly led me to a conservatory at the back of the house. It was filled with large, exotic plants that covered all the side windows, and a small fountain gurgled in the corner. But sun still flooded the room through the glass roof. Cordelia wore a fitted pink summer dress and sat in a wrought iron chair with her little floral porcelain teacup. I'd always wanted one of those, not just the chunky mugs I'd accumulated over many birthdays and Christmases. A second cup was set out for me on the other side of the table, along with a folded piece of paper. What's this? I sat down and unfolded the paper, finding a name inside. Roger Childs. My fingers jerked on reflex. I swallowed the sour taste welling up my throat and forced myself to draw my brows deep into my face. Is this name supposed to mean anything to me? Delilah, you don't have to play coy with me. I'm not. Tabitha's words echoed in my ears. Rich people could find out just about anything. He'll be gone by the end of the week. I froze, unable to breathe. If she could really make that happen. Why? Because I owe you. You don't owe me anything. Beckett is a very powerful man. A picture of me dancing with him, being called a couple, let's just say other powerful men trust me more now that I have the Beckett seal of approval, at least for the moment. I'm not saying it's right, but that's how the game is played. I had Googled August Beckett since my last visit here. He was the CEO of the Accent Group. Whereas Montgomery was all hotels, Accent was luxury hotels, luxury clubs, luxury restaurants, basically anywhere you'd spot a mega celebrity hanging out. However, after reading all that, I spent a lot more time on the Google Images tab. I couldn't help it. He was so damn pretty. As soon as Mr. Childs is out of the way, I will write you a personal letter of recommendation. My name still holds some weight. Cordelia. She didn't let me speak. You were right when you said that I can't get you the job at Truman Academy. I can't guarantee you the job, but I can do this much for you. You deserve a chance to prove your worth without your past hanging over you. One event, I said, surprising myself. I was too soft. But Cordelia deserved a chance to prove herself too. I'll go to one event for you. Really? Delilah, thank you so much. Dell, I sighed. You can call me Dell. Do you know your measurements? She pulled her phone out and tapped her fingers against it faster than should be humanly possible. Not even Tabitha typed that fast. I don't. Why do you need my measurements? So I can get a dress for you, obviously. She blinked, stopped typing, and grimaced. Sorry, I do that sometimes. I need to get better at explaining my thought process. I'm still working on that. That's okay. I felt that in my bones. Even slowed down, sometimes my thought process still didn't make sense to neurotypicals. But Cordelia had my neurodivergent radar flashing. I'm a size 4 and 5'1", so I usually have to buy in the petite range. I finally worked up the nerve to pick up the dainty teacup, even though it looked too expensive to be handled. After one sip, I put it back down. Whatever tea Victor was brewing in that kitchen had to contain the bitter caffeine of 10 espresso shots. Thank you. I can work with that. An hour later, Cordelia had coordinated 5 dress choices to be delivered to her doorstep, along with matching shoes and accessories. I'd gaped at the prices. But when I'd suggested I could just wear my own sandals, Cordelia scrunched her nose at my feet. All that was left for me to do was to cancel my Friday date night with Parker and show up here an hour before the event to get ready. I'd shake some hands, smile for the pictures, and I didn't even have to stay more than 45 minutes. No biggie, no problem. I could do that. I was going to be a great version of Cordelia Montgomery. I just sort of felt like throwing up. A little bit. It was going to be fine.
I made reservations and everything. I feel like I deserve an explanation, Dell.
Parker crossed his arms in front of his chest, glaring at me across my studio. He was leaning against the kitchen counter, but shrank aside when Fitzwilliam lunged his huge body to the countertop. As if this weird cat wasn't weird enough, he only drank from the sink, which made doing the dishes a life-or-death experience in case he got thirsty. Parker had only ever gotten scratched once, but he kept 2 feet between himself and my cat at all times now. Is this about the cancellation fee? I asked, because Parker got upset over wasted money quickly. I'd gotten very good at never throwing out leftovers over the last 3 months. I can pay the cancellation fee.
Oh, you will. But what on earth could you have coming up on a Friday night?
Okay, that stung a little. He wasn't wrong, of course. I met this really rich lady at the academy after my interview last week, I said, trying to steer clear of details since spilling the whole truth now felt like admitting to lying. I hadn't lied, I just hadn't shared. We talked, and she's offering to write me a letter of recommendation since she has some pull with the school administration. That's why I'm meeting her again on Friday. Technically, none of that was a lie.
Right. She's just writing you a recommendation letter out of the blue?
He laughed.
Please be serious.
Again, that stung, even though he wasn't wrong. It was illogical for a random rich lady to write me a letter of recommendation, but the way he said those words. I am serious. I helped her through a panic attack, if you must know. She's grateful. He threw his arms out and jerked them back when Fitzwilliam meowed because his hand had come too close to the sink.
Why didn't you just say that?
Because her mental health is none of your business, and I really shouldn't be sharing it. He furrowed his brows and shook his head.
It's for work. I always tell you about the stuff I'm dealing with at work.
Well, maybe you should keep some of the residents' medical issues to yourself. Maybe Mr. Peters wouldn't be too happy knowing that you'd talk to me about his epileptic seizures.
Really? Now I'm not supposed to talk about work?
That's not what I said, I moaned, and dropped onto the sofa because I was tired of this conversation. Was it so hard to go, it sucks that we have to cancel our dinner, but thanks for the 3 alternative date nights you suggested for next week? Or was I being overly sensitive? Did I owe him some huge explanation? Keeping Cordelia's secret was already messing with my head.
I'm sorry, babe.
Parker walked the 5 steps over to the sofa and knelt before me.
I shouldn't have yelled.
He hadn't. He'd barely raised his voice. Instead of pointing that out, I cupped his beautiful, soft, sunshine face in my hands and offered him a conciliatory smile. I'm sorry that I have to cancel last minute. Although 3 days in advance wasn't really that short notice if you thought about it.
I'm glad that you're getting the recommendation. I want this job for you, baby.
He kissed my bare knee, looking up at me through those pretty dark brown lashes, and my stomach fluttered. He was so pretty. Thank you, I breathed and leaned forward. Kiss and make up? He tilted his head to put a quick peck on the tip of my nose. Not the kiss I'd envisioned.
I think we should celebrate your recommendation, actually.
His next kiss landed on the inside of my thigh, and he hooked his hands around the back of my knees. Parker. Oh, for goodness sake. I told him I only ever wanted that for celebrations, important occasions, and the like. To keep it special, or whatever. You don't have to do that.
I want to.
He pulled my legs apart, which made my skirt ride up my thighs like a traitor. His mouth wandered up my leg, and I tried to ignore the fact that he was trailing spit over my skin, moist spots of saliva clinging to my leg.
Enjoy your victory, Del. Getting a personalized recommendation like that is a big deal.
We can celebrate together. I smoothed his curls back from his face, trying to get his attention without outright yelling at him to stop raking his tongue all over me. It wasn't his fault that I was messed up about this, but he sure would take it personal. They all did.
Don't worry.
He smiled up at me, his face so goddamn close to my panties.
That comes later.
Oh, great. I got to fake 2 orgasms tonight. His head dropped between my legs, and I stared at the ceiling. Oral was the actual worst. Hence the special occasion lie. At least sex felt good, and I got to hold him and kiss him. Oral was all fluids and weird sounds, and not knowing how long I had to sigh and moan before I squeezed all the muscles between my legs and shouted, "Oh God, yes," a couple of times. At least I'd mentally compiled my weekly shopping list by the time it was over, so I considered that a win for productive multitasking.
6. Beck. A few days after our phone call, Cordelia's assistant forwarded me an internal Montgomery memo. Note to self, fire Page once the Montgomery accent merger was through. Not very trustworthy. For now, however, she was very useful. The memo was 3 paragraphs of empty phrases before it got to the point. Cordelia would attend the grand opening of the Montgomery Hotel in Boston, which had undergone major renovations over the last 9 months. It had closed when the old man was still in charge, and her cutting that big red bow would be the perfect photo op to symbolize the torch being passed on. Dell's outfit that night was a whole business lesson in and of itself. She was clad in a sleeveless fitted black jumpsuit. It had a high neckline and cinched around her waist. Despite her red lipstick and red pumps, she would have no trouble being taken seriously by any business partners in attendance tonight. But when she turned, the same jumpsuit allowed a look at the entire slope of her back, fastened around her neck and middle with thin straps, but bearing every inch from her shoulders to her tailbone. The message was clear. It was a new, young era for the Montgomery, and she had it handled. The message wasn't quite as clear to my dick, because Dell had those 2 little Venus dimples on her lower back, and my mind conjured up images of wrapping my hands around her hips from behind and running my thumbs into those grooves. The entire second floor of the hotel was event spaces, from the ballroom with a view of the public garden to smaller rooms that had been decked out as bars, photo op rooms, and whatnot. If I hadn't been on a mission, I might have spent more time taking note of the event and the hundreds of attendees. But I wasn't letting Blondie slip out of my grasp again. When I found Dell, she was chatting to a young server, pointing back and forth between her champagne flute filled with orange juice and another full one on the man's tray that had her red lipstick marks on it. Micromanaging the waitstaff? She spotted my approach when I was a few feet away, and her shoulders straightened. "Thank you." She dismissed the server with a touch to his arm. "I believe this is yours," I said by way of greeting, pulling her necklace from my pocket. The golden chain dangled from my finger, blue pearl swinging back and forth.
Where did you find that? Never mind. Just thank you.
She sighed and gave me a small smile.
Hi, familiar face.
Hi, Blondie. I opened the clasp of the necklace. May I?
You don't have to.
But may I? She blinked up at me as if I had requested something utterly outlandish before she turned. Oh, fuck. I'd forgotten the back of her jumpsuit when I pulled the necklace move. Oh, that smooth, milky skin. Which also meant she wasn't wearing a damn bra. Then she lifted the hair from the nape of her neck and her scent unfolded in the narrow space between us. Whether it was her shampoo or her perfume, the mixture of jasmine and amber shouldn't have worked. Sweet, floral, and bitter earth. But it did. I allowed my fingertips to linger on the soft skin of her neck just a moment longer than it took to fasten the necklace. I was fucked. In the whole seduce the meek little heiress plan, I hadn't considered that the woman I'd be pursuing might look and smell this tempting, making it almost impossible to keep a straight thought.
Thank you,
she said and turned around again. I had to get an award for not looking at her tits after putting together that they were bouncing freely. That would really fuck up the plan. Like Isaac had said, I had to play nice. I'm not a fan of chit-chats, so I'll come out and say it. I think you're beautiful and I would like to take you to dinner. There, that sounded nicer than let's get a room so I can bend you over, slot my thumbs into your Venus dimples and make you scream. Actually, a room wouldn't cut it. I'd have to get her into the stairwell and put her 2 steps above me, because even with heels, she was so much shorter than me, her hips and mine were not aligned. Dell laughed and shook her head, wiping away my insanity. Fucking Venus dimples clouding my brain.
I'm flattered, but I don't go out with men who want to spend time with me based on how attractive they find me.
What kind of rule is that? I asked, unable to rein in the gruffness in my voice.
The one that got me a boyfriend who values me for more than my pretty face.
Is he blind? Wow, my niceness had lasted all of 5 minutes, but the way she'd said that sounded too sincere to be a lie. That meant she had a boyfriend I knew nothing about, and that was a problem.
No, a little nearsighted, but he's not blind.
She furrowed her brows at me. Did he see your face in any capacity when you first met?
Yes, but
that means he thought you were cute before he realized you were smart.
You don't know that.
She crossed her arms in front of her chest, pushing her tits up under that flimsy fabric. I really shouldn't have looked. Fuck. Of course I do. I'm a man. I'm assuming he's a man. I promise you he was looking at your face or your body before he was thinking about what a great conversationalist you are. She narrowed her eyes at me, fingers stiffening around her glass.
He read my profile and liked the quote I used, so he messaged me about that.
Was the quote the first text right beneath your picture? She sucked her cheeks in, pursing her lips. I'll take that as a yes. He didn't read your profile, Blondie. He thought you were cute and knew that a hey, what's up wouldn't get him anywhere with a woman as beautiful as you.
Thank you for returning my necklace, Mr. Beckett.
She huffed and threw back her glass of juice as if it was a stiff drink, before placing it on a circulating server's tray.
If you'll excuse me, I have hands to shake.
She brushed past me, shouldering my arm out of her way with all the force of a baby tornado. Shit. I royally screwed that one up. Between her lower back triggering an apparently very specific fantasy and the surprising boyfriend reveal, Dell had thrown me for a loop. Maybe I should have taken improv classes before agreeing to court Cordelia Montgomery. I got myself a drink at the bar, shook a few hands myself before deciding 10 minutes was more than enough time for her to cool off, but not enough time to make her run. Turned out finding a smurf of a girl dressed in black at an event filled with men in black suits. My new personal hell. 30 minutes of circling rooms and promising people whose names I didn't even know that I'd talk to them later. I was almost ready to give up for the night. I'd just call Paige again. She seemed eager to help. But then I spotted her, away from the crowds, not shaking hands or mingling, pressed into the alcove by the fire exit. I almost would have missed her if her platinum hair hadn't caught a light from outside. Her eyes were squeezed tight and she was pinching the back of her hand. She'd done the same thing at the charity dinner and her skin was already an angry shade of red. Jesus. That girl was not cut out for stakeholder meet and greets like this. I wrapped my hand around hers and her big ocean eyes flew open, a little too glassy. "How about this?" I asked, voice lowered. "I'm willing to negotiate the terms of our dinner." "Negotiate?" She pulled her hand from mine and examined the angry, swollen skin. "How about you take no for an answer?" Despite her words, her voice wavered. "Instead of going out in public, I will cook for you myself." I dropped back, leaning against the other side of the alcove. Dell slipped her irritated hand behind her back and shook her head. That seemed to clear her thoughts a little because her eyes had found their focus again when she narrowed them at me. "That's even more of a date than going to a restaurant. If you wanted to negotiate, you would have to meet me halfway." "See? You have so much to teach me," I grinned. "We definitely should spend more time together. What's your counteroffer?" "If I say breakfast, will you leave me alone?" "Breakfast usually comes after dinner." "Watch your tongue, God!" She reached up to push her hair behind her ear, but it was sleeked back and clipped into place. "Counteroffer. Drinks." I lightly knocked the tip of my leather shoe against her stiletto. "I told you that I don't drink." "Why?" "Messes with my head. I had one accidental sip tonight, and that will be all for me for the rest of the year." That explained her earlier conversation with the server. That boy was lucky to still have a job. How stupid did you have to be to mix up the alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks? Not only that, but to serve the owner of the whole hotel the wrong drink. I wouldn't have let that kid get away with a pat on the arm and a thank you. Dell sighed. "Fine, I'll play." She clicked her shoe against mine. "Counteroffer, brunch. You can have a mimosa if you want drinks." "I accept your offer. Brunch it is." "Wait, what?" Her mouth fell open. "You're a great negotiator. I'm taking you out to brunch tomorrow. Where should I pick you up?" Her mouth formed silent words before she caught a train of thought to verbalize. "You're not picking me up because it's not a date. If anything, we'll meet at the restaurant." "Fine by me. I'll see you at 11 at Bumble by the Sea." I pushed myself off the wall and leaned down to kiss her cheek, a startled gasp escaping her throat. That sound sent a bolt of lightning straight down my middle, and made me wonder what other sounds I could pull from her if this was how she reacted to a chaste peck on the cheek. "Try to enjoy your night, Blondie." I left her there before she could come up with any excuses for not meeting me. I could only hope that she wouldn't totally wreck her hand over the next couple of hours, or I'd have to spoon-feed her on our first date.
7. Delilah. Cordelia's smile when I FaceTimed her from the bathroom and told her about the impromptu brunch plan was wide enough to rival the Cheshire Cat. She told me to have fun, make a good impression, and wear the red dress, then hung up. Victor picked me up half an hour later, trunk of the car filled with all the stupid expensive clothes I hadn't worn tonight, including a red skater dress Cordelia had deemed too casual and too short for the party. Victor also waited outside my door at 10:40 the next morning to take me to Bumble by the Sea, a small but popular harborside restaurant renowned for its waffles and smoothies. Thanks, Google. Except when I got to the door, a sign announced the place was closed for a private event. Amazing. And I'd skipped breakfast for the blueberry pancakes that had looked mouth-wateringly delicious on the website. I was fumbling for my phone from the tiny beaded bag that matched the dress when the door swung open from inside.
"Miss Montgomery, please come in."
I blinked at the white-bearded man who could have passed for Santa Claus if Santa wore jeans and Henley shirts. Oh, right. I was Miss Montgomery. Thanks. I slipped past him into the restaurant. It looked exactly like it had online, except all the wooden tables had been cleared off, save for one by the windows, which was still decorated with wildflowers and set with mismatched vintage tableware. The brunch buffet was fully stocked, and Beck was filling his plate with an assortment of mini muffins. He was in a suit again, just like the last 2 times I'd met him, but this one was light gray and fell a lot more casually around his wide frame.
Do you already know what you want to drink, or would you like a look at the menu?"
the bearded man asked with a bright smile. I'm just... I blinked back and forth between him and the empty restaurant. "Apple juice, please."
"Of course. Coming right up."
He disappeared through a side door, leaving me with a preoccupied Beck. He only looked up from his pastry choices when I stepped up next to him.
"I was going to open the door for you like a gentleman, but I didn't want you to think this was a date."
The corner of his mouth turned up, mischief glinting in those gray eyes of his. "Good morning." I picked up one of the bowls from the end of the buffet. "Care to tell me why this place is empty?"
"I didn't want anything ruining our non-date."
He shrugged and popped a mini donut in his mouth, with no reason to look as good doing that. "Did you just call up a random restaurant and book the whole place with less than 24 hours' notice?" I filled my bowl with fresh fruit, strawberries, grapes, melon cubes, the whole shebang. "How much did you pay for that?"
"Actually, I bought the place this morning,"
he said, and I dropped a kiwi slice into the breadbasket. His eyes followed the splash of green between perfectly toasted golden brown.
"People don't like doing things they perceive as an inconvenience, like clearing out of a restaurant for a day on short notice, even if they get paid for it. People do like making a huge amount of money in a snap without having to ask for it, if all they have to do is one little task like clearing out a restaurant on short notice."
"You bought this whole restaurant because you didn't want any inconveniences?" I asked, still dumbfounded. Beck properly turned to me for the first time that day. I almost shrank back under the intensity of his slate eyes as he stepped in front of me. His long fingers wrapped around my right wrist, and he pulled my hand up, running a warm thumb over the back of it.
"Seems to be doing its job so far."
I snapped my hand back. "You don't get to do that."
"Touch you?"
"Act concerned. But also, yes, that."
"It's not an act."
He shrugged and turned, carrying his plate to our table. God, I couldn't get a proper read on him. How could he blow his kindness out of proportion? How much did the restaurant cost? And then turn around with such chauvinist views like all men everywhere only care about external beauty. Was that a generational thing? He did have like 10 years on me. Maybe I shouldn't have cared. This was the third and last time I'd meet this man. Then again, I'd have to make conversation with him for the next hour or so just to make Cordelia look good. "Okay, August Beckett, you have to answer some questions for me." I piled some pancakes onto my fruit bowl before joining him at the table. My apple juice was already waiting for me.
"Beck,"
he corrected me.
"and only if you answer some for me."
"Fine. Truth for truth."
"Go ahead."
"Why meet me here when you know I have a boyfriend and you have no chance?"
"First of all, I reject the premise that I don't have a chance if your only reason for not going on a date with me is your relationship status."
He pulled a croissant apart over his plate.
"But to answer your question, I intend to get to know you, Del. You are the owner of Accent's biggest competitor. I would like to get to know you intimately, yes, but it would be a stupid business move to ignore your existence just because you rejected my advances."
Damn. That actually sounded like a logical answer. "But why—" he interrupted me.
"My turn."
Okay. I picked up my first pancake with my hands. Not a date, no audience, manners were overrated. Beck watched me tear into the pancake, but only asked his question.
"Read or watch anything good lately?"
"Really? That's your question? Don't answer that." I caught him off just in time when his grin had widened. I wasn't wasting one of my questions on that. Oh God. I had no idea what Cordelia would read or listen to, and I had no idea what would make a good impression on Beck. Rereading Sense and Sensibility for the 100th time probably didn't. "I've been listening to this podcast on Greek mythology." That one could work. It was niche, but it wasn't too weird. It breaks down the Odyssey and compares different interpretations and translations, including Emily Wilson's, who's the first woman to translate it into English.
"That's neither read nor watch, but I'll let it slide because it was a good answer.
Do you really think men care more about what a woman looks like than what she has in her head?
I never said that.
I raised my brows at him, and he sighed and leaned back in his chair.
First impressions matter, and in most social constructs, first impressions happen visually. Most people take one look at a person and can tell you whether or not they're attracted to them and would like to engage with them in a sexual context. That can be a long-term relationship or a one-night stand. That's all. Of course, there's exceptions. There's always exceptions. If you met your boyfriend on one of those swipe-right dating apps, though, I doubt he's the exception.
You're really good at rationalizing.
I'll give your compliments to my old therapist.
Beck smiled, and God, his smile was beautiful. But it disappeared as fast as it had come. He nodded at my hands, wrapped around my second pancake.
Why do you hurt yourself?
I don't hurt myself.
Del.
He leaned forward, arms braced on the table, and dropped his voice.
Why do you hurt yourself?
The only person who had ever put it that bluntly was my former therapist. Back before I lost my health insurance. Daphne had only voiced some concerns when she'd noticed my nervous habit, and Tabitha had suggested a number of workouts as substitute. Please ask a different question. Cordelia didn't need that kind of weakness pinned on her. Beck didn't move and didn't speak, his dark eyes burrowing into me. Was it getting hot in here? I pulled on the collar of my dress, aching for a little cool air.
All right, he finally said. You get one pass. Ideal first date?
That was easy, and matched Cordelia's lifestyle. Sleepover. He choked on his croissant. Not like that, perv. I rolled my eyes at him. Actual sleepover. Cute PJs, watching movies, doing face masks, consuming a copious amount of sugary snacks, talking until 3 a.m.
So your boyfriend is actually a girlfriend?
Asshole. I chucked one of my strawberries at him, and he barked out a loud, chesty laugh.
Sorry, sounds cute. Your turn.
Actually, I need a minute. Does your new restaurant happen to have any bathrooms? He pointed over my shoulder to the door in the corner of the restaurant with the stick figures on it. I'll be right back. As much as I'd enjoyed tearing through those pancakes, the grease was clinging to my fingers. Just looking at the oily sheen made my spine crawl. I didn't even want to think about the stains that could leave on this $300 dress. When I came back from washing my hands, I halted dead in my steps because the room was filled with loud moans and a woman yelling, "Harder, harder, harder," at the top of her lungs. It stopped a moment later. Beck slipped his phone back into his pocket. Oh, for goodness sake. Were you just watching porn? In the middle of a restaurant? Beck raised his brows at me, then turned around pointedly. Got it. Obviously, we were in the middle of a restaurant, but there was nobody here to judge him.
It's technically not porn, he said when I didn't sit back down.
Technically?
If you must know, someone illegally obtained a recording of myself and my ex. I had to open the video to confirm its authenticity to my lawyers.
Where did you even start with that? The illegal part? The lawyers, multiple, who must have seen that video? That was a sex tape? I asked, because my brain was still catching up with the information.
Yes.
Of you?
Yes.
He either had a great poker face, or he was actually telling the truth. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, I decided to take my seat again. Apparently, men who bought restaurants on a whim also made good targets for illegal sex tapes. Scandal followed money. It sounded like a porn, I said. Astute observation, Delilah, truly highlighting your intelligence.
It sounded like good sex.
He chuckled. Sure, right. Ugh, I wouldn't know anything about that. Time to make it a little less awkward. So, is this some sort of blackmail situation? Are you going to pay the people who sent it to you?
No.
Sue them?
No.
He smirked and popped another mini donut in his mouth. I had absolutely no reason to find that one specific move so compelling that I couldn't look away from his lips. Jeez. Then what? I asked, stabbing my fork into a kiwi slice. Hire a hitman and have them taken out?
What does good sex sound like to you?
He asked, instead of answering me. I was going to go with the hitman theory then. That's none of your business, I said.
Oh, but I intend to make it my business, sweetheart.
He leaned forward, elbows on the table. Sweetheart? Nope. Big nope. I think we're done here.
You proposed a truth for truth deal. I answered 6 questions since you came back from the bathroom. You owe me 6 answers.
And that's why I was an English teacher, not a corporate contract negotiator. I bit the inside of my cheek before I said, more verbal.
Ashley was very verbal, but you thought she sounded like a porn star.
I narrowed my eyes at him. That wasn't a question.
You're catching on.
He took a sip from his coffee cup, regarding me over its edge.
What does verbal mean to you?
Okay, I could play this game. That was an English teacher's game. I grinned. Verbal means relating to or in the form of words. It can also mean relating to a verb, specifically. He laughed and tapped his temple with 2 fingers in a fake salute.
What does verbal mean to you in the context of good sex?
The tension had strangely ebbed from the question. It was about sex, but it was also just a question laced with genuine curiosity. I suppose it would be less, harder, faster, stronger, and more communicative. It's not just an act, it's an interaction. He hummed, seeming to actually consider my words.
Can you give me an example?
That was a yes or no question. No, I grinned, awfully pleased. I don't do fake orgasms in restaurants. I'm not Meg Ryan.
I can draw a real one from those red lips if you prefer that.
He leaned over and dropped a hand into my lap, knuckles brushing over my naked thigh right by the hem of my dress. My skin prickled hot under his touch, and my breath stuttered in my throat, but... What the heck? No! I gasped and clenched my thighs together to stop him before his hand could wander further. To his credit, he immediately drew his hand back, and a flash of confusion furrowed his brows. Does this usually work for you? I asked, because he seemed to think that was genuinely the move to make on me. Did you really think I'd like that?
Yes.
Did you think I'd let you touch me right there in public?
Yes.
He sighed and pressed his lips together.
Because that has been going on since you heard the sex tape.
He jutted his chin out, and it took me a moment to follow his gaze. The deep, sweetheart neckline of the dress hadn't allowed for one of my usual t-shirt bras, but I wasn't really busty enough to desperately need that support anyway, so I'd gone braless. In this case, however, that meant the silky fabric of the dress clearly outlined the hardened peaks of my breasts. Heat shot up my neck, burning my cheeks. I'm leaving, I said, voice strained. I grabbed my bag and crossed my arms in front of my chest. You're very pretty, but you need to learn some manners. This time, he didn't try to make me stay. Victor leaned against the car in the parking lot, a pair of aviator glasses hiding his eyes, but he didn't even have to take them off for me to feel his gaze on me. What? I barked, angrier than he deserved. Instead of replying, he tilted his head towards the restaurant. Our table by the window technically had a seaside view, but it was also in direct line of sight from this parking spot. Probably why Victor had stayed right here. Amazing. So you saw. Whoop-de-doo.
Do you want me to punch his lights out?
I gaped at him. Those were the most words he'd ever spoken to me. The startling part was the sincerity in his voice, though. I had zero doubts that he'd march in there and introduce his fist to Beck's face if I asked him to. No, I said, after imagining the satisfying crunch of Beck's nose, followed by the disaster that could turn into. Can you please just take me home? He nodded.
Hop in.
Can we stop at Dunkin' or something on the way? I'm still starving. Victor must have pitied me. because following my order of 1 donut and 1 refresher, he bought 2 dozen donuts and 2 more refreshers, and then carried all of that into my apartment for me alongside the rest of my new outfits. He didn't even blink an eye when Fitzwilliam attacked his ankles. And then he left. The door shut. My adventure as Cordelia Montgomery was over. No more opulent events, overpriced clothes, or confusing billionaires. When Parker came over that night, he accepted my explanation that I'd stocked up on donuts to make up for our missed date last night, and we had a donut taste test date while some Marvel movie played in the background. Spending downtime with Parker was easy and nice and relaxed, and I didn't have to watch out for verbal traps or negotiate conversation rules. I didn't even feel bad about comparing him to Beck because Parker was so sweet to me he came out on top, no questions asked. And then I felt a little bad, because when Parker took my dress off and pushed my legs apart that night, I had zero physical reaction to his touch. I wanted to sleep with him for the sake of being close to him, but Beck's knuckles against my leg had made my skin burn hotter than Parker's hands roaming my whole body.
8. Beck. 2 nights a week, Vortex was filled with the ear-piercing screeches of little girls as they barreled into each other and tried to do some damage to the punching bags that hardly swayed from their attacks. We had to enforce a hair tie rule, though. For what these kids lacked in muscle power, they easily made up for in foul tricks. Thankfully, Scarlett's office upstairs was soundproof. "Looks good to me," I said after reviewing her plans for the new Vortex opening in LA. "You always say the same darn thing." She clicked her tongue at me and threw her inky ringlet curls back. "You know what you're doing." Vortex was her thing as much as it was mine. We'd met 10 years ago, and I'd thought sponsoring pro athletes might be fun. Scarlett was my first and last investment. Pro kickboxer, 23 at the height of her game, knocked out of the ring permanently by an injury 6 months after I got on her team. The other sponsors dropped her. I paid for her physical therapy and her business degree. Turned out sponsoring worked in your favor beyond the trophies. "I'll be flying out there tomorrow for 3 days," she said. "I'm staying at the Montgomery Beverly Hills if you need me." "Seriously?" She fluttered her fake black eyelashes at me. "They have softer towels." Noted. Actually noted. Scarlett could charge that shit to the company card, and I didn't limit her on her business expenses, which meant that other women with unlimited spending possibilities were also leaving their money at the Montgomery because of soft towels. "Come on, I'll introduce you to Hannah. She's the new regional." I glanced at the clock. "I don't have time for small talk, Scarlett." "Yes, you do, because you're a picky little ginger snap, and if anything is wrong at your gym, you'll have to talk to Hannah, not me." Scarlett shooed me out of her office, slapping her hands against my upper arm when I didn't go fast enough for her taste. I considered her one of my oldest friends, but fuck, she liked torturing me. "Hannah!" She waved over a middle-aged woman from reception. Except when Hannah walked over in her leopard print leggings and a fitted tank, I realized that she was probably around my age, mid-30s. Her wagging salt and pepper ponytail just didn't really match the fresh face of freckles. "Hi, you must be Mr. Beckett. It's so good to meet you." She flashed her pearly whites at me and stemmed her fists into her sides, power posing. "How are you liking the Vortex so far, Hannah?" I asked. "It's amazing." She bobbed up and down on her heels. "What you and Scarlett are building here is truly special. I mean, look at them." She threw an arm out, and I was beginning to understand that her power pose might be more of a rein in your energy pose. Still, I followed suit and looked at the gym filled with girls, the smallest ones running circles around their trainers. "The special part is all Scarlett," I said. "I just wanted a gym within walking distance to work." "Fiddlesticks." Scarlett slapped me in the arm again, and I glowered at her because I might not mind when we were alone, but this was business. "You came up with girls' nights." "I would love to talk to you about some of my ideas to make the space even more inclusive." Hannah reached out and squeezed my upper arm, scrunching her button nose at me. "Let's get together for a more private meeting sometime." And that was why I didn't want Scarlett being overly friendly with me in front of others. I'll see you around, Mr. Beckett. Hannah hopped back to reception, giving me about a dozen ideas how I could use that ponytail during a private meeting. She's cute, right? Scarlett poked her elbow into my ribs. She's fired, I said, and turned for the locker rooms. What? Are you kidding me? You don't shit where you eat, Scarlett. Hire a regional manager who gets that. 10 minutes later, I was in athletic gear and Hannah was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a lanky, toothy teenager popped up in front of me. Sneak attack! She yelled at the top of her lungs, swinging her gloved fist at me. I blocked her, hit her between the shoulders, and she dropped to the mats with an oomph. Maybe don't yell sneak attack before getting to the actual attack. Good point, she grunted, and jumped back to her feet like her joints were made of springs. Julian didn't like to hear it, but Brody had an actual chance at going pro. Lack of sneakiness aside, she had the stamina and speed to outmatch some of the women already in the UFC. Did you warm up? I asked, because despite her skill, she also had the same affinity for following a strict training regimen as any 15-year-old. 0. Yes, she drawled, bouncing backwards on her toes to get to our station. Can we try the flying kicks again? I'm getting really good at home. You won't need flying kicks, I repeated for about the 100th time. Brody had her mother's brown skin, soft features, and naturally coiled hair, currently in dozens of tiny braids and tied together at the nape of her neck. But she had inherited the Beckett genes for height. 1 more inch and she'd hit the 6-foot mark. That already made her taller than most other fighters in her age and weight class. No need to jump through the air to land a kick. But flying kicks are fun, Uncle Augie. It doesn't have to make sense. You gotta embrace the fun. She slung her arms around her punching bag, giving me the big brown puppy eyes she'd perfected over the years. Unfortunately for her, I'd had to steel my defenses against that when she was 9, and kept asking for kittens and bunnies. I would have filled her entire room with fluffy pets, but her father would have ripped my head off after the hamster incident of 2014. I could only deny those puppy eyes in so many ways, though. If you land a single hit to my face today, we'll do nothing but flying kicks on Thursday. She pumped her arms into the air, silently twirling and jumping up and down excitedly before clearing her throat and looking at me with a stern face. I agree to this deal, coach. Jab, cross, hook, uppercut. Come on. I didn't go easier on Brody, even if she was my niece. She was a sweaty mess by the end of each training session, rubbing the fresh bruises on her arms and ribs. She usually trained with me once a week and once with a group of girls her age. The latter was less of a challenge to her, but it allowed her to practice her lifts and sprawls. We grabbed food on the drive home, and Brody scarfed down 6 tacos in the 10 minutes it took to get from the restaurant to her house. Hi, Dad. Bye, Dad, she yelled, running past Julian on the front steps. He had to be tracking her with one of those apps because he was always waiting when I brought her home. Today, he jogged down to the car and leaned into the door that Brody had left wide open in her haste to get inside. You messed up. This? I asked, pointing at the swollen cut on my cheekbone. That was on purpose. Halfway, at least. I'd meant to let her land 1 hit, but that one had not been it. The kid had speed. His eyes dropped to the fast food wrappers on the floor of my car, nose scrunching up. When he didn't say anything about Brody's meal plan, as per usual, I got a feeling that I wasn't going to like where this was going. I'm talking about your little date. Ah, yes. The one I had been perfectly happy to ignore for the last few days, the one I hadn't told him about yet. I can handle the Montgomery girl. It looks like the company is coming out of probate sooner than we thought. Our lawyers are working on this at full steam. At this rate, she'll be the official owner of the Montgomery Corporation by the end of summer. He tossed a flash drive into the passenger's seat. It was usually best not to ask where or how Julian got the information he did. He was the reason the sex tape that had come up during my date with Dell was disappearing into thin air, alongside all the online banking accounts of the person who'd sent it. The only upside to the tape had been that it had allowed me to gauge Dell's physical attraction to me, even if she was too skittish to act on it. End of summer? I asked. What, like September? You need to up your game. Jesus. Engaged by Thanksgiving seemed too far in the distance now. That would mean a spring wedding at the earliest, which was way too much opportunity for her to wreck the company. Fine. How does a Christmas wedding sound to you? Music to my ears. He grinned and tapped the roof of the car. Give me her next appearance as soon as it pops up on your radar. I had a feeling if I tried to stitch things up on the phone this time, Cordelia's assistant Paige wouldn't be able to help me, let alone connect me to Dell, because she would mysteriously be unavailable all day. No problem. Julian straightened and reached for the door, then bent down again. Oh, by the way, next time you take her for smoothies, put some flaxseed in it. Apparently breaks down the hormones and contraceptive pills. In case you're aiming for a shotgun wedding. He slammed the door shut before I even had the chance to formulate a reply. My ring finger might have had a $20 billion price tag, but we both knew what having 2 kids against her will had done to our mother. No amount of money could turn me into our father. Nothing was worth repeating that shit show.
9. Delilah. I didn't wake up today thinking I would get poked and prodded by a dozen wet noses, but here I was. Apparently, Fitzwilliam had left a very distinct smell on my clothes. I tried to gently push back the golden retriever, trying to bury its snout in my lap. Oh God, oh God, oh God, I whined, wriggling my fingers in its face. I had gotten a cat for a reason. The huge husky currently trying to paw off my shoes had tackled me into the corner of the yoga studio earlier, and I'd almost started crying. These guys had way too much muscle power and way too large teeth. Jesus, that's not going to work, is it? Tabitha huffed and just pushed the dogs off by their shoulders. Are you hiding a steak in your pants? I think they can smell Fitz. I guess that means no dog yoga video. She shrugged, glancing over her shoulder at the other women in the class who were glaring at me. Yeah, I'd hate it too if I signed up for dog yoga and all the dogs were hyperfixated on the girl with the camera. Since getting fired, Tab had hired me to be her camera woman every now and again. We had already tackled hot yoga, beer yoga, and goat yoga. She said it kept her content dynamic, but really, it was likely just her attempt to give me money after I'd refused to accept it as a gift. Sorry. I handed over her stupid expensive camera. I always panicked about potentially dropping and breaking it, but Tabitha handled it like she handled her phone. The cracked display was all her. I'll wait outside for you. We might as well just get out. She waved me off before I could come up with some way to film the video anyway and grabbed her gym bag from the corner. I'm starving. Let's get burgers. We just had breakfast, I said once we were out of the studio. Okay, but I don't live in the past, and in the present, I'm starving. She drummed her fingers against her bare, toned stomach. Or maybe hot dogs? Am I craving hot dogs? Tell me, Kevin. She glared at her stomach, which had such a mind of its own, it did deserve a name. The number of times Kevin had derailed our dinner plans. Unfortunately, it wasn't just cravings. Sometimes Kevin just decided he didn't like any food, and it all came back out. Sounds like Kevin wants meat and carbs, I said. Her stomach growled in agreement. Burritos! Amazing, good call. She rubbed her belly button and grinned at me. He likes you. A young woman walked past us with a stroller and gave us a big smile that suggested she was severely misunderstanding the situation. Little did she know, we had agreed that Kevin personified looked like Stanley Tucci, not a darling baby cherub. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out, only to narrow my eyes at the unknown caller ID. I'd not heard from Cordelia in a few days, and I'd saved her number, but this whole mess had gotten too complicated to reject any calls. Hello? I answered, nice and vague.
Hello, Miss Edwards?
The baritone voice was vaguely familiar. Yes?
This is Principal Baker from Truman Academy.
My heart stopped. Oh, God. A call. An actual call, not an email to thank me for my time. Hello, Mr. Baker. I squeaked and grabbed Tab's arm to haul her into the entryway of the building we were passing. I was not having this conversation while walking. No multitasking. Maximum brain capacity. It's good to hear from you.
I apologize for taking this long to get back to you, Miss Edwards. We had a little trouble contacting your previous school.
Tabitha pulled a face as my grip on her arm tightened. "Oh," I gasped. "Oh God, oh God, oh God." Was the air around me thinning? Because I couldn't breathe, and colorful spots danced across my vision.
"Well, we finally managed, and it looks like everything is in order. I personally think you would be a great fit for the Academy, so if you're still available, I would like to invite you to a follow-up interview."
My knees gave out, and I sank to the floor, pulling Tabitha with me. She crouched in front of me, eyes torn open in alarm, as tears welled up in my eyes. "That sounds great," I said, voice clogged.
"I'm glad to hear that. I will email you the details. This follow-up will be a video call, as one of our English teachers, Mr. Day, and Mrs. Gretzky from the school administration will join us. But both are enjoying their summer holidays with their families."
He chuckled.
"Do you have upcoming holiday plans we should consider?"
"Nope." I pushed the word out through a blocked throat.
"All right. I'll let you get back to your day. I look forward to talking to you again."
"Thank you. Likewise." The second he hung up, a loud sob broke from my chest and 3 months' worth of anxiety spilled through my cracks. And it hurt. My chest felt like it was being pulled apart rib by rib. I couldn't stop crying. "What's happening, Del?" Tabitha wrapped her arms around me, her hand rubbing circles into my back. I couldn't breathe. I was heaving air, but I didn't. "She did it," I sobbed. "Who did what, honey?" Tabitha's voice had taken on an unnerving, sweet tone, and that was enough to make me feel ridiculous for breaking down in public like that, so I started laughing. And the laughing turned back into sobs, and God, someone would call the cops on me in a second because I had to look deranged. "Cordelia, Childs," I gasped through my laugh sobs. "This is happy tears?" I nodded, even though I wasn't sure whether I was happy. I was every emotion I'd kept bundled up over months of putting on a brave face. Hurt, afraid, helpless, hopeless, angry. It all poured through me, and when the crying finally stopped, it felt like I had shrugged off a weighted blanket I'd kept wrapped around me since that day in Roger Child's office. When all the emotions had poured out, only one was left in my lightened chest. Relief. I sighed, sagging into Tabitha's shoulder. "Feel better, honey?" she cooed, only to turn and bark at someone to keep walking with her usual gruff voice. Another laugh bubbled up, but this time it wasn't interrupted by sobs. I filled Tabitha in on the phone call while she used the emergency wet wipes from my bag, purple pouch, to clean up my messed-up makeup. "Well, shit," she mumbled, dragging a soft tissue under my left eye. "Who knew you just needed billionaire friends to handle your problems?" I hitched another laugh and grimaced right after. "Stop, that hurts my throat." "That's what she said." I laughed again, but the laugh turned into a pained groan. I wasn't giving her any more ammunition, so I shut up and waited for her to finish cleaning me up. I hadn't even told my mother that I'd lost my job. Now, even the weight of that omission faded into nothingness. Mom would have told me to get a different job, any job, as long as I made money, but I wasn't ready to give up on my career just because I'd slipped up once. "Hey, Tabitha," I whispered when she pocketed the dirty makeup wipes. "Can you come with me to Cordelia's?" "Why?" "Because I want to help her." "Are you sure?" I nodded and let myself be pulled back to my feet. "Yeah, I think she needs a non-billionaire friend to help with her career. I want this for her, too." "You want her to save a mentee bee between a Starbucks and a Verizon?" She patted down my jeans, swatting off any dirt. "A fair chance."
"Yes?"
Victor pulled the door open but didn't move, taking up almost the entire frame. "Do you do yoga? Because we could do some awesome couple yoga videos. I bet you can lift me with one hand." Tabitha babbled, tilting her head sideways. "And do those tattoos go everywhere?" He turned from her to me, ignoring her questions. "I'll do it," I explained my presence on their doorstep. "Tabitha's here for emotional support." We had to wait outside for a minute before being waved through. Cordelia bit her lip and smoothed her hands down her pale pink dress repeatedly at the sight of Tabitha in her office. "Hello." Her voice quivered, but she nodded at Victor, who took that as a sign to leave us alone. "I'm Cordelia." "Oh." Tab swiveled left and right between us. "I get it. You're like Smurf Cordelia." "That's Tabitha," I said. "She knows everything. I hope that's okay." "I won't blab. Cross my heart and hope to die." Instead of crossing her chest, she held up 3 fingers in a Scout's honor gesture, when I knew for a fact she was neither Christian nor had she ever been a Girl Scout. Cordelia's hands still trembled, making me wonder if maybe I should have done this alone after all. Tabitha's presence next to me, as she shamelessly turned and twisted to take in the full modern Rococo glam of Cordelia's house, calmed my own nerves, though. It was a blip of normalcy in an utterly surreal situation. "I'm going to do it," I said. "I'll pretend to be you for the rest of the summer." "Really?" The glimmer of hope in her voice solidified the decision for me. I nodded. "Oh dear, I need to buy so many clothes." Tab let out a startled sound, but I chuckled, having learned a few things about Cordelia Montgomery by now. "Did you skip 5 thoughts ahead again?" "Yep." She grinned, then launched herself around her desk to hug me. Her long arms snaked around my shoulders, and I wrapped mine around her waist in return. Her back shuddered under my hands as silent sobs started rocking her body. "All right," Tabitha sighed. "I'll go get the makeup wipes."
10. Beck. The pool was pink and filled with bubbles and naked women. I only stared for more than a moment because it looked like some of them were either breaking out in rashes or the pink water was staining their tits. Either way, they were too drunk to care. I took another quick look around the rooftop, but the lounge chairs were predominantly occupied by busy couples and thruples. Back to the loft, even though the strobe lights and pulsing bodies turned my search mission into a nightmare. Gavin Decker's birthday was the last event I'd expected Dell to attend. Decker was known for his escalating parties and the fact that he sank his father's vintage Mercedes convertible in the ocean. Literally drove the thing off one of his family's yachts. Dell could hardly handle a business party, and now she had shown up to this? I grabbed another drink at the open bar before checking the bedrooms. Door after door, none of the scenes in and around the beds included a certain blue-eyed blonde. I'd rather not have found her snorting a line or with some guy buried balls deep inside her, but at least then I would have found her. Maybe the only reason I'd never been with a short woman was the fact that they were practically invisible. The only place I hadn't breached yet was the dance floor, which was filled with people grinding their bodies against each other, eyes glazed over, hair dripping in sweat. That had never been my scene, not even in my 20s. I pushed myself through the masses, eyes raking over every blonde I came across. My attention was snatched by a flash of gold in the corner of my eye. Jesus, how could I have missed her the last 30 minutes? Dell was in the middle of the dance floor dancing circles around an athletic girl with short brown curls. She threw her head back, laughing at something her friend said. Her sparkling high-waisted shorts revealed her legs from the very curve of her hip downwards, and the matching crop top wasn't offering much coverage either. Under the strobe lights, the golden sequins of her outfit turned her into a writhing disco ball. It did nothing to distract from the way her legs shifted, though. The shorts just covered her ass cheeks, but when she swung her hips, her thigh crease still flashed out from under the sequins. I wasn't the only one hungrily watching every sway of her body, but the second some guy with a neck tattoo tried to get close, the brunette pushed him back and wagged her finger at him. I couldn't help but grin at his dumbfounded expression and his friends hollering at him. Blondie had brought someone to enforce her personal space. She was mesmerizing on the dance floor, but I waited until she detached herself from her friend and angled towards the bar before I moved in. I hadn't been the only one waiting for an opening. Neck tattoo guy jumped away from his friends to go after her. Bouncing bodies and sweaty faces shoved themselves in front of me, slowing my steps. If this guy was one of Decker's friends, I didn't trust him alone with Dell for even a minute. By the time I made it to the bar, he had her cornered by its side. I might have come on strong at Bumble, but he took up most of the space that would have allowed her to leave. Didn't he see her hands balled into fists by her side? Hell, he probably did and didn't care. I put my drink down on some side table and flexed my fingers. Shit, I wanted to punch that lazy grin off his face. I just had the feeling Blondie wouldn't talk to me ever again if I did. So instead, I slipped through the few inches of space neck tattoo had left between him and the wall, and I wrapped my arm around Dell's middle. Sorry for being late, sweetheart. I tugged her against me and pressed a kiss against the crown of her head. Even in this pit of nicotine, weed, and spilled beer, her fresh, sweet jasmine scent was as strong as ever. She blinked up at me, brows quivering as her hand folded around my wrist on her stomach. The quiet relief seeping through her shoulders was enough to incite more violent thoughts as I dragged my eyes from her to neck tattoo and offered him my hand. August Beckett. Jordan. Just Jordan, he said, and placed his hand in mine. I squeezed it tightly enough for a bone to pop beneath my fingers. Jordan winced, his knees trembling when I finally let go. I forgot. He walked backwards, clutching his hand to his chest before turning on his heels and diving into the crowd of dancers. Dell turned in my arm, positioning herself between me and the bar. That was unnecessary, but thank you, she said. Despite her deeming it unnecessary, she made no move to distance herself from me. I knew well enough that that wasn't about me, so she had to be more rattled than she let on. What are you doing here? I asked. I could be asking you the same thing. Her eyes raked over me in a pointedly unimpressed curve. Yeah, I may have dropped the tie, but I was still in the same suit I'd worn to the office, which didn't exactly fit in with a 20-something party crowd here. To be fair, she'd come here without notice, and I'd booked it the second Julian alerted me to the paparazzi pictures from outside. Dell shook her head and closed her eyes, sagging against the bar for just a moment before putting on a big smile again. I'm showing the world that I'm young and hot and totally extroverted. But you're not. Her mouth dropped open. Oh, fuck, come on. I quickly added, extroverted, I mean. My communication skills clearly plummeted around her. What the hell was this tiny blonde woman doing to me? I never had issues saying the right thing at the right time. Why are you talking to me, Beck? She scrunched up her nose at me, but still didn't move an inch. Here. I pulled the small brown box I'd been carrying around from my jacket pocket. Not exactly how I would have wanted to present it, but fine. What's that? An apology, I said. I was out of line and caused you to miss dessert, when that was the very reason I meant to take you to Bumble by the Sea. It's their famous honey lemon blondie. Her lips twitched into a small smile, but she didn't reach for the box. This is a birthday party? There's probably going to be cake. It won't be this good. Have you been saving this for 6 days? Curiosity won over and she took the box, flipping the lid open. The cake bar inside didn't look like much, a blondie with some white chocolate and honey drizzled on top, but I hadn't lied when I said it was famous. No, I heard you might come here, so I picked it up on the way. Dell didn't look impressed, but she still lifted the blondie from the box and took a bite. Oh, God, she moaned as the cake melted on her tongue, revealing a core of salted caramel. Her eyelids fluttered and she held a hand up in front of her mouth. Oh, that's good. She sighed. I couldn't help the grin that formed on my lips at those sounds. Why are you looking at me like that? You sound like you're having sex, I replied, echoing our conversation from Saturday. This is better than sex, she said and took another bite, breath quivering as she nodded to herself. I'm starting to think that your sex life is lacking. I'm starting to think you'll have to bring the whole apology cake next time. She pointed a warning finger at me, but couldn't even keep up the attitude before the cake was more important again. One last bite, and she'd polished it off. Oh, God, this is amazing, though. I also had like 5 coffees and no food today, so this is hitting all the right spots. She was riding a full food-gasm. If I'd known that was all it took, I would have brought this cake the first night we met. You have some honey on your lip. Here, let me... She smacked my hand out of the air. If you touch me again, you'll have to buy me a whole apology bakery. Not that much of a foodgasm, then. Fair enough. Here. I touched the left corner of my mouth, and she mirrored the movement, brows furrowing when she didn't find any honey there. Sorry, just kidding. Here. I ran my pinky to my Cupid's bow and watched her do the same. The image of her smudging lipstick embedded itself into my brain for later. More confusion rippled over her features, though, when she didn't find honey on her Cupid's bow either. There was no honey. My move had backfired. Still, I grinned, wanting to test just how gullible she was. Actually, no, it's right here. My hand dropped to my chest. Dell's hand lowered 2 inches, then froze. She narrowed her eyes at me. Not very gullible. Instead of calling me out on my bullshit again, she tossed the empty cake box on the counter behind her before looking up at me again. This time her eyes were widened and she bit her full bottom lip. "Right here, yes?" she asked, her voice extra breathy as she dropped her hand to her chest and flicked her thumb over its highest point. Fuck. I inhaled deeply through my nose. That one move having sent a flaming bolt right down to my dick. Blondie was feeling feisty. I braced one hand on the bar, angling myself just enough to give us a little privacy, when I moved my hand across my chest. There's some more over here. Oh dear, what a mess. She breathed and dragged her fingers over rustling sequins to her other breast. Instead of flicking it again, she pushed 2 fingers against it, as if wiping off some honey, except it also pushed half her breast to swell over the edge of her top. Oh, shit. My breathing shallowed. Where had she kept this playful, sexy side of her? I worked my jaw to keep my hands to myself and not crush my mouth into hers, push her up against the wall, suck those perfect, dainty tits into my mouth. She knew exactly what she was doing to me, blinking up at me all innocence and smiles. My hand slid from my chest to my stomach. She mirrored my move, letting her fingers catch on her top, giving me just a flash of breast. Did I get it now? She ran her tongue over her full lower lip. The hot pressure pooled in my hips. It wouldn't take much before she'd see exactly what this little game was doing to me. I let my hand sink to my belt buckle and Dell's eyes dropped to it. I could practically hear her thoughts whirring before her ocean eyes found mine again, and with a big grin she slipped her hand into her shorts. Not just into the waistband either. The ripple of the sequins clearly outlined her hand traveling down her stomach and in between her legs. Her grin quivered as she let out a small gasp. Holy fuck. I was so hard my dick was straining torturously against my trousers. Who had taken Blondie and replaced her with a girl who fingered herself in a room full of strangers? I shifted closer, wanting to hear every ragged breath from that gorgeous mouth of hers. Tell me, Dell, I whispered, bringing my lips close to her ear. Her hot breath trickled over my skin, coming in short bursts as her hand continued moving. What does that verbal orgasm of yours sound like, exactly? Oh, God, she gasped, sending another pulse to my hips right before she giggled and rolled her shoulders back. I don't actually know, she laughed. Breathing evened out instantly, she pulled her hand from her shorts and grabbed one of the napkins from the bar. She wiped her hand off unceremoniously and raised her brows at me. I'm really good at putting on a show, though. You can stop fantasizing about hooking up with me. Neither of us would enjoy that experience. My thoughts were still clouded by all her little sounds, so realization took a second to settle in. Did you just Meg Ryan me? Yeah. Now, if you'll excuse me. She patted my shoulder and circled around me. Apparently over her original plan to get another drink, she pushed through the crowd and followed the makeshift signs toward the bathrooms, and I lost sight of her within 3 steps. I flagged the bartender down for another drink as the other meaning of her words filtered through. I don't actually know. I'm really good at putting on a show, though. Neither of us would enjoy that experience. Dell was clearly not a virgin. At least I'd never met a virgin who fingered herself in public, which made her confession even more bewildering. If she was indeed freaky enough for that kind of behavior worthy of a Gavin Decker party, there was no reason for her to... She had to have... What the fuck? I should have been thinking about how I could use this to my advantage, but every time I closed my eyes, if I so much as blinked, I saw her trembling lips and heard her little, "Oh, God." I blamed my still hardened dick for the fact that I couldn't focus on anything but the mental image of how her cheeks would flush red to match her lipstick once I sank my head between those thighs. I imagined her hitching breath once I buried myself inside her and how beautifully she would fall apart riding my cock. She had to be thoroughly underfucked, and even if I sucked at romance, that was something I could fix. I had to fix something else first. By the end of my drink, I found Neck Tattoo in the hallway to the bedrooms with a redhead hanging on his shoulder, stumbling over her own 2 feet. I had no doubts that could have been Dell if she'd ordered a drink in front of him. I tapped him on the shoulder and he turned, annoyance quickly replaced by recognition. "Dude, I didn't know she was your girl. It's all good." "See, I don't think it's all good." I kissed my teeth and took another look at the girl with her glazed brown eyes and the strap of her little black dress falling off her shoulder. "I'm just taking her to lie down. She's super drunk, man." "I'm sure you won't mind if I lend you a hand." Before he had the chance to protest, I scooped an arm around the girl's middle and pulled her through the next bedroom door. Neck Tattoo stumbled along because the girl's arm was still hooked around his neck. "Hi, don't mind us." I gave a short nod to the 2 girls going at it on the dresser and directed the redhead onto the rumpled bed. She collapsed into the sheets, sighing, and her lights went out. Neck Tattoo seemed to weigh his options, glancing between the comatose girl, the other 2, and the door. I didn't have time for this bullshit. "Girls, would you look out for her for a second? It looks like she's had too much to drink." One of them pulled her hand out from under the other girl's dress, glancing over, eyes falling to the lifeless body on the mattress. "I'll be right back," I promised, grabbed Neck Tattoo's collar and hauled him into the bathroom. I shoved him forward, giving me the space to position myself between him and the door. "Hey, what the fuck?" He clutched his hand to his chest, reminding me of the satisfying crunch of his pinky. I locked the door behind me. "Hey, yo, I'm flattered and all, but that's not my thing." "What's your thing?" I slid my jacket off my shoulders and hung it on the doorknob. He backed up, hands raised. "Girls, man. I just play for pussy." "Doesn't feel so good, does it?" I asked, taking a step closer to him, popping open the buttons around my wrists. What? What?" He backed up until his legs hit the toilet, eyes skittering left and right. "Being boxed into a corner, feeling like your physical choices are being stripped from you." I rolled my sleeves up. "What do you want from me, man?" He scrambled for something to hold on to, something to swing at me. I'd only found a toothbrush. He actually did swing that out like a knife. I plucked it from his hand and tossed it over my shoulder. "Kneel down." "You want a blowjob, dude? That girl out there will totally give you one. Like, she doesn't even care." He made me sick. "Get on your knees." He swung out a fist with all the speed and strength of an 8-year-old girl. I blocked it, twisted his arm, and brought my heel down against his knee. It cracked and he buckled to the floor with a cry. "Wasn't so hard, was it?" "Shit! Fuck! You broke my leg!" "Give me your belt." This time he didn't protest, fumbling to get it off. It was an old wrecked pleather piece of shit, but it would do the job. I slipped the end through the buckle, dropped the noose over his head, and yanked. His eyes bulged and his hands flew up to his throat, feet scrambling to follow as I dragged him to the towel heater. I pulled the belt around one of the pipes, low enough for him to breathe if he knelt very still with his ear pressed against the heater. "Have you ever heard of autoerotic asphyxiation?" I asked, crouching down to meet his panicked eyes while he gasped for air. "I'm sure you're not quite sober, so it wouldn't even be investigated beyond the toxins in your blood if you were found here. Pants down, dick out, choked by your own belt." "Please," he gasped, one hand grasping at his new pleather necklace, the other slapping upwards against my hold on his belt. "What's wrong?" I got the distinct impression you like to mix sex with helplessness. I pulled on the belt, knocking his head back against the heater. He squeezed his eyes shut and scratched at his neck as the airflow to his lungs died down. I waited, watched his head turn red, watched the veins bulge around the rosary tattoo on his neck. What a good and God-fearing Christian he was. I dropped the belt when the strength left his muscles. He collapsed to the floor, heaving for air, and I pulled his phone from his pocket. No screen lock. I found his mother in his contacts listed under Mama Bear. Great. She picked up on the second ring. Jordan, it's late. This isn't Jordan. I'm at a party with him. He tried to roofie and rape a young woman tonight. I put the phone on speaker and dropped it next to the coughing mess on the floor before I grabbed my jacket and walked back out to the bedroom. The other two girls had crowded around the passed-out redhead. Could you guys make sure she gets home okay? I pulled $200 from my pocket and handed it to the girl who looked a little less drunk than the other one. That should cover the Uber.
11. Delilah. I couldn't even blame the alcohol. People pulled stupid stunts while drunk all the time. I'd only been riding a caffeine and sugar high, and I wanted to wipe that stupid smirk off Beck's stupidly perfect face. He'd smelled so good, too. Maybe his perfume was laced with pheromones, because that would explain my clouded judgment. Yep, after a quick Google search to legitimize my theory, I decided that Beck must have bought one of those pheromone perfumes, which actually existed, and that was the only reason I slipped my hand down my pants in a room full of strangers. At least I hadn't felt anything besides the pulse-hammering thrill that came with doing something scandalous. And maybe a bit of an extra flush in my cheeks because of the shadows that had crept over Beck's face when he'd watched me. Stupid. Stupid, stupid.
I know you're nervous about the interview.
Parker leaned in the bathroom door while I fixed my makeup for my Zoom call. I should have been nervous about the interview, but my brain had been consumed by those 10 minutes with August Beckett all weekend. 10 minutes that I definitely couldn't tell Parker about. Or anyone. Ever.
So, this is kinda bad timing.
What's up? I asked, selfishly hoping he had done something horrible so I'd feel less bad.
Could you Venmo me the cancellation fee for the restaurant the other night?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mumbled, putting the mascara down to fish my phone from my pocket.
I wanted to wait until you got the job before I asked, but my mom's car broke down and I had to send her some money,
he explained, words tumbling from his lips in a rush. I couldn't be even a little mad about him bringing this up before my interview, and that was the reason he needed the money. Come on, Parker was so nice. He constantly helped out his parents, even if it put a strain on his own finances. There you go, I said once the money had gone through. I'd just pocket some extra food from the next charity dinner Cordelia would send me to.
Thanks. You're the best.
He blew me a kiss and checked his phone when it pinged with the Venmo notification. Something about that irked me, like he didn't quite trust me to send the right amount, or wanted to double-check that the notification really was my payment. And the fact that I got irked made me feel even worse, because I knew he had his thing about money, and that was so fine. I had enough of my own anxieties to understand the constant double-checking. I was a horrible human being. There, I was a horrible person who did horrible things and had horrible thoughts. Perfect mantra for 10 minutes before a job interview, right?
All right, I'm going to leave you to it. You got this. Text me the minute you're finished, and I'll come running back.
Thank you. My studio was too small for him to stay through the Zoom interview. It would have been too awkward, because he'd either be in the background or I'd be sitting in front of a wall, but would be on display for him to watch me. Thankfully, he'd agreed to go get coffee while I handled this. And I did handle it. The interview was amazing. Principal Baker was still as warm and welcoming as when I'd met him in person. Mr. Day and I immediately clicked because he was as much of a Jane Austen nerd as I was. And when Fitzwilliam decided to jump through the frame, that led us down a sidebar about Pride and Prejudice because Mr. Day's dog was called Darcy. And Mrs. Gretzky, who worked on the admin side of things, was a total no-nonsense organizational genius. She was still asking me about my color-coded note-taking techniques when the scheduled hour was up. And then I had to wait. They literally put me in the Zoom's waiting room, asking me to give them 15 minutes to reflect. My heart fluttered hard enough for Fitzwilliam to sit between my legs and rub his head against my calves instead of scratching them up. My nerves were so raw, even the demon child pitied me. I didn't expect them to come to a decision today, but Baker said there was only one other candidate, so they wanted to make the call as soon as possible. Oh God, what if the Pride and Prejudice chat had derailed the interview? What if using Notion for structuring and prioritizing my tasks was horrible because that meant it was all stored in a cloud?
Miss Edwards?
I blinked, only seeing Baker's face on my screen. It couldn't be good that the others had left, right? That meant he wanted to break the bad news to me without an audience. Hello again, I said, pasting on a big smile.
Thank you for waiting.
Of course.
In the name of all of us here at Truman, I would like to extend the invitation for you to join our staff in September.
I blacked out after that. I vaguely remembered smiling and laughing and thanking him, but I couldn't piece it together within 20 seconds of ending the call. I had a job. All other details just blurred. I actually, finally, really had a job. And my first thought was that I'd have to tell Parker in public because I didn't want to ruin this with another celebration that came in the form of his wet mouth on me. Horrible person with horrible thoughts.
I'm so proud of you, babe.
Parker pulled me closer against him, and I had to jut out my Frappuccino-holding hand to keep from spilling it down his back. A park bench had been a great idea as an oral sex repellent, but it also came with its share of physical boundaries unless you were down to jump into someone's lap in public. Thank you, I whispered and kissed his cheek.
I knew it was only a matter of time before someone realized how smart you were.
Yeah, it had never been about how smart I was. I forced myself to smooth my furrowed brows before pulling out of the hug because I hadn't told Parker about Childs. Of course, he thought the problem with my months and months of unemployment lay with me and how smart I presented myself. Thank you, I said again, unsure how else to respond.
Dell?
My back stiffened at the sound of that voice. Parker looked up before I did, letting out a long, sound at the sight of August Beckett. Beck wore a pair of Armani sunglasses, because, of course he did, with his perfectly crisp white shirt and perfectly tailored gray trousers and perfectly shiny leather shoes, all polished 6'4" of him, the exact opposite of Parker's sweatpants and my torn mom jeans. Zoom interviews didn't show below the waistline, and these were my most comfy jeans, okay? I grimaced against the sun that outlined Beck's perfectly broad shoulders. Hi.
Casual Monday?
He asked, eyes dropping to where my knees poked through shredded fabric. Something like that.
Looks good on you.
He put on that stupidly shameless grin that was apparently capable of making me lose my mind, and God, I was already getting the urge to wipe it off his face again. Next to me, Parker straightened and cleared his throat, as annoyed by that stupid grin as I was.
Hi, I'm Parker. Dell's boyfriend?
The second half of that almost sounded like he was questioning it.
Beck.
He shook Parker's hand, and I swore Parker winced beside me at the grip. Not as hard as that drunk guy at the party, but it was still a wince.
Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you. Who are you exactly?
Parker ran a hand through his unruly curls, but that did nothing to make him look more put together. I reached around him and ran my hand over his neck, trying to calm whatever doubts he had, trying to show Beck that he was not derailing this.
Do you mind if I steal your girlfriend for just a second?
Beck asked. Asshole, I was right there. Parker was hardly my keeper. Actually, we were in the middle of something. I'll talk to you some other time, Beck.
I promise. It will only take a second, hon.
Hun. As in honey. As in I had pretended to wipe honey off my nipples in front of him less than 24 hours ago. Him and his stupid mental word games. Fine. I huffed and untangled myself from Parker and the bench. I shot my boyfriend a reassuring smile before walking 10 feet off with Beck. What's so important?
You look good in jeans, Blondie.
Seriously? That's what you wanted to tell me?
Let's get dinner. Right now. There's a great Ethiopian place down the street.
I didn't understand this man. I just didn't. You want to have dinner with us? Why?
No. Just you. I don't give a shit about Porter.
He scoffed.
Parker, you're too good for him.
Oh my God. And let me guess, you're good enough for me? You don't even know Parker.
It's part of my job to assess people within seconds of meeting them. I wouldn't be where I am if I couldn't, and I've assessed that he's not worth your while.
He shot a pointed look over my shoulder. Great, now Parker would know we were talking about him. Looks like you're really bad at assessing people if you think I'm going to ditch my boyfriend to hang out with you.
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
That grin was back, and I felt the responding heat rising to my cheeks. Screw you, I hissed, hating that he was right.
I wish you would. I promise you would enjoy that experience.
That was it. Oh God, just let the ground open up and swallow me whole because my face was burning with the blush to end all blushes. Of course it hadn't been enough that I'd fingered myself in front of him. I told him that I'd never had an orgasm. Are you following me? I asked instead because I was not reopening that can of worms.
Last night, kind of. Today, no.
He pointed down the path at a tall, tan, curvy woman with shiny black curls, clad in a tight denim jumpsuit that highlighted just how long her legs were. They probably reached up to my navel. Physically, she was the exact opposite of me. Despite being on the phone, her eyes were firmly trained on us.
Technically, I'm having dinner with her.
A sour taste spread in my mouth. I crossed my arms in front of my chest. Good! Go have dinner with her! I snapped, sounding an awful lot like I was jealous. Oh my God, could the earth hurry up with the swallowing me whole already? At least he didn't point it out or make fun of me for my stupid, childish reaction. Instead, he said,
"Still ready to ditch her if you say yes."
I stared up at him, feeling my nostrils flare and my pulse spike against my will. How could he? He was just so... What on earth made him think... Dull? Parker called from behind me, snapping me out of it. I turned to face him, knowing fully well that my face had been the same color as his strawberry refresher.
It's just that I have to work.
He tapped his wrist where a watch would be if he wore a watch. I glanced back at Beck's wrist, finding a glinting gold watch with a leather strap on his arm. What the hell had I done that for? Horrible person making horrible comparisons. Watches? Who the hell cared about watches? Coming! I called, and turned to Beck one last time. Enjoy your date. He smirked.
It's a business dinner.
Whatever. I bit out with all the cadence of someone who was definitely, totally, absolutely unaffected by that revelation. Beck had an unnerving ability to creep under my skin. Totally not my fault, right? I breathed in deeply, filling my lungs with his citrus woodsy smell that, unfortunately, didn't compare at all to the sugary, flowery scents the pheromone perfumes had described. Enjoy your business dinner. 12. Delilah. My eyes burnt, but no matter how much I blinked, the pain didn't ease up. All the bright pink in Cordelia's office didn't help. It burnt itself into my corneas. That's what I got for sleeping all of 2 hours. Daphne and Tabitha had insisted on celebrating my new job with me, even though I had felt less than jubilant in midst of the Parker-Beck chaos. Plus, I couldn't really go out. Now that my physical appearance was tied to Cordelia, at least until I cut and dyed my hair at the end of the summer. That hadn't deterred them from pumping me full of caramel fraps and dragging me to a karaoke bar where they'd booked a private room for us. And by the third ABBA song, my life had been peachy. Except now, I didn't feel like much of a dancing queen at all anymore, trying to focus my eyes on the little plastic card in my hands. "Where did you get this picture?" I asked, holding the license up to the light. "I don't know, I just tell people what to do, I don't ask them how they do it." Cordelia shrugged, as if it was totally normal that she could just get her hands on my passport picture and put it on a fake ID. Wait, I scanned the details on the license again, exhausted brain goo piecing together that I wasn't just getting an ID that made me 29 instead of 27. Why are you giving me a fake ID with your name on it? I would have just given you mine since we look similar enough, but I don't have a driver's license. This is your real address, I added, pointing at the Beacon Street address on the card. Real name, real date of birth, everything. Your height, obviously. In case anyone ever questions you, I suggest dropping your wallet at some point, in a restaurant, or a hotel lobby, maybe. Makes sense. At least it sounded logical to my tired brain. I pulled out my wallet and placed the Cordelia ID in the little see-through compartment, hiding mine between old receipts and half-full loyalty cards. One last thing, Cordelia hummed, and opened the top drawer of her desk, pulling out a set of keys with a large gold CM keychain. You should move in here for the next 5 weeks. The guest suite on the second floor has been prepared for you. Feel free to go have a look. If there's anything missing, just let Victor know and he'll sort it out for you. There's a grocery list on the fridge that the housekeeper takes care of twice a week. I laughed. Cordelia, I can't move into your house. I have an apartment. You're renting, and your boyfriend lives with his brother, right? I wasn't even going to start discussing Parker with her. She probably knew about him the same way she could get her hands on my passport picture. Yes. I can cover the 2 months of rent if that's what you're concerned about. What? Pay for my rent while I was living here for free? God, I wished I had more energy for this conversation. I reached for the cup of horribly rancid tea on the desk in front of me and downed it in one swig. Bitter caffeine saves me. I have a life to go with that apartment, I said. I have friends. I have a cat. Is the cat physically chained to your apartment? No. Then you can move in here. No offense, but your neighborhood isn't the kind of place I would be seen in more than once. I don't need anyone tracing me there after an evening event. She placed the key on the table between us. Pool and gym are in the basement. Breakfast is ready at 7:30, dinner at 8. The Wi-Fi password is on the desk, but I do ask you to not illegally stream or download anything while living here. The TV in your room is all set up, and you can buy whatever you want to watch. We had an issue with that before, during the Game of Thrones hype. My brain was trying to process the information as fast as it was relayed to me, but I was still stuck on pool and gym are in the basement. Victor will pick you up with the car at 9 p.m. sharp. That should give you ample time to pack your bags. What supplies will your cat be needing? What? She started typing something into her computer. I'm assuming bowls for food and water, a pet bed, some toys. Does it have to be a specific brand of food? Too stumped to perform more than the simplest task, I just told her the 2 brands of food I usually got for Fitzwilliam. Perfect. If you want to have a look at your suite, it's all yours. Otherwise, I'll see you tonight. You keep saying sweet.
Delilah.
Victor materialized next to my chair, making me jump. He swept his arm out in an unmistakable get out of Cordelia's face kind of gesture. Grabbing the keys from the table, I slipped out of the office. The sweeping staircase in the entry mocked me for letting myself be pushed around like a chess piece once again. I was definitely not going to look at my suite. There should probably be a bed in there, and then I'd collapse and never leave this place again.
Are you okay?
Victor asked when I didn't move. Yeah, fine. I was out celebrating because I got the job at Truman. I sighed, rubbing my palms over my blurry eyes. I don't know if you know, or what Cordelia has told you, because before this,
I know,
he said, and one look at his face told me that he did know.
He's taken care of. Enjoy this. Congratulations.
My stomach churned the same way it always did when he was mentioned. What do you mean? Taken care of?
Do you really want to know?
He cocked an eyebrow. Something in the stern set of his mouth and the way he asked that question told me that maybe I did not want to know. Thank you.
I'll drive you home.
He nodded at the door, and I was too exhausted to refuse his offer. I almost passed out in the back seat of the car, toppled onto my sofa the second I got home, and only woke up when Fitzwilliam jumped up on me and sank his claws into my back to demand his dinner. I had all of 1 hour left to pack up my shit, so I got out my old suitcase, 2 blue IKEA bags, and I just started dumping stuff into them, while I called Parker and put him on speaker.
Hey, babe, can this wait? My shift is over in like an hour.
Sorry, I'll be really quick, I said while emptying my box of bras into my suitcase. A pipe burst in the apartment above mine or something, so I have to move out for a few weeks.
Oh shit. Is your stuff okay? Do you have insurance?
I blinked at my phone and his name on the screen. Okay, sure, I was lying to him, but his first question was about my stuff? What about my cat? What about me? It's fine, I huffed. I had no right to be annoyed when I was literally lying through my teeth. I just have to stay somewhere else for a few weeks until they can get this fixed.
Are you asking if you can move in with me? Because I'd have to check with Tanner.
No, don't worry. As nice as Parker was, his brother would smother you in kindness. I'd been to their place all of 3 times, and Tanner had doted on me like an overeager grandmother, hand-knit socks included. I'd not gotten a second alone with Parker. I'm staying with a friend.
What friend?
You don't know her yet, I replied, and tossed all the books from my TBR pile by the bed into one of the IKEA bags. 12 books should last me for the next 5 weeks, right? Just to be safe, I went and pulled some of my favorite classics from my shelf, only realizing then that Parker hadn't answered in a minute or two. Parker?
Is the friend from yesterday?
He asked with a strange emphasis on friend. What friend?
The one from the park?
I clasped a hand over my mouth to stop the gagged sound I was about to make at the thought of moving in with Beck. I wouldn't call Beck a friend.
I figured.
He scoffed.
How did you pay your rent these last few months, Delilah?
What? I grimaced at the phone. Savings? What?
I saw your shopping bags of new clothes. I know how much money you spend on those overpriced coffees.
I tried to piece together the conversation he was having when I'd just been focused on my burst pipe lie. What are you asking me, exactly?
I'm asking if he's the reason you haven't been dead broke for the last 3 months.
My stomach soured at the implication, and I picked up my phone, taking it off speaker. I needed to hear him say that shit directly to me, because I was good with money. I didn't spend too much on coffee because I had a budget. I had savings because I'd been budgeting for years. Most of my books were secondhand, and my biggest splurge was a new Ruby Woo lipstick every couple of months. I wasn't as frugal as him, but I wasn't irresponsible. Ask me outright. Ask what you want to know, I hissed at the phone. Parker was silent for a moment before he let out a deep sigh.
Shit. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. Forget I ever said that.
Ask me.
No, look, I had a really long shift. This guy got in my head.
Of course. The exhaustion was at fault. Of course, Beck was at fault. God forbid he actually owned the fact that he was so insecure about his own finances that he projected it onto me.
Does he pay for your company? Or, I don't know, like, cover your expenses?
You think I'm a call girl?
Shit, Della, I don't know, okay? You were fired from a school. Who gets fired from a school? And then you get this mysterious letter of recommendation and that guy in the park looks...
I didn't hear the rest of it, because my blood was rushing through my ears and I just managed to hang up before turning around and diving for the toilet. I'd barely eaten all day, so I was dry-heaving bile, stomach convulsing. I'd finally found a new job despite what I'd done to Roger Childs, and he was still hanging over me, ruining a perfectly good relationship. When I opened the door for him, Victor took one look at me, told me to wait in the car with the cat, and moved the rest of my stuff into the trunk by himself. 3 little knocks woke me the next morning. I blinked against the light streaming through milky curtains, eyes dragging over the pastel blue and gold tapestry and stucco ceiling. I'd somehow woken up in Versailles. Someone knocked against the door again, and my eyes landed on my suitcase next to it, memory pieces clicking back into place. Yeah? I croaked, pushing myself upright. Somehow, I was surrounded by all my own throw pillows, but I was wearing a summer dress as a nightgown. My packing skills had clearly tanked after that phone call. Good morning, Cordelia cooed, slipping through the door, cradling... I blinked. rubbed my eyes, blinked again. Fitzwilliam had turned into a purring, fuzzy ball in Cordelia's arms, letting himself be cradled like a baby for belly rubs. Belly rubs! I was barely allowed to touch his back. This handsome guy somehow found his way to my bedroom last night. She smiled and sat down at the foot of my bed, scrunching her nose up at the lubby-dovey cat that had replaced my demon spawn overnight. That's Fitzwilliam, I said, also known as Fitz, Fitzy, Demon, Satan, Ghostface, and Killer Cat. What? She laughed and ruffled her hand over his head in a way that would have cost me a finger. He's such a cutie. I pulled the neck of my dress down, revealing the deep red marks he'd left last night when I'd forced him into his carrier. He's a menace to society. Oh, come on. She sat down on the bed, but he climbed right back into her lap, carefully pawing her arm. And I remembered the way he'd sat between my legs during those 15 minutes of raw nerves after my second Truman interview, trying to calm me down. Cordelia? She didn't even look at me, giving Fitzwilliam boop after boop on his little pink snout. He just yawned, completely unbothered. I'm glad he likes you. If you don't mind, I think it would be great if he could roam the whole house instead of staying cooped up with me. Yeah, I'd like that. A big, bright smile flashed over her lips. Oh, also, there's a package for you downstairs. Did you order more clothes? No, all the ones I ordered for you are in your closet already. She nodded at the double doors that led to the walk-in closet. I'd explored my suite last night, and it was rightfully called a suite. The large bedroom, overlooking the small garden and the Charles River behind it, had a huge bathroom with a clawfoot tub on one side of it, and an even bigger closet filled with shoes and purses and dresses on the other side. Right across the hall was a smaller room that had been turned into a study, a smaller bathroom, and a guest bedroom. As in, my guest suite had a guest bedroom in case I ever had people over. I don't know what's in this package. I didn't order anything, I said. It says it's from August Beckett. She trilled and got up, Fitzwilliam jumping after her on her way to the door. Technically addressed to me, but I figured you're the intended recipient. What? I pushed myself off the way too comfortable mattress, feet slapping against cold floorboards as I followed her. I caught a glance at myself in the mirror by the bathroom door, though. I'd not taken my makeup off last night, and my hair was both oily around my face and a dry bird's nest atop my head. Great. And Cordelia had been her usual perfectly made-up self with her hair in a braid and a pink polka dot dress. Shower first, package later.
13. Beck. Steve, my doorman, was an army vet who had been to actual war, and yet his voice quivered when he tried to announce my visitor. Dell barely let him get a word out, a heated tirade in the background clearly meant to be heard by me. And if he doesn't want me in his house, he can come down here, but that will turn you into a murder witness, Steve. Do you want to witness a murder, Steve? Steve's high-pitched, Mr. Beckett, crackled through the intercom. Send her up and put her on the visitors list. I don't need to be on any... Dell's voice cut off as the intercom died. I unlocked the front door to my apartment, leaving it open for her before going back to the kitchen. I was in the middle of cooking dinner, and she'd find her way by herself. The layout of my place was big, but not that complicated. Entryway, followed by the open-concept kitchen, dining, and living space. There was a guest bathroom, office, and master bedroom. I'd looked at plenty of places before choosing this one. I didn't need a private gym or a guest bedroom or any of that shit. I had a sun deck, but I barely used it. This place had been modernized to the highest standard and was practical, and that's what had sold me on it. The door slammed shut, and Blondie marched in, shiny hair whipping through the air as she spun around until her eyes landed on me. Her brows were drawn so deep the blues of her eyes almost looked gray. You, she hissed, pointing a finger at me, a blue box in her hand. I'd wondered how she'd react to that. Hi, I said, taking a second plate from the cupboard. I see you got my gift. She slammed the blue box down on the breakfast counter between us hard enough for the pages of my cookbook to flutter. This is not a gift. It's a joke, and you know it is. No, it's not. You don't strike me as the kind of woman who would think that's funny. I glanced at the box, noting how the safety sticker was still on its side, perfectly intact. Exactly. You're taunting me. She walked over to the sofa and flung her bag onto it, followed by the denim jacket that covered a perfectly proper shift dress made for offices and business lunches. Whatever preppy thing she'd been to before this, she'd been carrying a vibrator around with her. The box design was subtle, but the text on it still clearly stated what was inside. The thought kicked up the corners of my mouth. I'm not taunting you, I said, and clicked the button on the rice cooker 2 seconds before the timer was up, before it could derail this conversation with its beeping. I happen to be very sex-positive. You've never had an orgasm. I know women with similar issues, and air pulse vibrators have helped them. Rather than just buzzing away at your clit, these create a vacuum that— I know what it does, she barked. Doesn't work for you? I asked. She hesitated a moment, and I could feel her eyes traveling over me as I portioned the rice onto 2 plates. No, she sighed, energy deflating. Don't you think I've had plenty of time to explore my options? Yoni eggs? Yes. G-spot vibrators? Yes. Not that I should even be talking to you about this. She hoisted herself onto a bar stool and folded over, arms braced on the counter, head down. She mumbled something, including the word horrible, but most of it was muffled by her arms. And you're medically okay? I asked while pouring the curry into the bowls. If her lack of sexual fulfillment was my way into the Montgomery chain, I was game. She dragged her head up and sniffed at the air instead of answering. What are you cooking? I pointed at the cookbook next to her. No change of topic on my watch. There's no underlying medical cause for your anorgasmia. Her eyes snapped up from the recipe. You know what it's called? Eat. I placed a plate and spoon in front of her. And yes, I know what it's called. Believe it or not, there's people that engage in sex beyond a quick in and out before bed. Like call girls, she snorted, and heaped a spoonful of curry to her mouth. I watched her reaction as the taste sank in. She let out a small sigh. Not quite a foodgasm, but I'd take it. You don't have to be a sex worker to understand that sex is complicated. You made this recipe, right? Coconut curry? She pointed at the cookbook on the table, changing the topic again. Fine. The fact that she hadn't gotten spooked off yet was good enough for me. I'd pick this topic back up some other time. Yes, but I'm not particularly good at sticking to recipes, I admitted, picking up my own spoon. I learned to cook from my grandmother, and she would just switch out ingredients depending on her mood. I'm guessing you added peanuts, right? Yes, how did you— The words died on my tongue as I registered the blood shooting into her cheeks, her face reddening before me, and not the cute riled-up blush that tinted the tip of her nose first. Swollen, patchy redness. You're allergic. I'm going to lie down. EpiPen's in a pink pouch in my bag. Jab into my thigh and hold for 10 seconds, and, there's wet wipes for your peanut hands before you touch me. Her voice was losing air with every word as she climbed off the bar stool, hands trembling. Shit. I darted around the kitchen counter, and my first instinct was to grab hold of her, but she had given me clear instructions. I grabbed her bag from the sofa. Dell's breathing came in gasps as I emptied the contents of her purse on the floor. Pouches. So many damn pouches. Pink. I snatched it up and shot to her side. Her face had taken on the same shade as her red lipstick as she stretched her neck trying to get air in. Fuck. I tore through the wet wipes, knocked the damn EpiPen from its packaging, pushed her dress up, and held my own breath as I jabbed it into her. She didn't even flinch as the needle went in. You're going to be okay, sweetheart, I gasped, mentally counting down the seconds. 10. She'd said 10. I left it for 15 just to be sure, then I got out my phone to call an ambulance because that's what the packaging said to do. No, 911, she heaved, the first bits of lung capacity returning, glazed eyes on me. You need to go to the hospital. No, panic crept into her voice. Please, I'll be fine. Dell, I'm not letting you die in my living room. You need medical attention. Her arm jerked up and she slapped the phone from my hand, strength returning to her knuckles. If you take me to the hospital, I will kill you. I'm so fucking serious, Beckett. She squeezed her eyes shut, her hand wrapping around her own throat. Actually, I will hire someone to kill you, and I will make it look like an accident. She wasn't kidding, and I wasn't sure if this was part of the whole not leaving the house for 15 years thing, or if she just hated hospitals, but the idea of getting an ambulance freaked her out more than dying here. Fine, I pushed the word through gritted teeth. Dell pushed herself up on her elbows and didn't protest when I wrapped my arm around her back to help. I have antihistamines. I just need 5 minutes. She looked down at her jittering hands. Blondie. It's just the adrenaline. She flexed her hands and looked at me with dark, wide pupils. You might have to help me get up. I get really dizzy from the epinephrine. Come here. I slipped my other arm around the back of her knees, and Dell automatically slung hers around my shoulders, no protest as I lifted her up. Her entire body trembled against my chest. She felt small, nestled against me. Not just physically. All the fire she had stormed in here with had cooled to embers. I placed her on the sofa and scrambled together all the small bags that had been in her purse. Which ones are the antihistamines in? Pink one, too. I just brought her the whole rainbow collection before excusing myself for a minute and ducking into my bedroom to make a call. Isaac stepped into my apartment less than 15 minutes later, patting me on the shoulder as he slipped past, medical bag slung over his shoulder. So, you must be the girl Beck tried to poison? He slipped on his doctor mask, easy smile hiding the shadows under his eyes. Who are you? Dell asked, pushing herself up further on the sofa. Dr. Hunter, Boston Memorial, but victims of attempted murder by Peanut can call me Isaac. No. She shook her head. His joke didn't land because panic shot back into her eyes as she looked past Isaac to where I stood. I said no 911. It's all right, darling. I'm not 911. He tugged on his Guns N' Roses shirt as if to prove a point and definitely leaned into his accent. Just a mate of Beck's. It's all right. You're nae going to the hospital. She visibly relaxed, swallowed, nodded. I watched as Isaac took her blood pressure, had her blow into some plastic thing to measure her breathing, and checked the swelling in her throat. I have to check her lungs, he announced, and turned to look at me over his shoulder while he slung his stethoscope around his neck. Dell raised her brows at me when I didn't respond. What does that have to do with me? I have to take my dress off, she said in a tone that implied a duh at the end. Lifting it up will be fine, Isaac quickly added. He could probably sense my pulse spike across the room. Logically, I knew he was a doctor, and that came with a lot of indifference to the human body. But I'd seen him pull the stethoscope bit back in college, getting girls naked with some sleazy line about heartbeats, and that Isaac was on my mind when he raised his brows at me. Beck, please turn around, please. I'm tired, Blondie pleaded, chin quivering. I was doing that to her. I was turning her into an exhausted, trembling mess close to tears. My fucking curry and now my fucking ego. I turned around and braced my hands on the granite countertop, stone biting deep into my palm as I strained to listen like a creep. Some fucked up part of me already considered that woman on the sofa mine. Realistically, Dell was far from agreeing to marry me anytime soon. But when Isaac touched her, that fucked up part of my brain was roaring that he was touching my wife. After what felt like an eternity, Isaac finally cleared her and I walked him to the door. A little too eager to get him out of my apartment. Looks like you reacted quickly enough, he said, walking with me. But you will need to keep her on close observation for at least 4 hours, and if her condition worsens, you have to do this again and call me. He handed me a freshly packaged EpiPen. Thanks. I don't need to remind you that my lips are sealed. Good. Beck. He turned around in the door and leaned back, voice lowered. If this is who I think it is, take a big bag and throw out every open product in your kitchen. You don't want her cross-contaminated just because you put peanut butter on everything. 1 allergic shock is a good joke for the wedding vows, but 2. I'll see you at the Vortex tomorrow, Isaac. He left and I went back inside to find Dell sitting up on the sofa, phone in hand. How are you feeling? Better. She put the phone down and watched me rummage through my kitchen while I dumped most of my food in the trash. What are you doing? Making sure I don't almost kill you twice.
Airborne isn't really a big issue for me unless we're on a plane, because they circulate the air. Just keep the curry far, far away.
Better safe than sorry. No need to spook her with the idea of her spending a lot more time at my place in the future.
So, you just happen to have a super hot doctor on call?
Excuse me? I turned to find her grinning wide, phone pointed at me.
That face was perfect.
She giggled at her screen, but the burst of energy quickly dissipated and she leaned back again, eyes falling shut.
Seriously, though. Dr. Hunter, Boston Memorial.
It sounded like Dell was trying for a Scottish accent, but it came out strangely Swedish. We went to college together.
Really? He looks older than you.
Is that a compliment?
No, just an observation. It's probably the George Clooney temples.
Her phone pinged before I even had to deign that with another response for her to photograph. She opened one eye to glance at the new message.
Victor will pick me up in 15.
Hell no. I dropped the family-sized jar of peanut butter in the trash can. Isaac said you need to be supervised.
Victor can do that.
She clicked her tongue at me. I'm the one who almost killed you. I'll be the one who makes sure you don't die in your sleep.
How romantic.
I'm serious. Tell him to go back home and take the night off. I'd seen her driver outside Bumble by the sea, all tattoos and muscle.
Beck, please. I need to brush my teeth and want my PJs, my really cuddly blanket, and then watch something that requires no brain power because I've seen it a million times before.
You were under observation for 4 hours. If you get worse, you need medical attention again. You're staying here, and if anything happens, I have Isaac on speed dial. Who would Victor call? She worked her jaw before sighing and turning back to her phone.
Fine.
Give me a minute. I took the bag out to the chute and thoroughly washed my hands to make sure no peanut traces remained before I returned to Dell in the living room and stretched both hands out for her. Come on, up you go, Blondie.
Why?
Will you stop questioning everything I do and just trust me for once?
I'm just inquisitive by nature.
Uh-huh. She slipped her hands into mine, gripping them tight enough for her knuckles to whiten as she pulled herself to her feet. She wavered slightly but didn't drop back to the sofa.
I'm good,
she said before I could offer more help. She leaned on me, enough for most of her weight to be on me, her feet sort of moving as an afterthought as I led her through the bedroom and into my bathroom. Her eyes roamed over the rooms, but she didn't comment on it, further proof of just how badly this had taken her out. Sit, I instructed, even though I was basically maneuvering her body for her anyway, as I directed her onto the small stool in the bathroom. It had come with the place and turned out to be quite useful when your muscles needed a hot soak, but the work didn't stop, so you needed your computer on you. Dell sighed and dropped back against the towel heater, a blissful smile trembling on her lips.
I need one of these.
Here. I broke a fresh toothbrush out of its packaging and handed it to her, spreading toothpaste onto the bristles. Brush. Eyes closed, back melting against the heater, Dell brushed her teeth and I watched. I wasted 3 minutes watching her brows pull up and her nose crinkle as she directed the toothbrush into every corner of her mouth. You're done. Come on. I helped her up again and she braced herself on the sink while I filled my plastic cup with mouthwash and warm water for her, then held her hair back so she could rinse.
Thanks,
she mumbled once I had her sitting on my bed.
Good mouthwash to water ratio, not too minty.
Thanks, I chuckled, and pulled out the only pair of actual PJs I owned. They still had the gift bow on them because someone must have once thought I was a flannel PJ kind of guy. I'm assuming you can change on your own?
Yeah, thanks.
I left her while I went to clean up the rest of the kitchen, the curry going down the garbage disposal. My appetite had left me anyway. Can I come in? I rapped my knuckles against the bedroom door.
Yep.
Dell sat in the same spot on the edge of the bed where I had left her, but her sensible dress had been replaced with a flannel shirt that dropped to mid-thigh for her, where a bruise was blooming around the injection site. Her dress and bra were neatly stacked beside her, and I ignored the urge to linger on the white lace.
I might need some help with these. I tried to lean forward, and then the whole room started spinning.
She pointed at her strappy shoes, heels digging into the dark rug before my bed. No more leaning forward, then, I said, and knelt down in front of her, Something had to be seriously wrong with me because she was a wreck after I almost killed her, but all I could think of was wrapping her naked thighs around my neck. It had to be a Pavlovian response because the only reason I'd voluntarily kneel was making women moan at the flick of my tongue. My brain was basically hardwired. Had to be. I folded my hand around her delicate ankle and pulled her right foot into my lap, focusing on the tiny straps instead of how my face was a mere 10 inches from the space between her legs. 3 clasps later, the shoe sprang free. Dell winced as I slipped it off, toes curling. What's wrong?
Nothing, thank you. One down.
You're in pain, I said and pulled her other foot into my lap, 2 thumbs circling over her ankle.
It's heels, of course I am, she laughed. But the sound was cut short by a hiss when the second shoe came off. Before I had a chance to debate with myself over it, I pushed my thumb into the arch of her foot and she yelped. She would have kicked me in the groin, too, if I hadn't had such a tight hold on her foot. That was the only protest I got from her, though, her breath hitching as I circled the ball of her foot with strong fingertips. Her eyes falling shut as I rubbed some life back into her toes. If she was aware of the small sighs of relief she was letting out whenever my fingers connected with a particularly tense spot, she didn't show it. My hands found her other foot, angling for the arch first, and this time she let out a full whimper when I pressed into her. Her hand flew up to clutch her mouth. Shit, sorry,
she whispered, eyes squeezed shut. Fuck. I had to move her feet out of my lap or she'd figure out what those noises were doing to me real quick. No need to apologize, I said, adjusting my position so her feet perched on my knees, several inches away from where my pants were stretched taut. Feel better?
Mm-hmm,
she mumbled from behind her hand. She kept quiet throughout the massage of her second foot, but her toes flexing and digging into my thighs spoke their own language. I guess if I couldn't relieve her tension with my tongue, this was a close second. Her watery blue eyes found my gaze when I set her feet down again. Only then did she drop her hand back onto the mattress.
Thank you,
she mouthed. What was next on the list? I asked. Cuddly blanket and a comfort movie?
Mm-hmm.
Scoop back. While she nestled against the headboard, I got the soft fleece blanket from my closet where it lived until the colder months crept in. I shook it out to spread over her, but Dell caught the edge of it mid-air.
No, like this,
she said, a tired smile on her lips as she corrected me by drawing the blanket around her shoulders like a cape.
Remote?
She asked, and dove for the nightstand. Wait, I shot forward, heart leaping up my throat, but she had the drawer open before I could stop her.
Huh.
She pulled the remote out, but kept her eyes trained on the other contents of the drawer. I mentally cursed myself for choosing a nightstand specifically big enough to house that collection.
I get the handcuffs and the dildos, but what's the…
She tilted her head. It's an adjustable spreader bar, I said, and closed the drawer without meeting her eyes, even though I felt hers on me.
Spreader bar?
She repeated the term, taste-testing it, as she switched on the TV, which came to life with a chipper little jingle.
Oh, like for the legs? Got it.
There went my plan to be Prince Charming about the whole orgasm thing. At least she wasn't running away screaming, although that may be down to her physical condition, not her open-mindedness to a little bondage in the sheets. I'll take a quick shower, okay? Call me if you feel worse. I grabbed the flannel pants from the foot of the bed and a fresh t-shirt. I usually slept naked, but that probably wouldn't go over well with her. When I disappeared into the bathroom, I left the door open just a crack in case she did need medical help again. Then I took the coldest shower of my life. By the time I got out, Dell had formed a nest of blankets and pillows around her, eyes trained on a pastel-colored movie full of ruffled gowns. Marie Antoinette?
Emma,
she whispered, nestled into the fluffy blanket and wiggled a few inches over when I climbed into bed. You're not one of those girls waiting on Mr. Darcy, are you?
No,
she snorted and waved the remote at the TV.
Mr. Knightley is right there.
Mr. Knightley was, in fact, right there, flashing his ass on screen. Dell neither audibly nor visibly reacted, despite having just professed her preference for the man.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
What does a spreader bar do? Like, sexually, what do you get out of it?
I almost choked on the air in my lungs. Okay, if that was where her mind went at the sight of Knightley's ass, I'd have that movie play on every screen in the house. You could obviously tie someone's ankles to bedposts, if you wanted their legs spread. But this way, my partner stays mobile enough to try a few different positions and actively participate. I replied matter-of-factly without taking my eyes off the movie. Okay, but I mean, wouldn't they spread their legs anyway? Why force them apart? They're not forced apart, I said. Consent and communication are key to any sexual practice, especially in BDSM. When she didn't react to those 4 intimidating letters either, I continued. It's a form of submission. When used, the woman has to give up control to me. I decide what I want, how I want her, when, how, and how often she gets to climax. That last word finally made her flinch. Right, that. The reason she showed up here tonight in the first place. Got it, thanks, she said, sounding a lot more clipped. What's Parker doing to help you with that? I don't want to talk about that right now. Does he know? A beat of silence passed. No, she admitted quietly, eyes locked to the screen. I've gotten pretty good at faking it over the years. How many? How many orgasms I've faked? How many men have you slept with without them doing anything about your pleasure? It's not like that. I do find it quite pleasurable. It's nice. Number. I feel like the first boy I slept with doesn't count. We were both 15 and didn't know what we were doing, so embarrassed we didn't speak again afterwards. But I told both my exes after a while. The first one got so in his head about it he couldn't get it up anymore. And the second one tried so hard he had stress dreams about it, so I just ended up faking it again for his benefit. When I met Parker, I figured he was better off ignorant. 4. I did count the first one because I had a feeling he did get off. 4 assholes too consumed by their own dicks to make their girlfriend come. I can hear you thinking, you know. She pushed herself up from the pillows, clutching her blanket cape around her shoulders, hair standing off around her head. What am I thinking? That they're all idiots and you could definitely make me orgasm if you had the chance. I smirked and smoothed out the knot above her ear. Something like that. I've heard it all before. My sexual inexperience is not a challenge for you to prove your manliness through. It's not a competition. I know. Do you? Because sleeping with someone is about connecting with a person I care about, not about getting pounded into oblivion by whoever fucks the hardest. I understand that climaxing isn't the only good thing about sex, Blondie. I just think the person you care about should care enough about you to make sure you experience the rush of an orgasm every now and again. I don't know why I'm talking to you about this. She huffed and dropped back into her mountain of pillows. Some of them had shifted, though, and half her head was now resting on my stomach, her hair splaying out like rays of sun against my dark shirt. Hey, Blondie, I asked a while later, when Knightley and Emma were having it out under some flowery tree like that wasn't a hay fever nightmare. Sorry for poisoning you. I've had worse nights, she sighed, her voice small and tired. She wrestled one of the blankets from her nest over us to cover my legs and most of her, adding to the cape she was still snuggled into. My abs do make a pretty good pillow, I chuckled. She poked her fingers out from her cocoon and reached up to pat my stomach. 1, 2, 3 times her fingertips drummed against it. She made no further comment before her hand retracted back into the covers like a little hermit crab. I had to tell myself that she was just grogged out on antihistamines, because otherwise, that would have been the cutest little shit I'd ever seen.
14. Delilah. Beck's bedroom was predictably boring. If you Googled modern industrial bedroom, you would find a picture of this place, and just accept it as some interior designer's showroom. Huge metal bed frame with random modern art hanging above it, one exposed concrete wall and a mixture of wooden and slate gray accents. I doubted he'd even picked the 2 plants framing the floor-to-ceiling windows himself. No pictures, no souvenirs. The only remotely personal item was the book on his nightstand, which vaguely looked like a thriller, but it was in Spanish, and my Spanish skills started with hola and ended with gracias. I glanced into his closet. while pulling my dress back on, but that was equally predictably filled with neat rows of suits and button-downs. My color-coding heart did give a little flutter, though, because everything was arranged perfectly from lightest to darkest color. The only thing his bathroom cabinet revealed was that he used a Christian Dior cologne, not some sketchy pheromone perfume from the internet, which meant my brain short-circuiting around him was all on me. Cool. Maybe I should have felt a little bad for snooping, but the man had given me an anaphylactic shock and the best foot massage of my life last night, so I felt like I deserved some insights. Eventually, I followed a promising smell back to the other side of the penthouse and found Beck in the kitchen again. His kitchen was huge. The entirety of my apartment could fit into it. I didn't even know what half the appliances in here were. Beck's suit jacket hung off one of the bar stools, but even buttoned up with a black tie around his neck, he looked more at ease in a kitchen than I'd ever been. "Hi," I said, after feeling a little creepy for staring. He looked up from the laptop propped open on the counter. For the first time since meeting him, the way his eyes traveled down my body didn't set my skin on fire. It felt more like he was checking that no limbs had fallen off.
"Good morning,"
he said once he was satisfied with my state of forelimitedness. "Did you make breakfast?" I asked, trying to catch a glance at the pan on the stove.
"I got bagels on my run and made some eggs. Did you want anything else?"
"I was in the mood for a PB&J, actually." I grinned and fluttered my lashes at him.
"Very funny."
He rolled his eyes at me, but I swore I saw some muscles in his back unclench. I'd had my fair share of allergic reactions over the years, and had quickly picked up on the fact that the people around you struggled more with your near-death experience than you did yourself. 3 years ago, Daphne had spent 2 days crying after seeing me go down. The cupcakes at the charity bake sale she'd been part of had just been incorrectly labeled. Human error. It happened. I climbed onto one of the bar stools, stomach rumbling at the spread before me. Beck had decked the breakfast bar with fresh fruit, juice, and smoothie options, 3 different kinds of cream cheese, and a whole bowl of different bagels. "How long have you been up?"
5.
"Why?"
"Because I get up at 5 every day."
"But why?"
That inquisitive nature of yours."
He set down a plate of scrambled eggs for me.
"I go for a run and take a shower. I check the news and my emails. Sometimes I have to take international calls, sometimes to make breakfast. And usually I'm in the office by 7:30.
We both glanced at the clock on the wall, creeping toward 8 o'clock. You didn't have to wait for me.
I wanted to make sure you survived the night.
Yep, still alive. You should go to work.
I'm at work.
He nodded at his laptop, and as if on cue, held up his index finger for me before tapping the AirPod lodged in one ear.
It sounds to me like there's a management problem, not a distribution problem. So I'm more inclined to make changes to the team structure.
Oh, he was actually at work. On a call. I'd never felt less productive than when I scooped some eggs into my mouth. I suppressed the sigh that tried to break free. Why did my scrambled eggs never taste like that? Like sunshine and blue skies. I had no idea about spices and herbs, but these eggs tasted like you were soaking up summer mornings.
Let me cook dinner for you,
he said after clicking his earbud again. I snorted. No thanks.
Let me cook dinner for you. No peanuts.
Yeah, because that was the only reason I'd said no. I have plans.
I didn't say when.
I'll have plans then too, because I have a boyfriend and I have a cat and I have to make sure the whole Montgomery family business stays afloat, and you, Beck, don't fit into my life.
See, I think I do.
He leaned against the counter, grinning at me with that stupid, mischievous spark in the corners of his lips. I narrowed my eyes at him, curiosity winning out. How so?
Because you probably don't talk to anyone the way you talk to me. Because you don't like me enough to care about my opinion, which makes me the perfect person to talk to about orgasms and sex toys and your Jane Austen crush and the fact that you want white ducks at your wedding.
I never said I want white ducks at my wedding.
You did. After Emma and Clueless, she made me put on the notebook, even though you were basically sleeping, and you shot up straight in bed at the lake scene to tell me you needed white ducks at your wedding. And when I asked who you were marrying, you said Mr. Knightley, but, and I quote, the hot Emma-approved version.
Well, that explained my dream about walking down the aisle of an old English church in a feathered gown. Before I had a chance to answer, Beck was back on his call.
If you're just going back and forth on this, I have another important meeting to get to. Send me the solution you agree on by 10, or I'm dropping the whole division.
He clicked his AirPod off and tossed it on the keyboard before walking over to me and bracing his hands on the counter.
So, dinner on Friday?
Why are you still talking to me about this? Didn't you just say you have another important meeting to go to?
I blocked an hour between 8 and 9. Figured you'd be awake by then.
Oh. I was the important meeting. I cleared my throat, suddenly way too aware of my bare face and my hand-brushed hair and the ungodly amount of cream cheese I'd heaped onto my bagel. Welcome to my meeting. Hi.
Hi.
He chuckled.
Dinner on Friday?
No.
You're making this really hard for me.
Well, no, I do actually have plans on Friday. My friend had a small scene in a new Netflix show that drops on Friday. It's her first proper paid acting gig, so my friends are coming over for a watch party.
Saturday?
I can do Saturday, I said. Wait, had I just agreed to let him cook me dinner? I'd gotten too caught up in the back and forth of the negotiation.
It's a date.
Not a date. Oh my god, maybe he had some pheromone shampoo? I'd have to check his bathroom next time I was... Nope. No, hell no, I was never ever setting a foot in his bedroom or bathroom again. What was wrong with me? My ringtone chimed up, and I hadn't even clocked my phone by the time Beck unplugged it from an outlet in the kitchen and handed it over. Parker's name and goofy grin lit up the screen. For once, my shoulders stiffened at the sight of his caller ID, and I clicked him away. You charged my phone, I said, even though I could practically hear Beck's very loud thoughts filling the kitchen.
Same charger as the Bluetooth speaker,
he replied. We looked at each other, the unasked question crackling in the air between us like a game of who blinks first. The thing was that I couldn't talk to Tab or Daphne about the argument we'd gotten into without admitting to them that Parker wasn't completely off about Beck, without sharing what had happened at Gavin Decker's birthday party. I wasn't ready to tackle all their questions about that. If I tell you, you can't be all Beck about it. I pointed my fork at him.
What does that mean?
You have to be objective, or at least a little unbiased. No smug replies.
I can't be unbiased when it comes to you, Blondie.
I glared at him, and he held up his hands in defeat.
But I can rein it in.
He accused me of cheating on him. He thinks I'm sleeping with you in exchange for business favors. I managed to slip in the business at the last second when I meant to say financial, but Cordelia Montgomery didn't need financial favors.
Leave him.
Beck!
This is me being objective. I'm well aware of the role our meeting in the park must have played in this. However, I can take myself out of the equation and still see the issue.
Enlighten me, because I don't know what to think anymore. Obviously, I didn't tell him about the party thing, but I guess that does border on cheating. I sighed and put my fork down, rubbing the bridge of my nose as the whole stupid discussion replayed in my head. But I don't even know where that accusation came from.
Whatever you've recently achieved, don't tell me or we'll go to jail for insider trading. He doesn't think you're smart enough or skilled enough to have achieved it on your own, which is the first strike. He should be supportive of you.
Well, that wasn't too far off from what I'd pieced together. Parker didn't think I was financially responsible.
That leads us to me, or any other businessman you could have come in contact with. If we ignore Parker's inferiority complex, because many people deal with that, he still assumed that our business arrangement could only work if you jumped into bed with me, which tells me exactly what value he sees in you. Second strike. And then you said he accused you, which leads me to believe this wasn't a healthy conversation. Third strike.
He leaned back. When you say it like that, it sounds so simple. Ugh. I grabbed one of the 2 fresh smoothies he'd set out, needing something to soothe the sharp sting that had welled up in my throat.
Wait, this one.
He snatched the NutriBullet from my hand and replaced it with the other, almost identical one, minus some dark flecks.
Yours is without flaxseed.
Isn't that supposed to be good for you?
Are you on the pill?
Yeah? I furrowed my brows at him.
Flaxseed can mess with that, so unless you're trying to trap your catch of a boyfriend with the baby.
Good to know, I mumbled. Even though Parker always insisted on a condom anyway, we both had clean bills of health, but he'd insisted. I knew it was responsible, and it only made things a little more uncomfortable for me, but on the back of this conversation, his reasoning left a bitter taste in my mouth. He wanted to wait until I had a proper job with proper health insurance again. At the time, it had sounded like the right call, the responsible call. But shouldn't his reason at least have included my health instead of my health insurance? Or maybe that was just his way of expressing his concern for my health. Why couldn't people just say what they mean?
Hey.
Beck pulled me out of my thought spiral.
Now, if you asked me to be smug about the situation, I'd say Parker knows his beautiful girlfriend is way out of his league, and seeing her with a handsome man who's clearly a better match for her pushed all his buttons.
A small laugh bubbled from my throat. Good thing you're not smug, Casanova.
Me?
He grinned.
Never.
15. Delilah. That means red is Gavin? Blue is Gavin, I groaned, retracing the big fat blue G at the top of the page, only to look up and see Tabitha grinning at me. You make it so easy. She poked her tongue out and snatched the legal pad out from under my pen. Thank you. Love you. Have we settled it yet? Daphne asked as she carried a tray with 3 champagne flutes into the TV room, 2 filled with bubbly, 1 with apple juice. Who gets Sundays? Charlie, Tab and I answered in unison. She turned the legal pad around to Daphne, who admired the color-coded schedule. She tapped her pen at the paper, explaining, Charlie gets Sundays because he never works Mondays, so that leaves room for wake-up sex. We put Gavin on Tuesdays. Wednesdays are for admin stuff. She shot me a sharp glance because I'd made her schedule one sexless day. Thursday nights are still reserved for Aiden, and then Friday and Saturday are all you guys, or going out, or spontaneous Tinder hookups. I'm so flattered that you made time for us. Daphne laughed and let herself fall into the fluffy pink sofa. The thing basically filled Cordelia's entire TV room. 4 people could probably stretch out on it without ever touching. What can I say? Men want me. Tab wiggled her brows at Daphne. She wasn't lying, as proven by the fact that I had taken her to a party thrown by Gavin Decker, a notoriously single millionaire, and she walked out of there adding him to her roster of men. At least focusing on her guy problems let me ignore mine for a while. Are you guys ready? Daphne grabbed the remote and queued up her big debut on Netflix, but before she could click play, she was interrupted by the doorbell. We all looked at each other, then at the empty hallway. Cordelia had agreed to my friends coming over as long as she could stay upstairs with Fitzwilliam, and I'd text her when they were gone. And Victor had the night off and had headed out an hour ago. I shuffled off the sofa because that only left me to open the door. What are you doing here? I asked at the sight of Beck and his dark sunglasses dipped in the warm glow of the setting sun, his suit jacket slung over his shoulder.
You invited me to a party?
He replied, cocking one brow.
Hello, by the way.
I crossed my arms over my chest, not budging from my spot in the door. I didn't invite you. It's not a party, it's a TV night with my girlfriends.
I guess I'm going back home. Too bad about the honey lemon blondies.
He held up a large takeaway box with Bumble by the Seas logo on its side. Damn him. It would basically be a crime to let him walk away with those. I mean, it would have been inhumane to deprive Tab and Daphne of the chance to try the famous cake bars. At least, that's what I told myself when I opened the door wider. Fine. God, you're annoying. He stopped in the doorframe, close enough for me to inhale his rich, fresh scent. Something about the way he looked down at me, when I couldn't see his eyes beyond those glasses, made my insides clench up.
Am I getting under your skin, sweetheart?
No, I grinned up at him. But if I'm ever single again, do you think I could get Dr. Hunter's number? Beck closed the distance between us in a flash. I barely managed to shuffle backwards, my shoulders hitting the door. Those few inches between us were reduced to a breath as he leaned down, one arm braced above me. His stubble grazed over my cheek, and my inhale caught in my throat. With his voice dropped low, he rasped a single word into my ear.
No.
An involuntary shudder rippled down my spine, but before I had time to process, Beck had stepped inside, leaving me dazed and breathless at the door. What the hell? I shut the door and dashed past Beck, not even looking at him because even though my friends were all caught up on the peanut curry night, I didn't trust them not to lose their shit. Okay, so I might have mentioned tonight to Beck, and he's here and he brought cake, so be nice, I whispered, getting the words out as fast as possible. 4 eyes were on me, then they swung up to the person who'd stepped into the TV room behind me.
Oh, fuck, you are hotter in person, Tabitha exclaimed, heavily implying that I had not only shown her pictures of him, but also told her that he was way better looking IRL. Which I had, but he didn't need to know that.
That's Tabitha, I said, ignoring the hot blush spreading up my neck.
And that's Daphne, tonight's guest of honor.
Congratulations.
Beck offered her a polite but warm smile that was so different from the cheeky grin he usually spared for me. I stared at him just to make sure he was the same person.
How old are you again?
Tabitha narrowed her eyes at him as he placed the box of blondies on the sofa table.
38,
he replied. That's nothing, Daphne tisked.
That's a significant gap.
Tabitha scratched her chin and picked up her phone.
How long since you made that 30 under 30 list?
12 years, he replied, taking a seat with plenty of space between himself and Tab. I sprinted to the kitchen to get him a drink, too, and came back to find Tabitha asking him about the kind of women he'd dated 12 years ago.
Stop pestering him and put on the show, would you?
I settled in between the two of them and patted his knee in consolidation.
On it,
Daphne chirped.
Hey, Del, what were you doing 12 years ago?
Tabitha asked, completely ignoring the fact that I told her to be nice.
That's irrelevant. You said nothing when I befriended my old neighbor, Mrs. Hutch. She had already buried 2 husbands by the time I was born.
You never shared a bed with Mrs. Hutch.
You don't know my life.
I grabbed one of the blondies from the box and put it right in front of her mouth.
Eat that.
She scrunched up her nose but took the cake from me.
Mrs. Hutch was kind of cute when she was young, though.
Daphne sighed.
Alrighty, okay. Before I hit play, it's just a teeny tiny scene in episode 2. The water was really cold and the swimsuit was very white and very wet. Tabitha, you better be a real gentleman about it.
Me? She scoffed, mouth full. There's a geriatric stranger right over there. Daphne shrugged with a saccharine smile, then hit play. The show was some college drama about affairs and lies and possibly murder, Riverdale levels of unrealistic, but just as addictive. The second Daphne's long black hair swished over the screen as she whipped it, emerging from the pool, Tabitha and I broke out in cheers loud enough for us to miss Daphne's first line of dialogue. We had to rewind and watch again. Even though that was clearly our sweet little Daphne on screen, it was also not. That Daphne was a total minx, winking at her hot swim coach, shooting him a cheeky grin over her shoulder. The second the show cut back to the main couple, Tabitha pressed rewind again. We watched the whole scene like 5 times, until we had dissected the way the camera panned over Daphne's curves, the way they had smudged her makeup, the way her co-star's head tilted, and every syllable from her lips. Daphne was beaming, hiding her big grin behind pulled-up knees.
What did you think?
I turned to Beck, who hadn't said anything the entire time.
This isn't really my thing.
Sopranos guy, huh? Tabitha mumbled.
Okay, but what did you think?
Beck scratched the space between his brows with his thumb before turning to look at me.
That it was unrealistic for a college-level competitive swimmer to be training in a bathing suit clearly designed for parties in Ibiza. I think realism went out the window when the first episode opened on a dorm room-based escort service. This is the kind of show best enjoyed when you stop thinking too much about how much sense it makes and start thinking about who should date, or who would make the most interesting bad guy. He raised a brow at me.
Coming from the queen of questioning everything.
This is different. This is just indulging in silly fun.
And hot people.
Tabitha chimed in, while 3 of said hot actors were ramping up to a threesome on screen.
Watching hot people be hot is also part of it. Refills?
Beck asked, and stood up, collecting the empty champagne flutes from the table. Daphne held her still half-full glass up in response, but Tabitha and I both agreed. Beck had barely made it out the door when Tab elbowed me in the ribs. "What?" I hissed. "Go after him," she whispered, and behind her, Daphne made a shooing motion with her hands. "What is happening? You've been giving him shit since he walked in."
"Yeah, someone has to. He's still hot and rich and joining girls' nights just to spend time with you."
"Do I need to remind you that I'm in a relationship?" She rolled her eyes at me.
"I'm not telling you to get married. I'm telling you to get railed."
"I don't think Parker will mind a breakup via text," Daphne said with an angelic smile. "Oh my God. Go, go, go." Tabitha shoved both hands into my side, pushing me off the sofa. "Do you want me to text Parker?" Daphne giggled. "You guys better enjoy all the comforts of this house, because this is the first and last time I'm having you over. You're insufferable." Despite my words, I didn't even try to sit back down, tiptoeing towards the kitchen instead. Beck had the champagne bottle in one hand and his phone in the other, typing away while refilling Tabitha's drink. "Work?" I asked, picking up the glass with the red lipstick stain that had already been topped up with juice.
"My brother, actually."
He slipped the phone back in his pocket.
"Do you mind?"
He pointed at the bar cart by the dining table. "Go ahead." I figured Cordelia wouldn't mind. "Older or younger?"
"Older,"
Beck said, pulling a small crystal tumbler from the cart and filling it with a golden liquid.
"Julian's Accent's CTO."
"So it was work."
"No."
He chuckled.
"But it looks like I'll have to take a rain check on dinner tomorrow."
"Wow, you practically begged me to have dinner with you for weeks and now you're canceling?" Beck took a sip of his drink and regarded me over the rim of his cup.
"I don't beg, Blondie."
"You sounded pretty desperate to me."
"What are you doing here?"
He crossed the room, putting his drink down on the counter. "I live here?" I replied, blinking, watching him take the champagne flute from my hand and placing it on the counter next.
"Why did you follow me to the kitchen?"
Hands splayed out as fingertips connected with my stomach, pushing me backwards. "Tabitha thought you might need help with the drinks." My breath hitched in my throat as my back connected with the fridge. He'd caged me in for the second time tonight, and my pulse hiked up faster than it had the first time. "What are you doing, exactly?"
"Does it bother you that I'm 9 years older than you?"
9 older than Cordelia, 11 older than Delilah. Technically. Like I said, I don't particularly care how old the people I befriend are. His hands slipped in under my oversized shirt, fingertips resting against my abdomen. God, his hand was big, all splayed out over my stomach.
"What about the men you're with?"
Beck.
"Tell me to stop."
His hand slid further up, skimming the underside of my ribcage. "Stop," I breathed. Immediately, his hand dropped out from under my shirt, and he fell a step back, darkened eyes on me as he jutted his chin as if to say, "See?" "I Googled you," I said.
"I figured as much, considering Tabitha's 30 under 30 research."
"Your ex was in your own age range, so I just need to know whether you're going through a midlife crisis trying to hook up with someone younger, whether you are viewing me as a weird challenge because of my name, or whether you're actually interested in me. And if you are interested in me, whether that's purely sexual or also emotional."
"Do you ever stop thinking this much?"
"No."
"Not even during sex?"
"No."
"I think we just found your problem, Blondie."
if you're going to tell me to just let it go,
No. If you're overthinking everything, you need to work through your thought process and rationalize.
What do you mean?
May I?
He raised his hand in the air between us, similar to how he just touched me. I nodded, and he stepped forward again, his hand above my shirt, fingers dipping into my belly.
What are you thinking?
That you haven't answered my question.
I know that you're too young for me. I wanted to meet you because of your name, but I am genuinely interested in you, mainly sexual, mixed with some curiosity. What else?
That I had a lot of cake.
Why are you thinking about cake when I touch you?
Because you're touching my stomach, and if you press any harder, I don't think you'll have any interest in me at all anymore.
I can be careful.
His hand slipped in under my shirt again, but his touch rested much lighter now.
Thoughts?
You adjusted your pressure.
Yes. I told you consent and communication.
But that was about sex.
This is about sex.
What if someone comes in?
Who would come in?
Tabitha or Daphne, or what if Victor comes home early?
Your friends sent you in here, right?
Yeah, and Tabitha did imply that I should hook up with you, so they would probably not come looking. And if Victor came home, the intercom system would beep when he unlocked the door, so it's unlikely he'd be able to surprise us.
There you go. You're getting the hang of it.
His hand slid up past my ribs, the tips of his fingers grazing the underside of my breasts. I sucked in a sharp breath.
Thoughts?
I have a boyfriend, and this is sexual, and I'm not a cheater. We should stop. I know we should stop, but God, you're so pretty, and your hand is really big, actually, and I don't know why that is in any way relevant, but that's what I'm thinking. And does the fact that I don't actually want you to stop mean that I want to break up with my boyfriend? Because I like him. He's nice, and he's so good to his parents, and I don't want to hurt him. And your hand is so close to my breasts. Like, so close. And if I'd known you'd show up, I'd have worn a bra, and I bet my free-floating boobs encouraged you to touch me like this.
All right. Let's break this down,
he said, shuffling closer until one of his knees was between mine, my thighs clenching in response.
I've been wanting to touch you like this since I first laid eyes on you. I noticed you weren't wearing a bra, but it didn't encourage my actions. Your state of undress was not for my benefit, and I'm capable of distinguishing between a woman who shakes her tits because she wants me to touch her and a woman whose tits shake because she's in comfort clothes.
I swallowed. My tongue felt like sandpaper in my throat.
Whether you have a boyfriend or not is irrelevant to me, and it's irrelevant to how you want to be touched. A social contract does not define your physical needs.
That sounds like a fancy way of saying you don't believe in monogamy.
I don't.
See, that makes us very incompatible because I'm a picket fence kind of woman, and Parker is a picket fence kind of man, so that would work much better for everyone.
Do you want to stay in a relationship with Parker and buy a picket fence house with him?
No, I said. The truth of that one word sank through me like a stone tossed into a lake. I had somehow expected to skip over the water, but when it did sink, I wasn't even surprised. All stones sank. Some just skipped a little further.
Do you want me to keep touching you?
Beck asked, only his thumb traveling along the curve of my breast. Yes, but the second the butt was over my lips, his hand stilled. He was really good at this whole consent thing. But I need to break up with Parker first. I do think it's relevant. He pulled his hand back, my skin immediately too cold without his touch.
Go get your phone.
He deserves to be broken up with in person.
He deserves to be broken up with once his girlfriend realizes he's not the right man for her, instead of being strung along.
I narrowed my eyes at him. Do you actually believe that, or are you just saying that for personal gain?
Both.
Well, at least you're honest. I sighed and walked back to the living room, where I'd left my phone on the coffee table. What was I even doing? Should I be clearing this with Cordelia? If I was hooking up with someone who thought I was her? Hey, did you... Oh, I think we're going to go, Tabitha said, pushing to her feet. What? The episode isn't over yet, Daphne protested. Yeah, stay, watch the show. I waited for her to sit back down. Thanks, Daphne chirped. Tabitha kicked Daphne's foot, causing her to look up, eyes widening when she spotted me. Oh, never mind. What? You look a little flushed, Daphne whispered as she ducked past me. Have fun, Tabitha winked at me. They shouted their goodbyes towards the kitchen as they huddled down the doorway, whispering and giggling. Well, at least I knew what they thought of Beck. Traitors, I hissed. A glance at my reflection in my dark phone screen confirmed Daphne's words, though. My cheeks had gone bright red, and my hair stood up in the back of my head from leaning against the fridge. I shook my head. No matter what happened with Beck, I had no doubts about Parker's future in my life. He picked up on the third ring. Hey, babe, I'm so glad you called. I'm so sorry for... I didn't let him finish. I'm breaking up with you. Wait, no, I'm apologizing. Don't bother. I doubt you do it right. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings, Delilah. Please, let's talk about this. Like I said, you didn't do it right. I sighed. Sorry for hurting my feelings, but not sorry for making assumptions, for pinning his insecurities on me. If you left anything at my place, I'll mail it over. I hung up before he could say anything else and closed my eyes for a moment. He made that so much easier than I'd anticipated. When I turned around, Beck leaned in the doorway, one hand braced along its top. His eyes lazily traveled down my body, and the sliver of guilt I felt over breaking up with Parker on the phone vanished. 1 second of Beck looking at me like he didn't know where to touch me first as soon as he had permission, and I was over my breakup. If that wasn't telling. I dropped the phone on the sofa and shrugged. Might as well embrace being a horrible person who did horrible things, since I spent the summer being a different person anyway. Do you want me to keep touching you? He repeated his question from the kitchen, but it held a lot more weight now. Yes. My voice came out smaller than I meant for it to. Take your clothes off. You just want me to get naked? I stemmed my arms into my sides. That's a little unfair. What about you? You want me to touch you, I want to touch you. That promise doesn't require me to take my clothes off. What if I want to touch you? You're not ready for that. No. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, dropping sideways against the doorframe. Take your clothes off. I rolled my eyes, but pulled my shirt over my head, throwing it on the sofa. Is this what you want? I asked, opening my arms. To be fair, my boobs weren't that much to look at anyway. When he didn't reply and just let his gaze roam over my bare skin, I sighed and shimmied out of my leggings and panties in one fell swoop. I tossed them onto the sofa too. And then I just stood there, naked, in the middle of the living room. This feels weird. You're so fucking beautiful, Blondie. Okay, then. I cleared my throat, flexed my toes, pursed my lips, and counted the spotlights on the ceiling. 8. Look at me. So demanding. I ran a hand over the back of my neck and forced myself to meet his burning gaze. I said, you're fucking beautiful. Thanks. He finally walked over, but he didn't touch me yet. He stopped just short of our chests colliding with every inhale. Just to reiterate, you say stop, I stop. I remove my hands from your body. Full stop. I nodded. Do you need any other safe words? I don't know. The most basic ones are wait, useful if you need a moment to adjust but don't want to stop overall, and then slower, which is self-explanatory. All right, let's go with those. Stop, wait, slower. I nodded. Okay. Beck leaned in, hands barely grazing my waist as his hot mouth claimed the nape of my neck, stubble brushing over my sensitive skin. What was it with men wanting to drape their spit all over you?
What are you thinking now?
That your lips are warm, but also that I can feel your saliva on my neck and that's wet and not sexy?
No problem.
He reached up to wipe the spot he just kissed, only to kiss it again, mouth closed.
Better?
Thank you. My voice cracked. Fuck, why did my voice crack? So not sexy. I just didn't know how many times I'd mentioned getting icky from wet kisses to the men I'd been with, and none of them had even tried that. They thought I was a little funny, a little peculiar, chuckled and shook their heads. Just one wipe. One adjustment to accommodate my sensory needs. Sorry, that sounded pathetic.
You don't have to apologize for the feelings you have, or the sounds you make while I touch you,
he said, and slid his knuckles up and down my sides, letting my skin warm to his touch. I think you need to go wash your hands, I whispered, words tumbling from my mouth when he passed my hip bones. You were outside, and then you came in and you handled everyone's glasses, and even the idea of your hand between my legs. I shuddered.
I just did.
You did? He smiled and held up the back of his hand under my nose. Sure enough, the faint scent of almond soap stuck to his skin.
I figured that might be on your mind.
Really?
You washed your hands in the middle of brunch, and at Decker's party, you went straight for the bathrooms after you touched yourself. I figured.
Thank you. That's really thoughtful.
Put your hands on my shoulders.
I did.
Good. Feet apart.
He tipped his foot against the inside of my ankles, and I inched my foot to the side. What if this doesn't work either? I asked. No matter what you try.
Define work.
Orgasm.
I don't think you'll orgasm tonight.
I thought that was the whole point.
No. The point is for you to practice being comfortable in your own head during sex.
One of his hands slipped into the warming space between my thighs, my breath hitching as his thumb brushed over my clit, sparks shooting through my stomach. Despite my physical reaction to his touch, though, I couldn't help thinking how absurd it was to just stand here, naked with his fingers sliding into my folds like he...
Tell me what you're thinking.
Are you supposed to do that? Shouldn't you be touching my breasts first, or kissing me? Any kind of foreplay that's... Oh, God. I squeezed my eyes as his stroking intensified, my insides tightening at the pressure building under his touch, wet heat blooming between my legs. I feel my body reacting to your touch, but you're just standing in this living room, fingering me like that's the most normal thing to do, and oh! Beck slipped one finger into me, barely down to the first knuckle, but I clenched up so hard he couldn't go much further. You're inside of me. Your body is literally inside my body. This is happening. I want... My nails dug into the fabric of his shirt.
What do you want, Del?
Keep going. He pushed the rest of his finger into me, pulling a loud gasp from my throat because, as assessed in the kitchen, he had big hands. My walls ached around him, physically trying to accommodate what my brain didn't want them to. I bet you have a big dick. I winced.
At least that's a more sexual thought.
Oh, this is still very much anxiety because if your fingers... I yelped as he curled said finger, finding a spot inside me that sent an electric spark through my nerves. We are so not having sex, like, ever, because neither of us will find my thoughts very interesting when it's just about how much pain I'm in.
Are you in pain right now?
He asked, moving his finger back and forth at a languid pace. A little discomfort. I mean, I know intellectually that vaginas can stretch a lot, but I usually need a lot of He slid his finger out and added a second one, and this time a sharp pain jostled through me, wrenching a gargled noise from my lips, followed by, "Wait!" He stilled, two fingers half buried inside of me. I closed my eyes and let my forehead drop against his shoulder. His other hand wandered up my spine until he could cup the back of my neck, thumb massaging strong circles into the tense muscles there. It did nothing to relax the muscles between my thighs, though. I had literally just broken up with Parker on the phone, so I could do this. And yet, here I was again. Same old Delilah, unable to do the most humane thing any human had ever done without switching her brain off. Wanted to have a bit of casual sex, then couldn't.
Talk to me,
he murmured, lips brushing over my temple. I can't, I murmured, voice clogged. His hands slipped out from between my legs and came up to tilt my chin so I could look at him. I could smell my own arousal on his touch, and another pang of guilt marred my insides, because I was so obviously physically attracted to him, and I just couldn't. He tilted his face until his eyes found mine.
This is not a failure, Del.
Of course it is. I'm clearly into you, and then I can't even relax enough to enjoy this. He leaned down, his lips tracing the curve of my cheekbone, stubble brushing over my skin. At the same time, his hands slipped back down, curving to my backside instead. He grabbed my ass at the same time as kissing the hollow beneath my ear. And I melted into him, the rich fabrics of his clothes so soft against all my naked skin.
Do you enjoy this?
He asked, voice husky when his mouth traveled lower, leaving a scalding path down my neck into my collarbone. Yeah, I swallowed.
Come here.
Beck directed us onto the sofa and pulled me into his lap with firm but gentle hands until I had one knee braced on either side of his hips. He leaned back, deep into the cushions, widening the gap between his chest and mine. Like this, with my legs spread around him, he had a full view of my swollen sacs.
Is this uncomfortable to you in any way?
No.
Being naked, sitting on me like you're about to ride my cock.
I rolled my eyes at him. Just because you spell it out doesn't make me uncomfortable.
All right. I need you to think about the next question. Don't answer the first thing that comes to your mind. Just sit with the thought for a moment. Do you want to have sex? Or do you want to want it?
Despite my first instinct to answer, I allowed the question to unfold in my mind. The problem wasn't that I didn't want to have sex. I was just so tired of feeling like I was doing it wrong because I couldn't climax. If I could somehow leave my prefrontal cortex at the door and just lose myself in the physical sensation, I'd pay any sum for that. I want to, Before I could get another word out, he kissed my neck again, took my hand and directed it to his crotch, where a thick hardness was pushing against his trousers.
Ignore your anxieties. Just the idea of me inside you.
Ignoring the fact that what I was feeling had absolutely no chance of ever fitting inside me? Ignoring that my core was already clenching shut because I was going to be in pain if he ever tried to push himself into me? Ignoring that I'd lie there like a starfish, worrying about whether the pain could lead to lasting medical issues? Just Beck's hand on me and his skin under my nails and our bodies moving together. Without the anxiety, I'd want that. A lot.
Good. That's settled.
What is? He smiled, hands wandering over my thighs.
Everything considered, we had to clear up the basics. Asexuality or compulsory heterosexuality.
I blinked. I'd been over my situation with my exes, with my OBGYN, and even with my old therapist. Nobody's ever brought that up.
Very few people think about sex and sexuality in more complicated terms than missionary or doggy style, straight or gay.
But you do?
You saw my nightstand. That's just the easy-to-reach-for part of my collection.
Should I start reading 50 Shades of Grey for research?
No.
He chuckled.
Don't worry. I don't have a red room of pain. Besides, that would make terrible research. I can recommend much better books if you do want to familiarize yourself with the topic.
BDSM?
Sexual behavioral theories, sexuality, safe sex, kinks.
He repositioned us, allowing me to slide deeper into his lap until his erection pressed hard against my center, and his face was only a few inches from mine.
Terms like BDSM have become sensationalized by clutch your pearls kind of people. Those of us in the community usually have a nuanced understanding of our sexuality, physical and emotional boundaries, and the boundaries of others. Knowledge is power, even in the bedroom, sweetheart.
I chuckled. Are you going to make me study for sex?
Sounds like that's something you haven't tried before.
Not unless you count BuzzFeed's 9 tips to spice up your sex life.
Do I even want to know?
One of them was having sex in public, as if that wouldn't get people arrested, or worse, filmed or photographed for the world to see. And if it's in nature, you have to start thinking about insects, allergies, rashes from poisonous plants. The smirk on his lips widened as my list grew. You've had sex in public before, haven't you?
Yes.
Where?
A bathroom, a changing room, a plane, a beach, a jacuzzi.
He thought for a moment.
And I once got a blowjob in the American wing at the Met. Not a lot of foot traffic at the Colonial Furniture Collection.
You can write a whole listicle for BuzzFeed about that. Wow. I grabbed my shirt from the back of the sofa and threw it back over my shoulders, Beck watching me with a grin. Any places you haven't done it yet?
A car, actually.
I raised a brow at him, because that seemed like the easiest and safest spot to have public sex in. I had a friend in high school who lost her virginity in a car. That's how normal it was.
I'm saving that one for you.
Oh, that is so not happening. I laughed.
No poisonous plants, no allergies, the interior can be sanitized. Tinted windows for privacy.
The windshield isn't tinted.
I was thinking about the back of a limo.
And have the driver hear everything? Hell no.
We'll see.
He smirked.
Monday morning, my place.
I'm not having sex in your car, and definitely not on a Monday morning. He reached up and pushed my hair behind my ears.
You have a date with my books, nonfiction. I have a couple that might help you.
Can I use highlighter in them? I asked.
Sure.
Write in the margins? With pencil, of course.
You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't dog-ear them.
Beck, I gasped. I would never.
16. Beck. I tapped the screen and flipped through to the next page where I crossed out another useless passage. My lawyers had drawn up a first draft for a prenup, but it was littered with useless paragraphs about international private properties, cars, and taking potential future children to live abroad. It was lacking the corporate solutions we needed in place. They'd clearly not done enough research on Cordelia Montgomery if they thought my ski chalet in Switzerland would be of any interest to her. She may feel pressured to put on appearances at a few events right now, but everyone knew that she wasn't doing it because she wanted to. I typed out a quick email to let the legal team know they'd fucked up and told them to hire a marital law specialist. We need one to push the merger through anyway. Might as well keep one on the team instead of hiring an outside attorney. So, the girl? Julian asked, snapping his laptop shut and shooting a glance out the window. Our private jet was slowly descending, clouds and blue skies replaced by fields and winding roads. I'd looked at the files on the flash drive. The proceedings behind the scenes were moving faster than we'd expected, mostly thanks to Gregory Montgomery being incredibly by the book. Not a single cent out of place in his company, not a noteworthy extramarital affair, not even after his wife's death, which meant no illegitimate offspring to challenge Cordelia's claim on the company. The only reason things had stalled in the first place was a claim raised by 3 senior members of the company trying to declare Cordelia mentally unfit to accept her inheritance. Except now Blondie was out there flaunting that dazzling smile, and mysteriously all 3 of those Montgomery employees had left their positions over the last few weeks. Officially, they were citing personal matters and health concerns. Unofficially, not hard to guess why they no longer had a future at that company. We can discuss that on Monday, I replied. It's a business matter. The Montgomery merger is huge. If you pull this off, it would be the biggest milestone of our lives. We should... I know how important it is, asshole, which is why I'm not discussing it here, not now. Maybe it was hypocritical of me to throw that at him when I just sent an email about the very same topic to our lawyers. Then again, our lawyers didn't drag me across the country first thing on a Saturday morning. Actually,
Our lawyers probably would have objected to us flying out to Raleigh. But Georgia Beckett didn't take no for an answer, and Julian wouldn't even try to refuse her. He had yet to recognize that life was easier without her in it. At least tell me if you got her to dump that boy yet. I rolled my eyes at him and watched the city come into view outside the window. Yes. Okay, see, that's progress. I can work with progress. His chipper grin only soured my mood more. While I could easily ignore him on the flight, being crammed into a rental car for 2 hours made it a lot harder. Any idea what she wants? I asked before he could keep needling me about my impending engagement. I know as much as you do. I doubted that, since he was the one still in contact with our mother. Just don't mention her yoga classes to her. They hired a new instructor and she's on a warpath. Which meant the instructor would likely be fired by the end of the month. As a bartender-turned-trophy wife, Georgia had always felt like a small fish among sharks when navigating social circles. In prison, Georgia was the shark. Not that you could really call her lodgings a prison. She was in a minimum security facility lovingly nicknamed Camp Cupcake, where inmates lived in group cottages, could spend their time freely on the grounds, and had a shit ton of recreational activities to partake in, like yoga classes. Julian had pulled the strings to get her relocated there from state prison within her first year of incarceration. On our way from the airport, he filled me in on the latest Camp Cupcake news, as if our mother's personal vendetta against her snoring bunk buddy was in any way relevant to me. I hadn't spoken to Georgia in almost 2 years, when she'd been hospitalized with pneumonia, and before that it had been 3 years. Whatever emails she sent were automatically directed into my spam folder. The visitation center was as inviting as a 3-star hotel lobby. Comfortable enough to spend 1 or 2 hours in, if need be, with low sofas and a couple of tables with chairs, all bolted to the floor, but not a place you wanted to stay longer than necessary. Georgia Beckett looked like someone costuming in prison uniform. Her hair was in a neatly cropped brown pixie cut, and by the look of her full lips and wrinkle-free eyes, her last medical leave had involved more Botox than usual for a root canal. My boys! She fell around us in a hug that lasted the exact predeterminate 5 seconds before falling back and running her fingers through my hair, fixing a strand that was certainly not out of place. I wasn't dumb enough to come here giving her any kind of ammunition. Look at you, Augustus. I keep forgetting how tall you are. You have to come visit more often. Beck, I replied. Her faux warm smile dropped instantly. I named you Augustus when they cut you out of my flesh, and that's your name until the day I die. Not legally anymore, but that hardly mattered to Georgia. Hello, Mother, Julian said, and pressed a quick kiss to her cheek before settling on one of the sofas. I took the seat next to him and watched Georgia sink into the armchair across from us with all the grace of a snake. Almost 70, 17 years in prison, and she had not lost a drop of composure. She folded her hands in her lap, all business. Here we go. We need to discuss Cordelia Montgomery. Oh, for fuck's sake. I turned to Julian. Mr. I know as much as you do. Did the two of you conspire against me? I didn't say a word. He held up his hands in defeat, but didn't even try to hide the dirty smirk on his lips. He didn't have to. I keep up with the news. Sure, and who chose and paid for the gossip magazines and society pages she got in the mail. Is this why you wanted us to come? I asked, staying on track rather than picking a useless fight. Yes. Georgia leaned forward, elbows on her knees, narrowed eyes on me. It's a brilliant move in theory, but you're aging out of being a desirable bachelor, and she's too rich to be complacent arm candy. What's your play? Jesus fuck. This woman couldn't let go of her manipulations even thousands of miles and many years out of my life. I can handle her. 3 strategies. Go. 3 simple words, and I was thrown back to long nights at the dinner table, when Georgia made us go over international politics, historical wars, chess games, and celebrity PR campaigns. Anything that required any sort of strategy. We wouldn't go to bed until we came up with 3 satisfactory strategies each. The number of nights I slept with my head smacked against the mahogany tabletop probably matched the number of nights I spent in my bed. Pregnancy and shotgun wedding, Julian said, repeating the same strategy he'd mentioned to me a while back. If Georgia had personal feelings on the matter, she pushed them aside. Contraceptives. Flaxseed, or a little food poisoning to make her throw up the pill.
Jesus, I muttered. Yes, good thinking. My mother pointed at me as if I'd just thrown in a valid argument, and I shouldn't have felt proud like a fucking fifth grader getting a gold star, but old habits died hard. Is she religious enough to go through with it? Abortion?
She's not the type to get an abortion, Julian scoffed.
You would be surprised how many women get an abortion every single day, Julius. There's no type. She pursed her lips, and Julian slid an entire inch lower in his seat. Dell wants the whole goddamn picket fence dream, I supplied. Maybe I didn't want to play this game anymore 30 years later, but this was what I was trained to do. I knew how to play. I knew how to win. I may have spent many nights at the kitchen table, but Julian had spent more. You don't need 3 strategies. You need 1. Sternberg's triangular theory of love proposes 3 major objectives. Mom folded her hands under her chin, listening. First, passion. She has sexual hang-ups, but she's attracted to me, so even if she doesn't see a romantic future for us yet, that's my way in. No pun intended. I've made first progress on this, but trust me, I'm not getting her pregnant anytime soon. However, she's still a romantic at heart, so I doubt she'll be able to keep sex and love separate for long. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Keep going. Mom's words were an order, not an encouragement. Secondly, commitment. She clearly has clinical anxiety, so I will be her reliable source of comfort. This is the part that will likely take the most time. She already trusts me to a certain degree, but I need to solidify myself as someone she can depend on. As the someone she can always depend on. If I'm the only person who can offer her peace of mind, that makes me the perfect person to spend the rest of her life with. Mom shook her head, and my stomach sank at the cool disapproval in her eyes. Just like it had always done. That's too vague. Define your goals, Augustus. Anticipate her needs, remove stressors, offer emotional and physical comfort during and after stressful situations. What's your third objective? She asked, no beat wasted. Intimacy.
You already mentioned sex, my brother piped up.
Hush, Julius.
Intimately knowing someone is not the same as having sex with someone, idiot. I shot him a look over my shoulder, but looked back to Mom to explain. It's about knowing their comfort movies and their guilty pleasure foods, getting them to open up about their family and their childhood trauma and their hopes and dreams and shit. She clicked her tongue. Language. And how exactly are you going to do that? Julian asked.
Would it surprise you to find out that many women are capable of having actual conversations?
He chuckled bitterly. Fair enough. I suppose if she's not letting you fuck her, that's the way to go.
She told me about her picket fence dreams before I finger-fucked her in the living room, if you must know. Mom snapped her fingers in both our faces. Enough, boys.
He wanted to know. You wanted to know.
I was steamrolling through this. No thoughts, just the need to prove that I knew what I was talking about.
Want me to tell you how she sat on my lap and held my cock in her hands?
Is that strategy breakdown enough for you?
Fine, I get it, Julian groaned.
No, please, let me indulge you with details of the sounds she made when I hit her G-spot. This slap snapped my head around. The sharp sting of my mother's hand burned on my cheek as I blinked. The prison guard materialized next to us before I'd even processed that my mother had just slapped me.
I think it's time to go, Mrs. Beckett, the guard said, brows raised.
I agree. Georgia huffed and pointed her bony index finger at Julian and me. You two are brothers first. Treat each other with respect. Yes, Mother. Both of us replied in unison to the same line we'd heard all our lives. Brothers first. The words hung in the air as Georgia Beckett was led back out of the visitation center. Even though a wide grin tugged at Julian's lips, I was the one who had pushed these details. For what? Proving in front of my incarcerated mother that I knew what I was doing, even if Julian thought his strategies were better? I fell back in my seat and watched a woman hug her kids at the far end of the room, all of them beaming. The universe was really rubbing it in today, huh?
Good to go?
Julian asked after a few minutes of sitting in silence. Yeah. I stood and cast one last glance at the family that was playing some board game in the corner, actually enjoying each other's company. Georgia had come up with many games over the years, but even if you won, afterwards you always felt like you lost something. 17. Beck. I opened my door to reveal a tiny woman with a huge blue and pink backpack that jingled and rustled thanks to all the straps and keychains on it. Dell was in yoga pants and a crop top and looked younger without her usual red lipstick. It made sense. With the red, she had the whole blonde bombshell association going for her. Without it, and dressed like this, she looked like a wide-eyed Scandinavian graduate ready to backpack the world. I'm sorry, you must have the wrong address. The dorm for Swedish exchange students is 2 blocks south. Very funny, Mr. Beckett. She rolled her eyes at me, soft pink lips pulling into a small smile. I grimaced. No. Don't call me that when you look like this. Like what? Ew, you're gross. I told you not to call me that. I shrugged and opened the door for her to shuffle in. Some men might have been into that kind of power play. While I didn't mind that there was basically a decade between us, I didn't need to fetishize it. Not my thing. You made the connection in the first place. That's just because I have a dirty mind. Exactly. Now. She dumped the bag on my sofa and pulled out a pastel project book and pastel pens and page flags to match. Show me the books. Wow, you're a geek. Yup. She jutted her chin out and grinned widely. Books. Her enthusiasm was too cute, considering the fact that she wasn't here to borrow books on princesses or unicorns or whatever else matched her pastel stationery. I showed her down the hallway and opened the door to my office for her. All yours. She furrowed her brows, looking over the shelves lining the walls, and clicked her tongue when she took in the sleek glass desk in the middle of the room. This is not an inviting library. It's an office, not a library. How many books do you own? I had a vague sense that I was answering a trick question when I said, must be around 2,000 now. At least the bookcases had been advertised to hold 200 each. Well, you need only 1,000 books to qualify as a library. Mr. Becky, B? Beck. And a library must be inviting. It should be begging you to make yourself comfortable and stay for hours. Or you just take a book from the office and read it on the sofa. Hold, please. She pushed her stack of pink and blue and orange stationery into my hands and disappeared down the hallway, returning a minute later with my entire bedding piled high in her arms. That belongs in the bedroom. Don't you have to work or something? Dell scrunched her nose at me and nodded at my desk. That's why I suggested you read in the living room. Good thing I'm a quiet reader. She grinned and spread the thick fleece blanket on the floor like a picnic cloth, arranging pillows against the bookcases to create a reading nook for herself before stretching her hands out for her study supplies. I handed them over and watched her arrange them, color-coded, along the edge of the blanket. While I wasn't keen on having my apartment rearranged, I wasn't opposed to having Dell make herself comfortable in my office. That shelf, I said, and pointed at the one opposite my desk. It was the safest placement in case of video calls. You didn't want screenshots blown up to reveal books like Tantric Massage 101 or Advanced Japanese Bondage. Any pointers? Follow your gut. I had a meeting, but it was the one I'd promised Julian about a certain person in attendance right now, so I dropped into my chair and typed out a quick message to let him know she'd be able to hear me and waited for him to react with a thumbs up before I picked up my headphones and jumped on the video call. You had a girl over and that's the reason you didn't show up at the office today. Very unprofessional of you. Do you need me to run you through the whole strategy again, or do you think I might have it handled? I raised my brows at him, almost daring him to question me again. If nothing else, George's seal of approval of my approach should have shut down his doubts. Dell shot a quick look over her shoulder, but returned to browsing the shelves when she registered that I was on a call. I'm not asking if she sucked your dick for breakfast, idiot. Dell couldn't hear him, but that didn't stop the muscle in my jaw from twitching at his words. It was more of a last-minute arrangement. Just make sure she's not friend-zoning you, Mr. Intimacy. That's currently no concern, I replied, shooting a look over the screen of my laptop. Blondie was pulling out a large coffee table photography book, featuring close-ups of people wrapped in robes, and raised her brows at the cover. What's that smirk for? Is she twerking naked on the other side of the screen? Trust the strategy, I reminded him. When the deal goes through, you'll need to meet face-to-face with the stakeholders too and potentially maintain that relationship for many years. You don't want to get sidetracked by acquisition details, do you? All right. No more discussing your future wife's ass, got it? On command, my eyes dropped to Dell's ass,
clad in tight black leggings that left little to the imagination, not even the line of her cheeky slip. I'm still brainstorming how we'll facilitate a growth shift on the third objective without coming on too strong. Take it or can, showing off your yacht always works, right? He wasn't wrong about the principle. The yacht had little to do with it, but an international holiday would have been a good bonding experience. Probably not with this account, I said, dragging my eyes from Dell's ass to the book on body modifications in her hands. They're not projecting any interest in international expansion. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Cordelia Montgomery leaving a house is one thing, but leaving the country? Any further word from Georgia? I asked, letting Julian know that I was done talking about the merger. No, she called yesterday, but Brody took the call and spent all 15 minutes waffling about some boy band announcing their breakup. She was crying into her breakfast this morning because they had a hit song about French toast, and now she won't ever be able to eat French toast again or something. I didn't like the idea that Georgia might sink her claws into Brody, but to her credit, she had spent the last 15 years playing a perfectly loving grandmother who just happened to be in prison. A few years ago, Brody had claimed that Georgia was badass, but from all she'd told me, Georgia had only ever listened to her and encouraged her to do whatever the hell she wanted. I was fairly certain that was one of the reasons Julian allowed Brody to get into the ring rather than sticking her with appropriate piano and tennis lessons. Maybe Georgia should spend her time and energy on facilitating that reunion rather than interfering with my schedule. Could you imagine? Our mother, the boy band manager. Dell yelped, and I glanced up to find her with her hand clutched over her mouth, eyebrows knitted together. Sorry, she whispered and pulled up her shoulders. Julian was going on about something, but I didn't hear him, cocking my head to see what caused the bright pink blush on Dell's cheeks. She turned the book around. Ah, it was called Milkmaid Diaries. A Dutch porn star's autobiography chronicled through cum-shot selfies. Nothing like a close-up of a labia covered in 5 men's semen to drive home the point that this was not the cozy library Dell wanted it to be. And then everyone died. I raised my brows at Julian, who was possibly the only person at Accent with the balls to call me out when I stopped listening. Although, to be fair, most people just talk to hear their own voice anyway. Care to explain? No, you go back to I mean, giving your girl the attention she deserves. The Montgomery account takes top priority. I'll see you Thursday at the latest. Have fun. I closed the window and dropped the earbuds, but when I checked on Dell again, she had settled down on the floor with 4 piles of books neatly stacked, a color-matched set of highlighters, gel pens, and sticky notes on each stack. You have a system, Blondie? I asked. Personal accounts, essays, biographies, she explained, slapping her hand on the first stack. Biology and psychology and sexology and everything else that sounded vaguely like science. She slapped the second stack. Guidebooks on how to have sex in all the different ways. She drummed her fingers against the third stack and finally touched the farthest stack with the tip of her cozy socked toes. Photography to look at when the text starts blurring in front of my eyes, but I figure I can compile some notes on aesthetics. I was considering a 5th category for a historical approach, which is really interesting as well, but... She shrugged and looked at me, eyes so big they looked like frosted lakes. This is going to sound silly, but I only have 4 colors. I'd rather have 4 truly relevant categories than 5 categories, but the color coding is off on one of them. You need a 5th highlighter color? Yes, but no, you don't understand. It's a whole system, and I don't do neon. I opened the top drawer on my desk and pulled out a muted red highlighter, a pad of red sticky notes, and a red gel pen. All usually reserved for when people fucked up and I had to correct their fuck-ups. Does this work? She scrunched up her nose, eyes flitting to her 4 stacks. I double-checked her setup and realized why she was hesitant. I opened the second drawer and pulled out a small booklet of page flags that included red ones. How about now? She bit her lip to stop a stupid big grin from breaking through. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She nodded and got up again, snatching the stationery from my desk, doing a giddy little dance as she clutched them to her chest and wiggled back to the shelf to pull the historical category. I had never seen anyone that excited to annotate books about the history of vibrators. To her credit, she was a quiet reader, but her very presence proved to be a distraction. I sent a few emails, then looked up to watch her lie on her stomach, feet kicking,
tapping her pen against her lips while she made her way through Milkmaid. Every couple of pages, she stuck a page flag to a paragraph and scribbled a few lines into her notebook. By the time lunch rolled around, I had gotten as much done as I otherwise would have in an hour. And while I usually didn't take a break unless a lunch meeting was required, I had no intention of letting Dell starve. I closed my laptop and eyed her playing with the blue pearl on her necklace, waiting until she turned the page. Has all that studying made you hungry yet? She whipped her head up, finger on the page to remember her place. She blinked, trying to focus her eyes on the clock above the door. Oh, I guess I could eat. She unfolded the dust cover of the book to tuck the flap around the pages she'd already read, bookmarking her spot. What are you in the mood for? I asked, reaching out a hand for her. She took it, letting herself be pulled up, grimacing at being pulled out of the position she'd been stuck in for hours. Oh, I brought snacks. I have a fully stocked kitchen, no peanuts. I'm just here for your books. I don't expect you to play host or anything. It's food, not a monogrammed set of towels. Just here for your books. Maybe I did have to revisit the friend-zoning situation Julian mentioned. She pulled 2 containers of purple Tupperware from her backpack, shaking them like maracas as she followed me to the kitchen. Microwave? You are not eating microwaved food on my watch. Okay, so I wouldn't win her over with my charm, but please, standards. Fine, I'll eat it cold then. She huffed and climbed onto one of the bar stools. I blinked at the food she brought when she popped the lids off. Absolutely not. I grabbed one of her boxes, ignoring her yelp of protest. Fruit, yes. Mini pancakes, no. First of all, you don't tell me what to eat. That's abusive. Second of all, those aren't mini pancakes. They're poffertjes, a Dutch delicacy. My place, my rules. You're here to work, so you need brain food. A pancake by any other name is still as unhealthy. You can't just misquote Shakespeare at me to prove a point. Pancakes are comfort food. You can have these back when you're done working. I closed the tiny box of pancakes and shelved it in the fridge, pulling out fresh vegetables and diced teriyaki chicken I'd prepared last night. I don't like tomatoes, Dell interjected as she watched me cut up the veggies. More for me. What are you making? Lunch wraps. Her stomach gurgled in response, and even though her cheeks flamed red, she still sounded playful when she said, Sounds like you better hurry up. She popped one of her grapes through full lips, and I almost lost a finger while chopping cucumber. Fuck, I needed to get laid if this was all it took to distract me. Dell spent the rest of the afternoon with her nose buried in the books and jumped up when her phone buzzed at precisely 5 p.m. I spent that evening at Clandestine, the kind of club people spent $10K a month to be anonymous members of, but I couldn't find the distraction I was looking for. Every woman I met was too tall, too brunette, too eager. Usually my M.O., beautiful, self-aware, out for just sex. But all I kept thinking about was a certain short blonde and her stationary happy dance. Dell was back in my apartment the next morning, carrying pillows and blankets from the bedroom to the office and settling in for the day. It was a little easier ignoring her presence in the slouchy floor-length t-shirt dress she wore, at least until she flopped over and put her legs up against the bookshelves, the dress pooling around her hips, bearing every inch of milky white leg. No idea what happened in that 11 a.m. meeting, but I would be able to draw every dip of her legs from memory. We ordered sushi for lunch, during which she mostly rambled down the contents of her research. I'd read every book on my shelves, but I didn't stop her from recounting her findings. She was excited about this. I wasn't going to dim her enthusiasm. And when I lost track of time discussing erogenous zones, I told myself that engaging with her genuine curiosity wasn't endearing or intoxicating, just beneficial. This was a long con. At least I wouldn't be stuck in a sexless marriage. That was all. There would be no marriage and no merger if I couldn't hold it together in actual business meetings, though. So I worked from the kitchen for the rest of the day.
18. Delilah. Beck welcomed me back on Tuesday, ordered sushi for lunch and Starbucks in the afternoon, pulling a face when I spelled out my drink choice for him. It was all sugar and milk and ice, perfect for hot summer days, and had very little semblance to his simple black coffee with a dash of milk. On Wednesday, Steve, the doorman, handed me a key and a note the moment I set foot in the building. Apparently, Beck had to work at the office, but he gave me free rein over his apartment and his library. I smirked at the word library on heavy linen paper. Damn right it was. Stepping into Beck's apartment without him there felt an awful lot like being in a school on a Saturday. Same walls, same floors, same furniture, but with a touch of eeriness. When I walked into the library, however, it was exactly as inviting as I'd left it. Pillows, blankets, books. He told me he'd take care of it when I'd started shuffling my stuff around last night. Apparently, he hadn't. Had he slept without blankets or pillows? Unless, of course, he hadn't slept in his own apartment at all. He could have gone out last night. The thought plummeted through me, stomach sinking at the thought. We weren't dating. We weren't even anything. He could sleep wherever and with whoever he wanted. Maybe a cool, experienced woman who didn't go through anxiety spirals when sex was on the table. I sighed and dropped my backpack by the door, sinking into my plush corner. I reached for my current book, but stopped with my hand midair. My nest was not exactly as I left it. A familiar blue box sat on top of the stack of sexual guidebooks and self-help instructions with a color-matched sticky note on it. Forget the vibrator. The fact that he'd used a pastel green sticky note for the pastel green marked stack of books that thematically matched the idea of using a vibrator, he got it. It took me a moment to blink through the sheer color-coding joy and read the note he'd left.
To study or to practice, that is the question.
Another badly butchered Shakespeare quote. I sighed and set the box aside. Just because I had spent 2 days hyper-focusing on sex books didn't mean the vibrator was magically going to work now. Maybe some other day, when I had a better understanding of the whole mind-body balance during sex. Today, I had a book on achieving mind-blowing orgasms on the TBR. It was one of the first ones I'd grabbed, obviously, but a cursory glance at the index had confirmed that I had been lacking some base knowledge. I settled in my corner with the book and wrote the title down in my notebook. I just couldn't focus. If a vibrator had eyes, this one was staring at me. With every single page I turned, the box's presence burrowed into me until my brain was unable to compute the words on the page in front of me. Groaning, I snapped the book shut and narrowed my eyes at the sex toy. "What the hell do you want from me?" I huffed. This was how far I'd fallen, talking to a vibrator.
19. Beck. I had tried and failed to leave early. I meant I had home in time to see Blondie off, but the servers had gone down at the office, and I'd had to stay until all systems were back up. Not that I could do much, but I couldn't be seen breezing off while everyone else was in panic mode. It was pitch black outside by the time I made it home. The apartment was dark and quiet, but I still checked the office for any sign of her presence. None. I flicked the lights on to find her corner tidied up again, books stacked in a row, no blankets or pillows, even though I'd left them out for her. My attention snagged on the blue box on my desk, and the red sticky note on it. I picked it up, but the message was short and clear. No. Well, it had merely been a suggestion. I'd figured she might get a little inspired by her reading materials. I was going to put the box back in my nightstand where it had been living for a while, but as I walked into the bedroom, the light caught at just the right angle on the box to show the thin cut along the plastic seal. She didn't. I flipped the box open. No hygiene seal, no instruction booklet, and while the vibrator was in the box, it was upside down. My brain short-circuited as the other meaning of no filtered through. No, it hadn't worked, which would mean she had tried. Here. Sometime while I was at the goddamn office, Dell had fucked herself in my apartment. Where? On the sofa? On the floor of the office? My desk chair? My bed? The thought of her body writhing against my furniture spiked my pulse in an entirely unhealthy way and sent heat shooting to my hips. I pulled her contact up on my phone, fully aware that she could be fast asleep already, and typed the question, Beck, where? The reply came almost immediately. Blondie. At home, smiley face, watching Little Women. Of course she had no fucking clue what I meant. I swallowed and tossed the vibrator on the bed, loosening my belt buckle as I typed it out more clearly. Where in my apartment did you practice? 3 dots appeared on screen, then disappeared again. I peeled out of my clothes and was stark naked by the time she'd finally replied. Bed. But don't worry, I put down a large towel and took it with me to wash. You'll get it back spotless. Spotless? Fuck, had she been wet enough to spot the towel? Drenching it with her sweet juice before she got all in her head again? I dropped into my pillows, which had started smelling like jasmine and amber after the first day she'd claimed my pillows, but I swore the scent was stronger now. And as I curled my hand around my cock, imagining her face pressed into my pillows, her hips arching off my mattress, I typed out one last text. Next time, I'll help.
20. Delilah. On Thursday morning at 3 a.m., I got another glimpse at why Cordelia Montgomery hadn't been seen outside her house in 15 years. Or rather, I got an audible reminder. The screams had me shooting out of bed and into the hallway, swinging the first vase I could grab. I followed the sound upstairs, where Victor stopped me with one hand raised to his lips to motion for me to stay quiet, the other hand outstretched for the vase. He was clad in a simple black shirt and a pair of loose gray sweatpants, ready to spring into action even in his sleep. I handed the vase over, my eyes fixed on the door behind him. Cordelia's screams raised the hairs on my neck, but they died down after a minute or so.
Waking her during a nightmare would just cause a panic attack.
He spoke in a low voice, shelving the vase in a nearby bookcase.
And please, Delilah, don't hit intruders with 200-year-old delicate antiques. I can arm you with an adequate golf club.
I was too stunned to form a coherent sentence, still watching the door as if the screams might start again. Does this happen a lot?
No.
Victor sighed.
Not anymore. This was the first one in over a year.
The handle of the bedroom door turned, lock clicking open, and Cordelia stepped out. Hair rustled, nightshirt twisted around her waist, a soft smile forming on her lips when she spotted Victor. Her shoulders stiffened when her eyes fell on me. Did I wake you? I waved her off. I was barely sleeping. At least that was true. I'd stared at Beck's last text until the phone fell out of my hands. And even then, I was still tossing and turning, dreaming up snippets of his hands on me mixed with the pictures from his books. Stress dreams, not wet dreams. I'm sorry, she breathed, shoulders falling inwards. I promise this won't happen again.
For what it's worth, Delilah was ready to defend your honor with the Fontainebleau vase,
Victor said, a chuckle lilting his words. It was the closest I'd ever seen him come to joking. Cordelia only needed a split second to locate the vase, the smile from before returning to her lips. I never much liked that thing anyway. Victor clicked his tongue in disapproval. Who knew he was the one appreciating all the floral European decor? Anyone else feel like ice cream? Cordelia asked, and leaned back into her room, grabbing a silky robe that billowed out behind her when she slid past me down the stairs. Victor made an after you gesture, and I wordlessly followed my hostess. I'll be there in a second, I said, and dipped into my own suite. I grabbed a woolly knit cardigan and my phone. Ice cream at 3 a.m. meant I was definitely not going to be ready for another study session at 8 o'clock. I unlocked my phone and hesitated. Beck's last message was only 4 words, but to me, it took up the entire screen. Beck.
Next time, I'll help.
I was fully aware of how stupid it had been to take that damn vibrator to his bedroom, but it had also been strangely erotic. To be engulfed in his scent, knowing I was doing something taboo, spurred on by the breathing exercise I had just read about. At least right up until I started worrying about potential housekeepers and security cameras, and my risque bubble had burst. I sighed and shoved the memory down. Del. Something came up. Won't be able to make it today. Sorry. Heart emoticon. The message looked like a lame follow-up to his offer of help. If you could call it that, it felt more like a promise. And something inside me stirred at the thought of anyone, let alone him, using a toy on me. I'd never done that. It seemed like a waste of everyone's time, considering the toys didn't even work when I was alone. And I would likely end up faking it again, just to break the awkwardness of neither party getting anything out of the experience. But something about the way Beck had phrased his questions. Where? Where in my apartment did you practice? Next time, I'll help. He called it practice. He knew that I hadn't just masturbated in his bed for the kick of it. I'd also failed at climaxing yet again, and he wanted to help. Rocky Road or mint chocolate chip? Cordelia's voice echoing from the stairs ripped me from my thoughts. I'd been biting my lip so hard it hurt when I opened my mouth. Mint chocolate! I left the phone on the nightstand and followed the sound of voices and clanking spoons to the kitchen. Cordelia and Victor were already at the dinner table. Victor had a bowl with a small dollop of green ice cream in front of him, while Cordelia was pouring rainbow sprinkles over a mountain of Rocky Road, whipped cream, and gummy bears. That monstrosity looked like it would provide a 3-day sugar high. I'm sorry for waking you up, Cordelia said as I took the chair next to her, where another normal portion of mint chocolate chip ice cream was set out. I know that's not normal. I know I'm crazy. You're not crazy, unless you're talking about that ice cream, I replied. Victor chuckled, but Cordelia poked her tongue out at him. He smirked a strangely upside-down grin I hadn't seen on him before and returned to eating his ice cream. It felt like a way too intimate moment. A little private exchange that wasn't to be seen by anyone who knew Victor's usually stoic exterior. I think, I started, then decided to rephrase my thoughts to center Cordelia rather than my perception of her. Your mother was shot. You were there, and you were very young. That kind of trauma rewires your brain. It's unrealistic for people to expect you to go out much after that in the first place. And it's unfair of people to expect you to return to what they think of as normal at all, no matter how much time passes. You don't need to conform to anyone's idea of a normal life as long as you find happiness and safety in your way of living. You almost sound like my therapist. She shoved a huge spoonful of ice cream and sprinkles in her mouth. I sighed and stared at my ice cream, then decided, fuck it, and drowned it in whipped cream too. We all have our funky little brain issues to deal with. Funky little brain issues. I like that, Cordelia said through a held-up hand, not even having swallowed yet. Victor grimaced at her full mouth but didn't say anything. I'll also take neurospicy. Yeah, she giggled. That sounds better than rattling down the whole list of acronyms. ADHD, PTSD, SAD. I'm working on collecting the whole neurospicy alphabet. I nodded. GAD and autistic for me. I had a feeling. Same. We smiled at each other over our ice cream bowls. There really was a neurodivergent radar. I didn't know how to explain it, but you somehow gravitated towards each other. Apparently, some studies showed that neurotypicals thought something was different about neurodivergent people within 2 minutes of meeting them, without being able to put a finger on what it was. Thankfully, that same instinct worked the other way around, too. Well, I also want to be a good teacher, and good teachers understand that every person has different needs. I think you'll be a great teacher. Thank you. I laughed. And I think you'll be great at bossing people around from your home. Look, I know my mother's death was very public. She was shot, I was standing right next to her. That's the story, right? Cordelia pushed a red gummy bear around the mountain of whipped cream, but her eyes were on the kitchen window. Not that there was anything but pitch black outside. Cordelia, Victor said in a tone I couldn't quite place. She nodded and gave him a small smile before fully turning in her chair, facing me. She was shot, but the story doesn't end there. I was grabbed and pulled into a van. The kidnappers apparently thought that killing my mother would make my father realize they wouldn't hesitate to shoot me too if he didn't hand over the $20 million they demanded as a ransom. She grimaced, but didn't pause long enough for me to ask questions. I sat, tied up in some windowless room for 3 days. A bottle of water and a cheeseburger to tide me over, before they got me out of there. My father spent those 3 days negotiating them down to $4 million. I'm not saying this for you to pity me, but I think you deserve the full truth, considering you are one half of me now. God, I breathed. I couldn't even imagine the pain and fear she must have gone through in those 3 days. No wonder she didn't want to go back out there. And to think her father could have shortened that time? The Montgomerys were billionaires, with a B. The 16 million difference was nothing at their level of wealth. Your dad sounds like an ass. Cordelia let out a loud cackle. Oh, he was. Hope he rots in hell. Victor let out a vague harumph of agreement while scratching the last bits of ice cream from his bowl. I think my dad would have loved you, I said. What was he like before he got sick? I didn't even bother asking how she knew he got sick. I'd come to terms with the fact that Cordelia had sleuthed through my life before allowing me into hers. Knowing what she'd been through, I could hardly hold it against her. He worked at the Sallow Candy Factory. I pointed my spoon at her mountain of sugar. He considered himself Willy Wonka. He didn't make the candy, but he always said that Willy Wonka had the Oompa Loompas do that anyway. He was in packaging. Or, as he put it, he was the one who made sure kids got excited even just holding a bar of chocolate in the candy aisle. He loved the simplicity of it. Candy makes people happy. I bet your house was the place to be trick-or-treating on Halloween. Cordelia added another heaping of rainbow sprinkles to her bowl. God, Dad would have really loved her. He'd have clutched his chest, wheezing with laughter before copying her ice cream composition for himself, just to try. He'd have stared at it for 10 minutes before eating, and he would have spent the next 5 days dissecting how the colors and textures worked together. It was. I nodded and scooped down some ice cream. I wasn't religious and didn't believe in the afterlife or ghosts or anything, but if there was a way for Dad to watch, I really hoped he did. Just because he'd get such a good laugh out of Cordelia's recipe.
21. Beck. Blondie. Did you know that people are hornier in summer than in winter? Beck. Yes. Apparently, a mix of the extra vitamin D and dopamine from the sun, and all the exposed skin releasing pheromones. We should test your theory on my son, Deck. It's not my theory, it's science. She didn't even react to my come-on. You'd think after trying to get herself off on my bed, she would have been a little flirty. Except when she texted me, it was links to articles about hormones and studies on the germs exchanged during oral sex. She'd gone into deep research mode, and today she hadn't even shown, after I'd clearly signaled that I wanted to try a more hands-on approach. She'd been quivering around my fingers last Friday, and now she shot me down again and again. What the fuck was I supposed to do with that? Call it a scientific experiment, then.
I don't need to experiment to know that this heat wave is just making me sweaty and lazy.
Another knockout.
Who could possibly be more important than me, huh?
Brody's cushioned gloves knocked into my side as she tried to angle over my shoulder and catch a glimpse of my texts. It's just work, I said.
Uh-huh. Blondie sure sounds a lot like work.
I slipped my phone back into my pocket and narrowed my eyes at her, then at the ring, where 2 teen girls were dancing around each other instead of landing hits. Shouldn't you be getting the shit kicked out of you right now?
Next one,
she replied, jumping up and down, keeping her muscles warm.
They had to let Felicity go first because she needs to be home by 9 or her mom will freak out again.
Sports for teen girls was very different from sports for adults. Parental curfews mattered more than skill. You need a pep talk?
Brody jumped from side to side, pumping her arms. I need you to tell me who Blondie is. Am I finally getting an aunt?
I didn't point out to her that she technically had an aunt because her late mother's sister was an old hag. She hated Julian for getting Brody's mom pregnant and hated Brody for being born, which had led to her mother's death, eclampsia. Preventable, but not uncommon. We'll see, I said. And Brody almost stumbled forward in the middle of a jump, scrambling to turn to me.
Wait, what the fuck?
I raised my brows at her choice of words, but I knew better than to stop a teenager from cursing. I thought we were getting somewhere, but she canceled on me today. Your father thinks she's friend-zoning me. Brody rolled her eyes at me.
The friend zone is a patriarchal concept invented by men incapable of seeing women as anything but servants or sexual partners.
The bell rang in the ring, fight over. You're up, I said, pointing at the corner she'd have to fight from. If this had been an official fight, I would have been in coach mode. But since this was just a friendly competition, I was allowed some blonde distraction.
Give me 3 minutes,
Brody said, shoving her mouthguard in. She only needed 2. She polished that other girl off without letting her get a single hit in. The sense of pride that swelled in my chest diminished when she stepped in front of me and nailed me with an icy glare, though.
So, are you a patriarchal asshole who only wants to use this girl for sex, who gets mad when she values your companionship over your penis?
Brody may have inherited her mother's soft face, but that attitude of hers was all Julian. I'm not discussing my sex life with you, Brody, I said while helping her out of her gloves. You and your father are way too nosy.
You come to my fight and spend the entire time looking at your phone. I deserve an explanation that doesn't involve the word friend zone.
She grabbed her water bottle but kept her eyes trained on me, brows raised, waiting for an answer while she drank. I huffed an exasperated sigh. The CIA should employ teenage girls. If anyone could torture information out of you, it was them. If you liked a boy, how would you signal that to him?
Depends on the context.
She shrugged and chugged more water from her bottle, even though her brow was barely crested in sweat. Explain. I had stooped so low as to ask my teenage niece for dating advice. Great.
If we went out on a date, absolutely dress up. I'd want to look my best, look cute, snap a couple pics with him and take some videos. We could totally match our fits for the aesthetic, and he could be all, look at my hot girlfriend, you know?
The word hot didn't compute in relation to my niece, but I understood the basic gist of what she was saying. Going out equaled being seen, even digitally, which equaled getting dressed up. What about study dates?
School, library, or at home?
Part of me was curious why the location seemed to matter, but that wasn't the point. At my place. She weighed her head back and forth.
I'd dress casual but cute. I feel like if I dressed up too much, I'd signal that I was just there for a quick stop between more important plans. If I'm legit just coming to study, I'm in the most comfortable shit. Loose shirt, stretchy pants, mismatched socks. But if it's a study date, I'd still do my hair cute, wear some skin-tight yoga pants, maybe a little crop top moment with a dainty necklace. Comfortable, but I have a great body and I'm not afraid to show it, right? I might slide a little closer, let my arm brush his, tell him he smelled nice, stuff like that.
I blinked at her. She had described the outfit Dell had shown up in on Monday, down to the fucking necklace. There was no arm touching when you sat 8 feet apart, though. I see.
So
what?
What did she signal?
Yoga pants.
Good for you, Uncle Augie.
She punched my upper arm with more force than necessary, and I hated to admit that it hurt enough to bruise the next day.
And good for me. I'm in desperate need of a cool aunt who doesn't turn green when I use the word penis.
I didn't tell her that the woman in question might turn bright red instead.
22. Delilah. Beck was at the office again on Friday, making this the second day we didn't see each other after the whole vibrator incident. I went to his place with the best intentions of burrowing myself in his books. But yesterday's heat was still simmering in the streets, and his penthouse was mostly south-facing windows. By 11 a.m., the relentless sunlight had brought the sweltering temperatures inside. I tried adjusting the thermostat, but it was on a timer, and no matter how many buttons I pressed, it just beeped angrily at me and flashed a big red light. Asshole. There was no way Beck didn't have AC, but there was every way he didn't switch it on unless he was actually at home, considering most of his time was spent out and about. Fine. I could get some cool relief in other ways. I yanked the freezer door open, a wave of cool air hitting my damp skin. Thank God. I sighed and turned, trying to get that 360-degree popsicle treatment. But the problem with freezers was that there was no air blast. The cold barely penetrated past my clothes. I'd taken my pants off for far more scandalous reasons in here the other day, so I had less inhibitions as I yanked up the hem of my shirt. Immediately, the cool air sank through my belly, deep into my nerves, soothing my discomfort. Oh, come on, I groaned as I tried to peel my soaked t-shirt over my head. But it was stuck somewhere between my bra and my elbows, too wet to slide off. For goodness sake!
Need help?
The low rumbling voice made me scream and jump. I hadn't even heard him come in. He was supposed to be at the office. And I was currently stuck in front of his freezer with my pink Taylor Swift shirt covering my face, but not my chest. I'm good, I squeaked, turning in the direction his voice had come from, only to collide with a hard, warm wall. I yelped again. Damn, his steps were silent.
I'm guessing you're the one who entered the security code wrong 3 times and tripped the silent alarm.
Security code? I asked, and tensed when his hands slid up my sides to hook in under my shirt. Oh God, that thing was so sweaty. He'd have my smelly, hot sweat all over his hands.
Did you touch the keypad by the door?
He asked. My face fell at the exact moment he freed my head from its fabric prison. Sorry, I breathed, looking up into a pair of dark, stormy gray eyes, ringed in perfect black lashes that pierced down into me with enough intensity to cool every blood cell that had been boiling 5 minutes ago. He lifted my shirt higher, palms sliding over my arms and elbows, and just when I was supposed to be free, a sharp pain shot through my wrists as they were yanked together by a twist of fabric. I hissed, eyes snapping up to where Beck had tied my hands together and still held them above my head. I was looking for the thermostat, I said, as if that was important when he had me pinned in place like this, but my brain was still playing catch-up. What are you doing exactly? My voice hitched in my throat as the anxiety started to trickle in.
Tying up the intruder who broke into my house,
he replied, the corner of his mouth quirking up. One hand still on bound hands, the other on my waist, he pushed me back a step, hooking the shirt around the top of the refrigerator handle. My back pressed against the cool edge of the freezer, cold coating my damp skin on one side, while his hands seared my waist on the other. He had me tied up. His words finally clicked. My shirt had become a handcuff, and I was in a bra and bike shorts, and he was standing over me, eyes drinking in my body so shamelessly, every muscle in my stomach tightened.
I'm glad I didn't send building security to check the alarm.
I haven't really gotten to the roleplay section of my research yet. My voice trembled. And I don't think we should try that, because if I were an intruder and you tied me up, does that mean we were waiting for the police? Would I only do you sexual favors in hopes of being let go to avoid jail? And why did I break in the first place? Am I stealing for self-preservation? What's my He shoved something hard and cold in my mouth and closed his hand over it. So even though my first instinct was to spit it back out, I couldn't. Alarm spiked through me, immediately replaced by just one thought. Cold.
Suck,
Beck growled. I had to. There was nothing I could do but swirl the ice cubes around on my tongue, hoping they would dissolve faster, hoping the cold would ease up. Instead, it seeped through my gums and numbed the insides of my cheeks. I stared up at him, drawing ragged air through my nose as I tried to breathe through the cold.
Did you know the human body is not equipped to deal with this sudden onset of cold? You can ward off a panic attack with a single ice cube to the wrist, because your survival instincts will overpower your brain.
I whimpered under his hand, because the ice cubes had barely melted and my mouth was just cold, to a point my temples began aching and goosebumps raced down my neck. A single other sensation broke through the frosted haze. His knuckles, grazing down my stomach, hard against my soft flesh.
Do you need me to stop?
He asked. His questions swam through my mind as I swallowed melted water. It ran an icy path from my throat down to the pit of my stomach.
Do you need me to stop?
He asked again, knuckles trailing up and down the dip of my belly. I shook my head and squeezed my eyes shut against the ice cubes hitting my teeth.
Stomp your foot if you want to stop. Understand?
Stomp my foot? I furrowed my brows, trying to find the synapses in my brain that controlled my feet. I flexed my toes. Testing. Okay. Stomping. I could stomp. I nodded and winced when more ice water trickled down my throat. Beck's hand slid into my pants, and my eyes flew open. His eyes were on me, black pupils bleeding into dark irises, watching my face as he unceremoniously slid a finger into me. My muscles tensed, and my instinct to squeak was cut short by my tongue inadvertently pushing the ice cubes against the roof of my mouth. The brain freeze drowned any other sensation. The moment the cold fog cleared a little, my hips jerked, low pressure building between my legs. Beck's finger pumped in and out, his thumb rubbing my clit. I wasn't even sure when he'd started that. Fuck. My waist tilted for him, each thrust pulling against my restraints, fabric digging into my wrists. The pain barely registered against the heat pulling for him. He pushed a second finger into me, stretching me. My walls ached, struggling to accommodate the new thrusts, but before I could dwell on the pain, I clamped my mouth shut tighter, the shrinking ice cubes biting into my gums. Cold. Between the fire building under his touch and the frozen thoughts, I felt it, the low hum of promise, the climb before the roller coaster dropped you over the edge. I'd been this close before. It was always the edge, never the drop.
Let it go.
Of course, he made a fucking Frozen reference in the middle of fingering me against his freezer, ice cubes in my mouth. I stiffened as the clarity of that thought broke through and swallowed. Water, not ice cubes. My eyes flew up to my favorite t-shirt, all stretched out and twisted and ruined. He had me tied to his kitchen, mouth clamped shut, fingering me against his fucking freezer, and I was supposed to let it go? I stomped my foot. Hard. Beck stopped mid-thrust, hand falling off my mouth immediately. I gasped for air as he freed his other hand from the entanglement of my underwear and bike shorts. Before I could even get a word out, my hands fell to my sides, my shirt in his hands. My arms were numb and tingling, fingers burning as blood rushed back into them. I stared at my wrists, and the fabric lines etched deep into my skin. It looked more painful than it had felt.
What happened?
Beck asked after a moment when I still didn't look up. His voice was way gentler than I deserved. The ice cubes melted, I replied, throat raw from the cold. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
I dragged my eyes up to meet his. He leaned against the inside of his freezer door, top buttons of his white shirt undone, and sleeves rolled up but otherwise still dressed for business. He'd really just come home from the office. Because I couldn't do it.
Do what?
Stop acting stupid, I huffed and snatched my t-shirt from his hands. It doesn't suit you. The shirt went on easier than it had come off, but that was mostly due to the fact that it was about twice as wide as it had been 3 ice cubes ago.
I'm not acting stupid. I'm genuinely curious why you're apologizing to me for not climaxing. Aren't you the same woman who told me sex wasn't just about coming?
Yeah, when you're with someone. Here, it's literally about figuring out how to make me come. And you tried something and it didn't work. So yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your efforts were in vain. A dark expression ghosted over his face, there and gone in an instant.
Blondie, this, here.
Beck fisted the front of my shirt and pulled me aside. He threw the freezer door shut, then pushed me up against it, knee wedged between my thighs.
We're practicing, because when I fuck you, I want you screaming in pleasure, real pleasure. And we'll practice again and again and again until your overactive brain is completely shut up and the only thing left on your mind is my name. Your first climax will only be the beginning of this. Understood?
I swallowed. Your first climax will only be the beginning of this. All the air had suddenly left my lungs.
Understood.
He repeated, closing his hand around my chin in an iron grip that sent a hot shiver rippling down my spine. Yes, I croaked.
One more thing.
He bent down, lips ghosting over my cheekbone, and continued with his voice dropped to a low growl.
If you ever touch yourself in my place again, I will tie you to my headboard and spank that tight ass until you're begging me to fuck you.
I winced at the sheer word choice, but couldn't ignore the moisture gathering between my legs. Beck, you ruined my favorite shirt. Beck let go of my shirt and looked down at the deformed, stretched-out mess he left behind. He sighed and pressed a quick kiss to my temple before he disappeared from the kitchen, hopefully to fix the AC. Despite having just had some icy refreshments involuntarily, my throat felt like sandpaper, and by the time I'd downed a glass of water that cleared my head and had wandered back to the library, Beck found me, a bundle of fabric in his hands. He placed it on the shelves before his fingers found the hem of my shirt. I let him peel me out of it again, barely a moment to think about how he kept seeing a whole lot of my skin and I had yet to see his. Before he opened the fresh white button-down for me to slip into. It swallowed me, the crisp fabric loose and surprisingly breathable. Thanks, I sighed and rolled up the sleeves to my elbows.
I'll take care of this,
he said, throwing my pink shirt over his shoulder. Don't throw it out. I'd rather have it stretched out than not at all.
You'll get it back as good as new.
Do you have a fashion fixer on call or something?
Or something.
He smirked. A soft tickle of cold air curled around my neck, and my head whipped up, trying to find the fans for the AC. Unseen and unheard.
Where's your phone?
He asked, but I didn't need to answer because he had already picked it up from my study corner.
Unlock.
Why? I asked, but tapped in my code. There were some incriminating texts between Cordelia and me on there, but Beck didn't seem like the kind of man who would snoop through my phone.
I'll log you into my home systems. No more tripped alarms. You can start the AC 30 minutes before you get here, play music, start the coffee maker, run a bath.
Of course. He didn't have a thermostat on his wall like a normal person. Thanks. Wait, run a bath?
Perfect to loosen muscles after a long workout.
A grin tugged on his lips, and I had a feeling he wasn't referring to the gym. He handed my phone back, opened on an app that showed a plethora of functions grouped by rooms. Sure enough, the bathroom showed bath settings for temperature, jacuzzi airstreams, and even for adding bath oils. Imagine all those winter nights after trudging through the snow and the bath was already waiting for you? My idea of a dream house had just shifted. Cordelia's interior designer, but Beck's tech features.
23. Beck. This is just soap, Isaac muttered, reading through the list of ingredients of a rejuvenating hand wash. Don't let anyone hear you or you'll get us kicked out. Between the socialites and influencers, The Kit by Kristen Carter launch wasn't my scene, but I went wherever Blondie went. Julian had pulled the guest list from the event planner's cloud, and Cordelia Montgomery had RSVP'd yes to her invite. It wasn't a bad business move. A new luxury skincare line aimed at women too old to ignore their wrinkles, but young enough to care about name-dropping Boston's version of Kim Kardashian, Kristen Carter, on Instagram. If they managed to get Kit into the bathrooms at Montgomery or worked out an exclusive line for the Montgomery on-the-go online shop, Dell would be the perfect face for that collaboration. She'd made sure of that by popping up all over social media in her tiny gold outfit at Decker's birthday. Even without her own profile, she'd posed for plenty of pictures with those that wanted to be seen with the elusive Cordelia Montgomery. It's an actual crime to charge more than £3 for this. Isaac uncapped the bottle and took a sniff, recoiling instantly. It's an actual crime to charge for this, period. Why did you want to come again? Because I'm getting a kick out of seeing you suck at something. I don't suck at anything. You suck at courting fair Lady Cordelia. He grinned. I'm a doctor, so you can trust me when I tell you that the way to a woman's heart is not through her cervix. I hadn't even told him about the little freezer moment. Why don't you leave fair Lady Cordelia to me? Because your idea of a romantic gesture is buying someone a vibrator. Vibrators can be romantic, Dell piped up behind Isaac, who whirred around, soap still in hand. I'll take this. Daphne plucked the bottle from his fingers and let it disappear in a huge shoulder bag that seemed a little too bulky for a casual chic event like this. You shouldn't have used that to rejuvenate anything, Isaac said. I'm not. She blinked at him and shouldered her bag higher. I don't know what you're talking about. Beck, you know Daphne. Daphne, this is Isaac, right? Dr. Isaac Hunter. Enchanté. He bowed his head and kissed Daphne's hand, and the poor girl erupted in giggles, her long, sleek black hair dropping like a curtain in front of her face. Jesus fucking Christ, I muttered, and Dell whacked her pale yellow clutch against my upper arm. It complemented the daisy print crop top and skirt combination that bared a sliver of midriff just wide enough to tempt me to run a finger along. Found another one, Dell said, picking the hand wash out of my gift bag and handing it to Daphne. That was mine, I said, less bothered than intrigued. We'll put your name on the donation receipt, Dell replied, grinning. Do you know what's so great about the Kit Rejuvenating Hand Wash? Daphne asked, holding the bottle up with a pearly white grin as if she was presenting it on a late-night shopping channel. The bottle is worth more than its content. It's sturdy. She rapped her knuckles against the plastic. Spill-proof. She turned the bottle upside down and squeezed. And reusable. She twisted the lid off and on again. I dunno follow, Isaac said. Do you know how many homeless women get sick due to infections caused by inadequate access to hygiene products during their period? I do, Isaac said, causing Daphne to falter in her speech. Well, we're dropping these off at a shelter afterwards. Everyone here can buy their own soap. You could also just donate money, Isaac said. That's not the point, Dell replied, shaking her head. It's also not half as much fun, I said, a small grin unfolding on my lips. Don't you want to be a little more like Robin Hood, steal from the rich and give to the poor? Isaac scoffed. You're the rich. And my soap has already been stolen. How many have you got so far? I nodded at Daphne's bag. Around 15, Dell said. That won't do. There have to be at least 100 people here. All right, Isaac clapped his hands. First of all, we'll need a second bag, then we divide and conquer. He shot me a pointed look over the girls' heads. Divide and conquer had been our play when we'd wingmanned each other through college, one of us voluntarily entertaining the best friend or sister of the girl the other one wanted some quality time with. I'll just use this. Dell emptied the gift bag on the table, face cream, face masks, and whatnot, spilling out. No offense, but you two are probably recognized less than us, so I suggest you hit the tables where people have left their gift bags out, and we'll go socialize. I put a hand between Dell's shoulders, and she leaned into it just enough for her earlier words to echo in my thoughts. Vibrators can be romantic. We'll meet back here in an hour. Half an hour later, we had shaken many hands, asked about many summer vacations, and Dell had accepted many business cards. Even if she had no noteworthy experience with these social gatherings, her easy smile and genuine interest in people's children and dogs charmed the pants off anyone we met. How are you doing? I asked after TV host Mark Trenton said his goodbyes and left us on the far end of the rooftop terrace, his soap now in Dell's bag. Amazing. Look at this. She held the bag open. That's got to be at least another 10. No, Blondie, how are you doing? She blinked at me, a pink blush creeping up her cheeks. Are you asking whether or not I've... Because I haven't, but I don't think we should be discussing this here, she whispered. Dell. I loosened the bag from her grasp and placed it aside. The skin of her right hand was creamy white, without any fingernail marks etched into it. What? How are you? I'm trying to make conversation. What's been going on in your life since Friday? Did you go out? How did you spend your Saturday? Oh. Am I doing this wrong? No, I just didn't expect that. She shrugged. Well, Daphne's been staying with me this weekend because her roommate's a dick. We've just been hanging out, watching movies, reading books, coming up with mermaid personas while swimming in the pool. Normal stuff. I have so many questions. Do you want me to tell you about my mermaid? Her eyes glinted with excitement. First, I need you to tell me why you read books when your friend is visiting. Because we both like reading. What kind of question is that? You read a lot, you should know. I read when I'm alone. That's only half as much fun. She reads really smutty books about bikers and the mafia and whatnot, and I read my historical romances full of ball gowns and elaborate engagements, and then we read each other the best passages, which, in Daphne's case, will be like Jackson Teague ripped my clothes off, and we had a really hot threesome, and I came 5 times. And in my case, it's a full-page description of the flowers blooming on Prince Edward Island in spring, including their distinctive scents and what they mean in the language of flowers. We get the best of both worlds without actually reading a whole book in a different genre.
Maybe you should study some of those books.
She rolled her eyes at me. Can I tell you about my mermaid yet?
Sure.
Okay, so basically, I came up with these two underwater kingdoms that have been at odds for centuries, and Daphne's mermaid is a princess of one kingdom, and my mermaid is the princess of the other, and they befriend each other despite their differences. My mermaid is called Sirena. That will be important later.
She delved deep into the backstory of her mermaid, the history of their kingdoms, the conflict between Sirena and her parents, the romance between Sirena and a soldier from the enemy kingdom. At some point, I managed to snatch 2 glasses from a server's tray, and Del paused in her elaborate story just long enough for a "thank you" and a sip before detailing how the magical abilities of the princesses complemented each other in the good and the bad.
So we come full circle back to the cave where they met.
You should write that down, I said.
What?
The book.
It's not a book. It's just make-believe. Did you never play mermaid in the pool? Or, I don't know, Aquaman?
She poked a finger into my biceps. I ignored her attempt to turn the conversation on me and plucked her hand from my arm, keeping hold of it. Her fingers folded around mine, barely able to close around 2 of them. It sounds like you came up with a whole book about your mermaid, I said.
Shit,
she hissed, and I realized why she'd taken my hand. My watch.
We're late. We were supposed to meet Daphne and Isaac 10 minutes ago.
It's fine. I texted Isaac.
You did? When?
She dropped my hand like hot coal. Around the time Sirena found the Melody Stone in Cerulean's hideout. She stilled, even her breathing shallowing out. What? Did I say her name wrong?
No, not at all.
Her voice was blocked and she cleared her throat before continuing.
You actually listened to all that?
Of course, it's a good story. Interesting world, engaging main characters, a moral conflict, action, romance, and just a hint of tragedy. You should write it down. It sounds exactly like the books Brody, my 15-year-old niece, can't get enough of.
You're not being sarcastic, are you? In a silly books for silly girls kind of way?
No, Brody is actually very smart. Mostly because she reads smart books for smart girls written by smart women.
Maybe. Someday.
Why not today?
It takes a lot of time, and it would be a passion project, not a stable career path. And then, what if I suck? What if people don't like it? What if I spend all this time and energy on a book only for people to tear it apart because at its core it's very cutesy and predictable? Because I'm not the kind of person who enjoys books that reinvent the wheel, you know? I like cutesy and predictable because the world is unpredictable enough. I mean, there's war out there, and nuclear weapons, and sharks.
Hey, breathe, Del. Breathe, think. I hooked my finger into the waistline of her skirt and pulled her against me, her chest gliding with mine, air whooshing into her lungs as she did. She'd clearly thought about this herself, and had tricked herself into believing all these doubts filling her brain. If you pick up a new skill, how do you get better at it?
Practice?
Okay, that means the only way to make sure you don't suck is to practice, which means you need to start writing. Next, I slipped my hand out of her skirt and to her back, resting it there with my fingertips grazing the sliver of naked skin. Are the books you enjoy reading cutesy and predictable?
Yes.
And are you the only person in the world who reads them? Or is there an audience for these books?
No, there's others who read them.
I brushed the hair from her face, but allowed my touch to linger, thumb brushing over her cheekbone. What was the other thing? It takes time. It's a passion project. Sweetheart, time passes anyway. You might as well spend it on something you're passionate about. She scrunched her nose at me, but that little feistiness didn't match the way she tilted her face to lean into my hand.
You and your rational brain,
she mumbled. Where did you keep all that creative energy hidden the last few weeks?
I don't hide it.
Her chin dipped down.
It just takes a while to come out around new people. Mermaids and water nymphs going to a ball in Atlantis, that's not really small talk.
This wasn't the same as talking to me about sex. Sex was a taboo topic in a polite society, but almost everyone talked about it and did it behind closed doors. This was more personal, something intrinsically hers. I hated reading as a kid. I wasn't good at it either. I took forever to get through a single page. Loved sports, though. But in the Beckett family, sport was an acceptable pastime, not something to waste your life on. I admitted to offer truth for truth, create some sort of bonding experience, but the words came easier than I expected. My brother was good at numbers and tech, so I had to cover the other side of the business: people, culture, politics. I quickly figured out that I could take the dust jackets off the books I was supposed to read and slide them over the books I liked more, though. And then I grew to love those books because they were my own thing. She smiled and blinked up at me, lids fluttering against the bright sun. What kind of books were you hiding? Whatever I could get my hands on. Narnia from the school library, a spy thriller borrowed from our doorman, some raunchy historical romance I stole from our maid's bedroom. Can I hug you? You want to hug me? I do. Her voice wavered and she pulled her shoulders up, self-consciousness sneaking in. All right. Dell bit her lip and raised her hands, and for a moment it looked like she wasn't quite sure where to put them. But then she slid them around my waist. With her arms slung around my middle, she sank into me. Her soft body molded with mine, and I let my own arms fold around her. She closed her eyes, ear against my chest, and I wondered if she could hear how my heart slowed as I held her. There was no urgency and no demand in her embrace. I never felt touch-starved before, but I didn't remember the last time I'd really been hugged. Not just a quick greeting or in a way that involved more tongue and less clothes, but just hugged for the sake of hugging. The warmth and a calm in that one touch radiated through me. Maybe I hadn't been starving, but I sure felt like I'd been malnutritional. You smell so nice, she mumbled against my shirt. I tried to push down the laugh rumbling through me, but my chest still shook, making her prop her chin against my sternum to shoot me a quizzical glance. I could hardly tell her that my teenage niece's dating advice was far more accurate than I would have expected. Sorry, I whispered. Have I already told you that you look breathtaking today? She swallowed, inhaled, and opened her mouth to respond, but our moment was cut short when Isaac cleared his throat. Sorry to interrupt, but, Daphne got caught with her bag. She's not on the guest list, so they're about to call the police, if you... Shit, I'm coming. Dell ripped out of the hug, grabbed the bag with the soap bottles, and sprinted towards the exit. I followed them wordlessly. The names Cordelia Montgomery and August Beckett were more than enough to get Daphne off the hook with just a warning from the event planners. But I had a feeling we'd just gotten ourselves blacklisted from any future Kristen Carter endeavors.
24. Delilah. My new schedule was easy to get used to. I spent the days at Beck's and the nights going to dinners and events with people who pretended they'd been close to Cordelia for years, and didn't blink an eye when I didn't reciprocate their familiarity. I shot a few texts here and there to Cordelia. I had to confirm a few details when people asked about her father or the business, but I usually managed to avoid hard conversations with a smile and a swift change in topic, usually a compliment. Thankfully, I'd become very good at complimenting people over the years. When I didn't know what else to talk about, I just praised their clothes, their car, or heck, even their curtains. Sometimes Beck was there, sometimes he wasn't, but he rarely left my side when he was, easily falling into any conversation. Monday morning of my 4th official week as Cordelia Montgomery, I showed up at Beck's with my backpack again, and he let me hole up in the library while he took Zoom meetings at the dinner table. I reassured him that he could just work in the library, but he mumbled something about legal and data privacy or whatnot. I nodded, like I understood. Not that I could actually do anything with what I heard in his meetings about mergers, expansions, and KPIs, even if I had understood, but no matter what he worked on, or where he worked from, the corner across from his desk had become my spot. The blankets and pillows still arranged exactly like I'd left them. No idea how he slept. When I tiptoed past him during a meeting to grab a drink from his fridge, I swore I could feel his eyes burn the back of my neck. He hadn't brought up the thing from the other Friday, the thing where he had tied me up against the fridge and gagged me with ice cubes. But when I tossed the fridge shut and looked over, Beck was nodding at his screen. He had no meetings on Tuesday, which meant I got him to myself. Nope. I scratched that thought the second it popped up. It just meant that I got to with him there, and his forehead crinkle. Just, Tuesday was good. By Wednesday, my eyes had grown a little weary of reading about sperm, squirting, and sex swings, so for my breaks, I brought more recreational reading material, and whenever I got to a great passage, I read it for Beck, so he could comprehend the joy of reading vicariously through someone else. My phone chirped, cutting me off in the middle of a swoon-worthy engagement speech. I glanced down, expecting a message from Tab or Defna, who had been bugging me about getting to the part where Beck had promised to practically help with my research. But I wasn't intent on throwing myself at him. I wasn't quite ready for the disappointment, if that wouldn't work, either. Instead of more advice on which position we should try first, I found a message from Cordelia. C. Can you please stay at your own place tonight? Need the house. Thank you. Theoretically, yes. Practically, the keys to my apartment sat on my nightstand at Cordelia's house because I didn't want to risk dropping 2 sets of keys and having to explain that.
Everything okay?
I could probably get a room at the Montgomery, right? I wasn't sure if they would recognize me, especially considering I didn't look like the Cordelia from the opening party today with my hair in a bun, wearing a loose t-shirt dress. But I still had the license with Cordelia's name on it. That should work, right? Oh God, I couldn't afford a broom closet there if they asked me to pay. Yeah, I'm good. My evening plans just changed.
Does that mean I get to finally show you how the vibrator works?
No, I scoffed, even though I could hear Tabitha scold me for refusing. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Stop pinching your hand. What's happening?
I looked down to where my thumb dug into the back of my right hand. Hadn't even noticed that. I shook both hands out and shot Beck a smile that hopefully looked lighter than it felt. I could tell you, but don't you want me to be a little mysterious to keep you on your toes?
No, I want to know everything about you.
Oh, okay. That statement landed like a sucker punch, when the reason I couldn't tell him what was happening was the fact that I was lying to him backwards and forwards. He didn't even know my name. So you... Okay, well... He got out of his chair and crouched down in front of me.
What can I do?
4 simple words that loosened the knot in my chest. He didn't ask for an explanation, he just offered to help. How do I get a room at my own hotel?
You have your assistant call the front desk.
Okay. I didn't have an assistant. Cordelia had made up her own assistant, Paige, when she'd been in touch with Beck. Cordelia probably had an actual assistant that I wasn't aware of. I could just call Cordelia and ask her to set me up with a room, right? I should just tell her that I had to get my keys. What on earth could she need the house for? Oh God, what if she had a date over? You didn't have to leave your house for Tinder. I couldn't interrupt her if she was in the middle of getting hot and heavy with a Tinder date.
Do you need a place to stay tonight?
Beck's question ripped me from my thoughts. Of course I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked how to get a hotel room. But admitting it out loud would just open the floor for more questions. I couldn't lie like that. Oh God, why had I ever agreed to this whole stupid arrangement? I was not cut out for a double life. I would make a horrible spy.
Dull.
Beck lifted my chin up with the tip of his finger and forced me to look at him. His dark eyes burrowed into me, and I was sure he could see the truth right there, inscribed on my retinas.
You don't have to tell me why. It's a yes or no question. Do you need a place to stay tonight?
I nodded.
Do you want me to arrange a hotel room? Or do you want to stay here?
I can't stay.
Why not?
He furrowed his brows, seeming actually oblivious. You don't have a guest room. He cocked his head to the side, like he was looking at an alien.
You stayed in my bed before.
I was on so many antihistamines I was basically high. Or drunk or something. Both groggy and unable to sleep due to the adrenaline pumping through my bloodstream. I'd seen literal shackles in his nightstand and had shrugged off the possibility that he might be an unhinged axe murderer because I'd been so desperate to just lie down. That night hardly counts.
What are you worried about?
Sex. I said, because he was clearly not an axe murderer.
Off the table, unless you ask me for it. What else?
Being a nuisance?
I don't tolerate nuisances. If I didn't want you in my space, you wouldn't be in my space. Anything else?
He was rationalizing again. I blinked at him. His gray eyes were unwavering as he waited for my answer, ready to talk through every racing thought in my brain, even though none of this was about sex or orgasms. This was just me and my overactive mind. Don't you have plans? A business dinner or a date? I don't want you to cancel your plans for me, so you should go, but I would feel uncomfortable staying here without you.
Actually, Beck said, I do have plans tonight, but you're welcome to join me.
Oh God, it's dripping. I scooped my finger along Beck's neck to stop the gloopy face mask from running into the collar of his shirt. He'd taken off his tie and loosened his collar, but it was still a crisp white shirt versus a neon blue gel.
You get it?
He asked and lifted his chin to give me better access. I think I used too much. Oh, no. Now that he tilted his head back, it was dripping down his hairline. Those tiny blue microbeads couldn't be good for his hair. One hand still on his neck, I tried to scoop the gel mask from his hair back to his face with the spatula that had come with the kit. Shit.
Blondie, this was supposed to be relaxing.
He chuckled, throat vibrating against my fingers. I am very relaxed, I protested, voice shrill.
I think the face mask is a bust. Let's just skip to the next step.
He pulled the towel from the back of the sofa and wiped his face off. I stood between his knees, bent over him to spread the mask evenly, but had clearly failed. I sighed and wiped my sticky fingers on the towel he offered. I'm sorry, I mumbled. I wasn't 100% sold on this being his predetermined evening plan, but since he had zero blemishes on that perfectly sculpted face, he might actually spend every Wednesday night going through elaborate skincare routines. How would I know? I had no idea how people kept up with these routines. I had a whopping combination of micellar water and SPF.
Let's see.
His hand dove into the gift bag in his lap, and he pulled out another very beige, very minimalist container.
Nutrient-rich face cream for a daily glow boost.
Do you mind if I just use my hands? I don't think that spatula's working for me.
Go for it. Boost my glow by any means necessary.
He grinned and tilted his head back again, eyes closed. No pressure, I laughed. I liked this playful side of him. The calculated, rational Beck was comforting in contrast to the flock of hummingbirds in my chest, but this relaxed version felt like a glimpse at something he didn't let the world see. You actually have really nice skin.
Thank you.
I dipped my fingers into the smooth surface of the face cream, testing a tiny amount for its consistency between my fingertips, before even getting near his face this time. Here we go, I whispered, before I brought my hand against his face. I smoothed the cream over the bridge of his nose and along the curve under his eyes, his breathing even while I held mine. My face hovered inches above his as I drew meticulous borders around his hairline. I stopped after my hand sloped down his sharp cheekbones. What do I do with the beard?
You can put something on it,
he said, voice lowered.
It's short enough.
I dipped my fingers back into the lotion, hoping I was getting the right amount to not ruin his beard. But those doubts vanished the second I touched his face again, and he let out a low hum. My insides tightened at that one sound, and my mind immediately conjured up visions of what that rough stubble would feel like, grazing against other parts of my body. How I would touch him to hear that hum again. God, I needed to get a grip, because speaking from experience, reality didn't live up to the images in my head. All done. I cleared my suddenly clogged throat and leaned back. His skin had already absorbed most of the moisturizer, leaving a thin sheen behind that only highlighted his unfair bone structure.
Your turn.
I climbed sideways onto the sofa so he could just turn around to me instead of bending down. If he had to fold all that height down, he would have probably toppled right on top of me. On second thought, maybe I should have chanced that. Nope. Just here for his bed, grateful for shelter, nothing more.
You're the lucky winner of a deep tissue detox.
He smirked as he read the back of the tube he just pulled out. The gift bag wandered to the floor, and Beck hoisted himself around. He popped the lid off the detox, and a splotch of green goo splashed into his palm. Oh, definitely not. That looks like it will toxify my skin rather than detox it.
Come here.
He chuckled and squeezed more of the glibbery, Shrek-colored slime from the tube. I don't think so. I physically recoiled when flecks of dark green started rising to the surface.
Come here, woman,
he said, still grinning, except this time he tossed the tube aside and grabbed the back of my knee. With one quick pull, he drew me against him, my legs awkwardly folded over his lap, and my breath blubbered from my lungs. We'd had plenty of physical contact before, but that one jolt, that one hint of how much muscle strength he was hiding under those suits of his, sent a wave of heat to my cheeks.
Close your eyes for me.
You're so demanding, I muttered. Where are your manners?
Close your eyes, please.
I smiled at his correction and let my eyes fall shut. I flinched when the first dollop of cold gel met my cheek. But despite what it looked like, it actually smelled amazing, like rain and flowers. Beck only used one finger, tracing the dips and curves of my face. I could have spent hours losing myself in the light pressure, and the cool product mixed with the warmth of his touch. By the fourth time his fingertips circled over my chin, however, I was a little too aware of the clock ticking in the background somewhere. How do I look? I asked. Beck pulled his hand away, and I immediately regretted asking.
Sweetheart, I wish I could tell you that you're breathtaking, but you look like you're face planted in a bowl of pesto.
My eyes flew open and I laughed because he grimaced so hard at the rest of the green goo he was wiping on the towel. We should work on your complimenting skills.
All right, how is this?
Before I had time to protest, his hands were on my waist, and he hauled me into his lap. I let out a loud squeal that did nothing to deter him. I barely managed to grab his shirt in both fists to keep myself steady while he positioned my legs on either side of him like I weighed nothing.
Look at me,
he said once I was settled, then added,
please.
What are you doing? I met his charcoal eyes, even though the sharp focus in them made me want to look away. I didn't think I'd ever been looked at with that much intensity. His chest rumbled under my hands.
When you concentrate really hard to make sure your highlighter is as straight a line as possible, you purse your lips, and it puts the cutest dimple in your chin, right here.
He tapped the tip of his finger against the center of my chin.
You try to put on a poker face, but when you're ever so slightly shocked by something, you swallow hard, your throat hitches, and I can't help but stare at that gorgeous, graceful neck and think about all the ways I can cause that reaction.
His finger slid down my neck until it rested in the hollow of my collarbone.
And despite how fast your thoughts might be spinning and your heart might be beating,
he flattened his palm against my sternum, where he had to feel my accelerating heartbeat.
You're a fucking firecracker, Blondie, and that big, beautiful brain of yours has no reason to make you feel small.
I would like to retract my previous statement, I said, voice suddenly hoarse. Your complimenting skills exceed expectations. One corner of his mouth quirked up.
Do I get a gold star for that?
How's this? I asked, mirroring his words, and lay my hand over the one he still had on my chest. If I could write the beauty of your eyes, and in fresh numbers number all your graces, the age to come would say this poet lies. Such heavenly touches never touched earthly faces.
Are you really complimenting me in Shakespeare?
Oh, shit. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You're gorgeous, but that was so cheesy. So cheesy. I pushed myself off his chest, desperate to put distance between us. What was I thinking? Following his trifecta of personalized compliments with Shakespeare? Shakespeare.
Stop. Hey, come here.
He pulled me back to him. Closing his arms around my waist, he locked me against him. My chest quivered against his through panicked breaths.
Tell me again.
Are you mocking me? Oh, great, my voice cracked. And my eyes were starting to burn because nothing screamed romantically incompetent quite like whipping out the bard and then breaking into tears.
No, I'm sorry, my question came out wrong. I really didn't mean to make you feel bad. I was caught off guard in the best way. By you effortlessly reciting poetry like that.
He loosened one hand from my midsection and drew a slow circle between my shoulders with his fingertips. My stupid body betrayed me by shuddering under his soft caress.
Was it actually Shakespeare?
Yes, Sonnet 17.
Can I please hear it again?
He sounded genuine, but I hesitated, waiting for a grin or a raised brow or any other sign that he was joking. None came. I took a deep breath and let the anxiety simmer down on the exhale. If I could write the beauty of your eyes, I started, and let my hands fold around his face, my thumbs smoothing over his temples. And in fresh numbers, number all your graces. The age to come would say this poet lies. Such heavenly touches never touched earthly faces. Each word calmed my nerves, because even if quoting Shakespeare was cheesy, each word rang true. Beck was indescribably, breathtakingly beautiful.
Thank you,
he whispered, and tilted his head just to press a kiss to the inside of my wrist. His lips were so soft, I wanted to... Before I could talk myself out of it again, I leaned in, my breath catching as my nose brushed against his. But just when I thought he'd close the last whisper of distance between us, Beck tilted his head down, chin against his chest. He didn't even look at me. Oh my God. I scrambled out of his lap, and he didn't try to stop me this time. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Shit, Del, wait.
He reached his hand out for mine, but I jerked back. Shame and heat crawled up my neck until my whole face was on fire. No, oh God, I feel so stupid. I read that entirely wrong. What had I done? I was so stupid. I was ruining this thing. We'd gotten so comfortable around each other, and I had to put some distance between us. Physical distance.
Don't feel bad. This was on me. Stay here, please.
He rose from his sofa, following me as I inched backwards. No, I have to wash the mask off. I'm so sorry. I've read about the whole no kissing thing. It's a thing, I get it. Kissing is too romantic. Sex is sex. I turned and rushed towards his bedroom. Don't worry about it. I tried to sound lighthearted, but even I could hear the telltale squeak of panic in my voice. He followed me. And even though he probably could have easily caught up, he didn't try to get in my way as I beelined through his apartment. I closed the bathroom door and turned on the faucet to drown out the sound of my panicked breathing. I could still hear Beck groan, "Fuck," on the other side of the door, though. When I got out of the bathroom, the flannel pajama top he'd offered me a few weeks ago waited neatly folded on the bed. I quickly slipped into it, then got to work on his bed. Clearly, Tabitha and Daphne had been totally wrong. Throwing myself at Beck was not the way to go. He told me that he didn't do monogamy. He told me his interest in me was sexual. I used all the pillows and blankets I could find to erect the highest pillow wall anyone had ever seen. At least his king-size bed still left enough room for both of us to stretch out on either side, even if we'd slept on the bare mattress without any cushion or cover. Beck had been friendly, not romantic, ever since I rejected him at brunch. Sexual, sure, but not romantic. I dared him to compliment me and then got swept up in the moment. God, I was so stupid. What was I thinking? I couldn't even date him. I'd start my job at Truman in a few weeks, and this version of me would cease to exist. I flopped down in bed and stared at the ceiling. I'd never been this casually intimate with anyone. What did that even make us? Friends with benefits? The term felt strange, considering Beck and I hadn't really started out as friends. Fuck buddies? Not likely, since there was a definitive lack of fucking. Summer fling? Sounded too romantic. Summer study buddies with benefits? Sex tutorship? A liaison?
25. Beck. My hard-on was throbbing when I woke up. Fuck, it was almost painful. I'd not woken up with that much white-hot pressure in my dick since I was a pimply pubescent teen. I looked down and quickly figured out what the hell was going on. Dell was sprawled on top of me. She'd slung an arm and leg over me, her head on my chest. Her flannel shirt had ridden up, exposing her flimsy lilac panties. My dick jerked at the sight of those two little dimples right above her panty line. Jesus. She'd slotted over me with my hard-on right on her thigh crease. So much for the pillow wall. At least I was still on my side of the bed. Even if I'd promised her sex was off the table, I could hardly control how my body reacted to her climbing me like a monkey. She shifted, mumbling incoherently, and her hip rubbed over me. She was fucking dry humping me, and I was about to explode right here. And then it wouldn't matter whose side of the bed we were on. Not even getting into the mess that I'd caused last night. I'd been drawn to those full lips since the first night we met, and then I turned my head away when I finally had the chance to claim them. Somehow I managed to slide out from under Dell, earning nothing but a few annoyed moans before she hugged my pillow instead of my chest and fell silent again. I hit the shower and shot a load down the drain with a few strokes to my dick, pressing my mouth into my shoulder to keep the noise down. A fucked up part of me wished she would have walked in right then. At least she would have seen what she was doing to me. When I walked out in my bathrobe, Dell sat in the middle of the bed. Her hair stood off in all directions, and she was rubbing her eyes. "I had the weirdest dream," she mumbled, voice still croaky. Fuck, that was cute. I almost regretted not watching her wake up. Jesus, fuck, what the hell was wrong with me? "What did you dream about?" I asked, grabbing fresh underwear from my dresser. "I was free climbing this huge mountain." That tracked. "But then this flock of birds surrounded me and I had to hold on for dear life. Except it wasn't birds anymore, it was flying fish, and when I fell it was only like 3 feet into the ocean." She crinkled her nose and blinked at me. "Did you shower?" "I did. I put out a fresh set of towels if you want to go next. Unless you'd rather stay dry, considering you went for a swim in your dream." "Thanks." She detangled herself from the blanket and crawled out of bed. Her muscles weren't quite back to their normal energy yet, every step a little groggy and slow. "Sorry for destroying the pillow wall. I didn't punch or kick you, did I?" Not that I'm aware of. Technically, not a lie. I'm a horrible sleeper." She began making the bed, eyes half closed, operating on muscle memory. "So many weird dreams, and sometimes I wake up with my feet on the pillow." She froze, turned to me, turned back to the bed. "Pillows." "Are you having a stroke?" "Library, pillows." She pointed at the door, then at the bed. "Bedroom, pillows." "Yes, I own many pillows." I hadn't, not until Dell had clouded my thoughts with images of her writhing in my bed when I left her alone in the apartment. It had seemed like a good idea at the time. In case she ever wanted to revisit the vibrator, she wouldn't have to carry my whole bedding from room to room to be comfortable. "Good. Next time, I'll build the pillow wall even higher." She grabbed a neatly folded stack of clothes and headed for the bathroom. "Don't bother," I said. I actually quite enjoyed getting climbed like a mountain. She turned in the door, cheeks instantly turning pink. I didn't. "Purple lace," I grinned and dropped my eyes to her hips. "Maybe next time you can dream about horseback riding. I feel like the up and down would do more for me than just climbing upwards." "I'm going to take a shower, and if you ever mention this again, my next dream will be about strangulation. I can't be charged if I do it in my sleep, right?" "Don't tempt me with a good time," I grinned. "You... what?" Her mouth dropped open. "Seriously?" "Sometimes," I shrugged. "Huh." Her brows danced through a row of thoughts and emotions as she closed the door to the bathroom. But all I felt was relief easing through my chest. I'd clearly hurt her last night when I botched the kiss, but Blondie was still curious enough about sex not to bolt. "Kissing is too romantic. Sex is sex." I couldn't have her thinking that this was just about sex for me. I had to show her that this thing between us went beyond helping her through all the anxieties that kept her from climaxing. Dumb mistakes called for drastic measures.
I can't go in there with you, Dell said as she got out of the car and blinked up at the Accent HQ on the other side of the street. It's okay that we hang out, but I can't risk rumors of any business deals between us. Don't worry. I placed my hands on her shoulders and turned her 180 degrees. We're going in there. A gym? She tilted her head back and grimaced at me. Sorry to break it to you, but I burn all my calories by stress pacing. I pressed my lips into a tight smile to stop myself from suggesting some calorie-burning exercises that could make her uncomfortable. I'd pieced together that she wasn't the athletic type. Her body was all soft dips and smooth curves. Even when she clung to me while dreaming, her muscle definition was basically non-existent. Don't worry, I said, instead of telling her what the perfect curve of her thigh had done to me that morning, because this wasn't about sex. I'm not going to make you get in the ring. In the ring? I opened the door to Vortex for her. The screeches of 24 girls crashed over us the second we stepped inside. The young woman at the counter looked up, spotted me, and just gave a small wave before turning back to the computer she was working on. Michelle, I greeted her, and her head snapped up again, confused. Could you unlock the shop for us? Oh, sure, Mr. Beckett. She pulled a huge keychain from her pocket to unlock the glass door behind the reception area. I hit a light switch, and the small shop stacked with workout gear came to life. I need more information, Dell whispered as I directed her forward and angled for the women's section. She narrowed her eyes at a pair of boxing gloves and kneaded her hands in front of her. Uncomfortable, but not trying to ground herself yet. At least that's what I figured the pinching was for, trying to keep herself in the moment rather than losing herself in her thoughts. You can't wear your regular shoes in the gym, I explained. The dirt and gravel mess up the equipment. Oh, okay. You just want me to pick out shoes? I can do that. She slipped past me to where boxes of trainers were lined up. A few minutes later, Dell had settled on a purple pair of running shoes and a rainbow set of sports socks to go with them. I'd also thrown a tie-dye blue yoga set into the mix because her eyes kept flicking to it. We left all the tags with Michelle at reception, and I told her to put it on my account. Dell protested for all of 10 seconds until I told her that I could send her the invoice if she insisted. I wouldn't, but I didn't want to derail the evening by discussing financial principles, sexism, and social conventions, all of which were probably racing through her thoughts. Brody barreled towards us the second we stepped out from the changing rooms. My niece wrapped Dell in a tight hug before she could have even realized what was happening. I can't believe you're actually real, Brody squealed, tightening her arms enough to make Dell gasp for air. Brody, I sighed. This is Cordelia Montgomery. Call me Dell, she huffed when Brody loosened her grip. Dell, that's my niece, Brody. He usually calls you Blondie, not Dell. Brody pointed at me, grinning her troublemaker grin. I know. Dell shot me a look over her shoulder, a mix of amusement and surprise in her smile, before turning back to Brody. He's impervious to manners. Impervious? Big word. Amazing. Brody clapped her hands together. He'll be perfect. What? Dell laughed, but Brody turned on her heels and waved us toward her spot at the back of the gym. To Brody, my life is just a casting show to find the perfect aunt, I explained with my voice lowered, one hand on the small of her back as I directed her forward. She'll interrogate you all night. Can't wait, Blondie muttered under her breath. Dell offered to film Brody's session, and I lost both of them the second Brody pressed her phone into Dell's hands. Her phone case was covered in stickers, and one of them was a quote from some costume drama about a viscountess in desperate need of a husband, which both of them were apparently obsessed with. Brody got all of 3 kicks in before she turned back to Dell. Okay, but don't you think Charles would be a much better fit for Minnie? Henry is so boring. Dell laughed and lowered the phone camera. It's different in the books, Brody. I promise you, Henry is actually not boring. Fine, gimme, please. Brody plopped down on the floor and stretched her hand out for her phone. Downloading right now. If they're not as good as you say, I will sue you. Oh, wait. Dell's hand flew out and she snatched the phone back from Brody fast enough to make me think she might have a future in boxing after all. Her wide eyes flew to me. Is she allowed? Is she allowed to read? I asked, leaning against the wall since I was clearly not doing a lot of coaching today. Grown-up books? For adults? Dell added. Oh my god, I'll survive a few sex scenes. Brody grabbed the phone again and Dell shot me a panicked look. I have the internet and I have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend? I asked. This was the first time I was hearing about this. Not the girl part. Brody had never been very covert about her bisexuality, considering how hard she'd been swooning over both leads in that miraculous ladybug cartoon. After I tracked that, and she brought up topics like dating and marriage, I just made sure to use non-gendered terms. It had never been a point of contention. The girlfriend part was new, though. Brody shrugged and smiled up at Dell. FYI, Uncle Augie's sex talk was way more efficient than my dad's ramblings about bees and flowers. You're in good hands. Uncle Augie? Dell grinned and raised her brows at me. I shook my head before she could get any ideas. Yeah, so it's fine. Brody tapped away on her screen. I'm not a virgin. I can read sex scenes. My pulse spiked. You're not... I cut myself off, turned around, and headed straight for the water cooler. Brody's giggles erupted behind me. If she was planning on giving me a heart attack, she was doing a good job. Last year, after Julian had called me at 10 p.m. one night, uncharacteristically lost for words after a disastrous discussion about pollen and bees, technically representing artificial insemination between two flowers, when you consider the process, I had scraped together a fact-based talk. Brody had hated the idea, but I had put my coach face on, and had talked her through it like I talked her through fights. It had been informative. I didn't need to know whether... Jesus. I threw back a cup of cold water like a shot and narrowed my eyes at Dell, nodding and smiling at something Brody was saying. Bringing Dell to girls' night was supposed to show her that I wanted her in my life, not just in my bed. I had considered that Brody's enthusiasm about the woman in my life could be the bigger issue. If Brody needed a woman to talk to about girlfriends and sex, then this might not only be overwhelming for Dell, but it would also mess with Brody if I fucked this up. What did you do? Isaac leaned against the water cooler. Excuse me? Do you know how many single mothers I've seen throw themselves at you over the last few years? And what did you tell me time and again? You don't shit where you eat, Isaac. His American accent was good, but he dropped his voice low enough to sound like a bad Darth Vader. Are you trying to impersonate me? Why did you bring Dell? He pulled a cup from the water cooler and twisted it in his hands. He wasn't even close to breaking out in a sweat and needing refreshments. In fact, he looked like he'd just walked in. What the hell are you doing here? It's girls' night. Most members would have been turned away at the door. Maybe I should have a talk with Michelle about what privileges she afforded Isaac just because he usually came here with me. Isaac pointed at Gabriella, one of the kids' coaches, with long dark curls and an hourglass body. I don't really care where I eat, as long as it's her. She looked up as if she'd heard him and gave him a flirty wave over her shoulder. There are children around, I deadpanned. Not that it seemed to matter, because the very child I was here for was apparently sexually active. Fucking hell. I can wait. They'll all be gone in 2 hours, and then Gabby can show me the staff changing rooms. He wiggled his brows, but his grin died when I didn't react. So it's that bad, huh? She wanted to kiss me, I admitted. That's great. Good job, mate. I pulled away. Are you daft? Isaac whirled around. If I needed a reminder of how bad this was, Isaac turning his back on the woman he was planning to fuck tonight would be a massive red flashing sign. That's not how you get a woman to fall in love with you. And you'd know about that how? It was a cheap, deflective blow, since he had never shown an interest in romantic attachments. To his credit, Isaac knew me well enough to take the bait. Are you having second thoughts? You can call the whole thing off, you know. It was a slip-up, I said, because I couldn't tell him what I'd realized last night. Not without sounding absolutely pathetic. Every good strategy required some sort of sacrifice. You lost one fight to win the war. You sacrificed your personal life to further your career. To get the Montgomery merger, I'd agree to marry Cordelia. I accepted that trade-off. I just hadn't considered the next step. To make Dell fall in love with me, I'd have to... Fuck. Turned out Sternberg's triangular theory of falling in love worked in both directions.
If I kissed Blondie, I'd be sealing a trade deal I wasn't ready to make. 26. Beck. Dell snapped her book shut and groaned, pulling me from the report on this year's summer bookings in Southern Europe. Her frown etched deep wrinkles into her forehead. "I'm dealing with a conundrum," she declared and repositioned herself to face me. "About?" I tilted my head to read the spine of her current read. "The sexual liberation movement of the 60s? "Sort of." "All right, let's hear it." I closed my laptop and leaned forward on my elbows. "I'm all for women doing whatever they want with their bodies." She tapped her fingers against the book. "But Brody mentioned something to me when you were off having your little water cooler talk with Isaac, and she's still very much a girl, not a grown woman. I think I should talk to her mom." I already didn't like where this was going. Brody's mom died a long time ago. It's just Julian taking care of her. If you think you need to talk to a parent, it would be him. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry." She pushed herself upright. "What happened?" "Childbirth. Eclampsia. It's preventable if you know what to look out for, but they were first-time parents without much of a support network. The doctor they'd been seeing was on holiday when she went into labor too early. Everything that could have gone wrong in the delivery room did go wrong." "Shit, I'm sorry." She fell silent and looked at the book again. "You, or Julian, should talk to her about the risk of sending explicit pictures to her girlfriend. I tried to, but she said the app she uses doesn't allow screenshots. All you need is an iPad or a second phone to take a picture of your screen, though." Oh, fucking hell, Brody. Tell me she didn't. Dell pulled her shoulders up, face still scrunched up. "You can't yell at her or she'll lock up. Just stay calm. If she listened to your talk about safe sex, she'll listen to you about this too." Jesus, I groaned and pulled my phone out to text Julian. "What are you doing?" "Having my brother scrub Brody's cloud." "Beck, stop." She pushed herself off the floor and slapped the book against the desk. "She can handle that herself." "Brody might not have realized it yet, sweetheart, but she's bound to be one of the richest women in the country one day. She'll inherit Julian's share of accent, and her mother's family runs a huge donut emporium, of which she will own 50% one day. We can't risk pictures like that falling into the wrong hands." "Beck." Dell held her hand out expectantly, and after a moment I placed my phone in her palm. She clicked the button to the lock screen, then placed it back in front of me. "Explain that to her. She's old enough to understand that her actions will have consequences. If you go behind her back, she won't learn." The irony of Dell lecturing me about going behind Brody's back hit me in the gut. What if I'd been up front? What if I'd proposed a marriage of convenience? Would I still have gotten all this time with Dell? Would she have agreed to it? Would the Montgomery's lawyers have shut down the idea even if she had? It didn't matter now. "Fine," I breathed. "I'll talk to Brody." "Julian can still scrub her cloud, like a week later, just to make sure." "Trust is good, but control is better." "Something like that." She nodded and returned to her corner, folding her legs beneath her, and I made a mental note to get some proper floor cushions. Maybe one of those fluffy yoga pillows. Dell flipped through her notebook until she found a blank page and pulled a different book from one of her color-coded stacks. "How's the research going?" I pushed out of my chair, not feeling like facing 137 pages of revenue breakdowns anymore. "Do you want to have a look?" She scooted sideways to let me take the spot next to her. Between the stacks, the shelves, and the pillows, I barely had enough room to fold my legs in. I definitely had to get her something more comfortable than that. Dell handed over her notebook, and I flipped through dozens of pages of very neat handwriting. Lists, dates, chapter summaries. "These are very comprehensive, but there's nothing about you in them." "It's research, not a diary," she grumbled. "But the research is meant to fit your needs. Do you have any sexual fantasies that you researched? Did any of these practices intrigue you?" She shrugged. "Any sex dreams?" I asked. "More like stress dreams about sex," she snorted, and held out her hand for the notebook. Ignoring her silent demand, I flipped to the 6th and last tab in her notebook. A category yet unused.
I also grabbed the black gel pen because that seemed to be the only one she considered neutral enough to use throughout all her notes, no matter the color coding. Give me a detailed outline of your sexual history. I wanted to hear about other men fucking her about as much as I wanted a root canal treatment, but that hardly mattered. Lost my virginity at 15. She hummed a little, thinking sound, and tilted her head back, eyes wandering over the ceiling, as if her sexual past was outlined there. But then didn't have sex again until I was 20 and in my first real relationship. I wrote down her timeline, my cursive looking like chicken scratch after her tidy notes. What about those 5 years in between? She pulled her shoulders up. My first time sucked, so I wasn't desperate to try getting naked again. I just figured I'd have better sex when the right guy came along. All right. What was your first boyfriend's name? That's irrelevant. Not to me. She crinkled her nose and nudged me with her elbow. I won't let you cyberstalk him. By the time we were finished outlining her sexual history, the positions she'd tried, the 4 models of vibrators and dildos she'd experimented with, and the short list of places she'd had sex in — bed, sofa, shower — I was piecing together why she hadn't shown up on Thursday. Despite how willingly she let me touch her, my promise to help next time she used the vibrator was already pushing against the boundaries of the safe and familiar for her. She could count the times she'd been eaten out on one hand, for fuck's sake. Although that might be coming down to her aversion to saliva on her skin. The fact that she herself wasn't sure simply meant we'd have to experiment. I could think of worse things to spend my time on. I glanced over the edge of the notepad at the stack of books. I'm taking you out tomorrow. I'm not going on a date with you, she laughed and grabbed her water bottle. Maybe I should have seen that as more of a red flag, especially after I fucked up that case. If she still refused to be seen together in public, but allowed me to push my fingers into her behind closed doors, this was teetering too close to casual. I'm talking about a sex club, Blondie, I said. She sputtered water back into her bottle. What? Theory is good, but I think it's time you get a more personal sense of what makes people lose themselves in ecstasy. Because this... I flipped back through her notes to where she had drawn very detailed genitals, including a dozen labels with all the corresponding medical terms. Won't get you off. I can't go to a sex club. She snatched a notebook out of my hands and closed it, barring me from looking at her diagrams. Just to clarify, I am not judging you. I'm approaching all of this, she waved at the books, with curiosity, not judgment. But Beck, you and I are in a minority when it comes to that kind of attitude. I can't risk anyone seeing me at a sex club. It's the kind of club that prides itself on discretion. It's more likely you'll be the one recognizing some politician with a squeaky clean image while he gets his cock sucked by a girl in a dog mask. She paled and shook her head. I don't think so. I'm picking you up tomorrow at 9.
27. Delilah. I was going to a sex club. I'd sent a desperate message to the GC after leaving Beck's that night, asking how one could get out of going to a sex club with a man that had fingered you twice. The responses had been predictably on Beck's side. Frap sluts. Tabitha. Loving this freaky new version of you. Defna. Bring condoms and dental dams. Be safe. Now I want to go to a sex club. Would it be weird if I showed up at the same one? Bring lube, too, just in case. And when I asked them what the hell one was supposed to wear to a sex club, since I was apparently not getting out of this, the responses had boiled down to leather or nothing. So half an hour before Beck was supposed to pick me up, I still stood in front of the mirror, trying to wiggle my black denim shorts in a way that was less Girl Scout and more Daisy Duke. I didn't pay attention when the doorbell rang, since I still had time, and my bralette made the shorts look even worse. This was more volleyball on the beach than it was... Well, I still didn't know how people actually dressed at a sex club. The knock on my door had me yelp and jump, scrambling for my cardigan. Hold on! I didn't bother with the buttons, pulling the cardigan tight around my middle and folding my arm over it instead. Yeah? I opened the door just to see Victor raise his brows at me and tap his foot against the floor. I'm in the middle of getting dressed. I hissed.
Beckett is here?
He explained, and nodded at the stairwell, jaw twitching. He's early, I protested, as if that could fix it.
I know.
He pressed his lips together. Right. Fuck. Where was Cordelia? If she was downstairs, Beck was one wrong door away from blowing this up. No wonder Victor seemed fidgety. Okay, send him up. I'll keep him in here and we'll be gone by 9. Promise. I just need to finish getting dressed.
9.
Victor nodded, turned, and jogged back down the stairs, obviously eager to get the untimely visitor out of the way. A moment later, Beck appeared in his stead. His black hair wasn't as neatly styled away from his face as usual, and his crisp light shirt had been replaced by a tight-fitted black one, sleeves rolled up, top buttons popped open, revealing a triangle of tan skin. And instead of suit pants, he wore jeans. Jeans. Black jeans that looked unfairly good on his long legs.
Are you checking me out, Blondie?
Get in here, I hissed. The second he was within reach of the door, I grabbed his arm and pulled him into my room, slamming the door shut behind him.
Wow, you're very eager. Maybe we don't need to go to clandestine after all.
Shut up, you're early. His eyes traveled down my body, and he squinted at the loose legs of my shorts before he held up a sleek white bag with golden handles.
I had a feeling you might need a dress.
You bought me a dress? I lifted the bag from his hand and walked over to my bed to dig through the crinkly tissue paper. What I pulled out was hardly a dress. It was a thin, black, shiny pleather tube with 2 golden zippers, one in the front, one in the back. Practical for easy access. Not that you needed it. The dress was short enough to be considered a top. You bought me a sex club dress. I turned around to find him running his finger over the books scattered on my window seat. God, his ass looked good in jeans. Whoa, hold on. Delilah, focus.
Any good?
He held up a copy of a war journalist's autobiography, wiping away any thoughts of his butt. Not the book I'd expected him to pick up, considering the history of pornography was right next to it. Then again, I'd only browsed one of his many bookcases. Yeah, it's really good. It's honest and shocking, but so bleak, I replied. I cried like 3 times.
Mind if I borrow it?
No, go ahead.
You can't wear underwear with that,
he said, pointing at the dress while pocketing the book. Geez, that man and his topic changes. I won't fit into that, I replied, holding the dress up against my body. It was half my size.
It's stretchy. Go on.
He nodded at the open door to my bathroom. Why are you allowed to go fully dressed? I asked, narrowing my eyes at him.
I'm taking my shirt off when we get there.
Oh.
Go.
He laughed and pointed at the bathroom again. At least he didn't expect me to get naked in front of him. Grumbling, I trotted to the bathroom, testing the pleather's stretch between my hands. Okay, he wasn't entirely wrong about that. I tried the dress on with underwear first. But I figured out what Beck meant within 10 seconds of zipping it up and turning in front of the mirror. The dress molded against my body, and it pulled on my underwear with every tiny movement. The friction on my waistband was the worst, like someone trying to saw me in half with a piece of elastic. I sighed, peeled the dress off, tossed my underwear in the hamper, and tried again. The second time, the dress fit so much better. And even though it barely covered my ass, it didn't move an inch. No matter how I bent or turned, it had glued itself to my skin. That also meant every dip, from my breasts down my belly button to my hips, was clearly visible through the fabric. But that was kind of the point, right? Was I hot? I'd always considered myself on the cute side, but this dress made me look like I actually had curves. I sucked in a deep breath, watched the ripple of my stomach under the pleather. Part of me had expected a wave of anxiety and self-consciousness to wash over me, but I liked what I saw in the mirror. I stepped out of the bathroom, arms open in a here I am kind of gesture, only to falter in my steps, because Beck was in my bed, He was propped up against the headboard, swallowed by the 10 throw pillows I'd brought from home, using my blue axolotl plushie to prop up the book he was reading. He was a streak of blackness against all my pastel, and my stomach flipped because of how much space he took up in a queen-sized bed. He looked up from the book, and his brows jumped up. "Fuck," he mumbled as his eyes raked down my body. I swore he had to have Clark Kent laser eyes because my skin was heating fast under his charcoal gaze. "Good to go?" I asked.
"Sure, but I might have to bring your stuffed animal along, or Yelchin out there is going to get a good look at what you're doing to me."
"What? Yelchin?" I furrowed my brows. "Victor?" What was it with men and calling each other by their last names? Doing what? Beck tossed the axolotl aside, and I understood. As tight as his jeans were, they left very little to the imagination now that he was sporting a semi. I quickly tipped my head back, blinking at the ceiling, pretending that I had not just gotten a very good idea of the exact shape and size of his penis. I'd felt it before, but that was nothing against being confronted with the actual sight.
"At least throw on a jacket, so I don't have to punch him if your tits in that dress get him hard too."
"Yep, I can do that," I squeaked, still looking at the ceiling as I turned towards my wardrobe. I didn't lower my eyes until he was out of my line of sight, and I could grab the thin kimono-style jacket that Cordelia had insisted I get for mild summer evenings. It reached down to my knees, so as long as I kept the belt wrapped tight, it covered more skin than the dress did. We didn't even cross Victor's path on our way out, and we were greeted by Beck's driver, Fred, on the street. I climbed into the limo in front of Beck, still refusing to glance in his direction.
"You can look at me again," he said when the car stopped. "Although you might not like it in there if that's how you react to every erection."
"You had an erection in my bed," I glared at him, but then Fred pulled the door open for us. We got out in front of a nondescript building in town. A few people stood outside with drinks and cigarettes, but otherwise it didn't resemble a club, at least not from the outside. Beck scanned a key fob at the entrance and punched in a 4-digit code. The door swung open to reveal a lavish, modern foyer with 2 girls taking the coats from a couple that had walked in before us, and 4 refrigerator-sized bouncers positioned in the corners. Beck grinned down at me as he started unbuttoning his shirt.
"Well, now we can call it even for you masturbating in my bed."
Coherent thought left me, because Beck was shrugging out of his shirt, and his body had to have been sculpted by Michelangelo himself. The way his shoulder muscles sloped down from his neck, the way his stomach was clearly outlined without him flexing, and his arms. God, I wanted to wrap my hands around that dip of his biceps. "Miss?" My head snapped up. One of the girls held out a hand for me, and it took me a moment to realize she was already holding Beck's shirt. "Sorry," I mumbled, and pulled the kimono off, heat shooting to my face. I felt Beck's eyes on me, and didn't have to look up to know the huge grin he was sporting right now. The girl scanned his key fob again, then sauntered off towards a back room. Props to her for not ogling the customers, even when they looked like Roman statues. She had better composure than me. Beck placed a hand on my shoulder and gently directed me towards a table with 3 boxes full of colorful ribbons.
"Look, things in there can get a little intense. You know your safe words, right?"
"Stop, wait, slower?"
"Good. Don't hesitate to use them at any point."
He picked one of the ribbons from the box and placed my right hand on his chest. I was the lightest shade of concealer pale, but I hadn't considered the contrast to his olive complexion until now. I had to look like a ghost next to him.
"I don't care if we walk 2 steps in there and you call tonight off. It's not for everyone. You say stop, we stop."
"What are the colors for?" I asked, looking back and forth between the boxes of ribbons and the red one he was tying fast around my wrist.
"Red means nobody touches you. Nobody tries to fuck you. You're here with one person, and that person is the only one who comes near you."
A low warning carried in his voice, and I couldn't help but wonder if that was for my benefit or directed at me. Nobody but him was allowed to touch me. Blue and green?
"Blue means consent check. The person is open to sex, but they have ground rules in place. Usually along the lines of no anal, no sex with the opposite gender, no sex without condom. It's the most common one you'll see in there.
He slipped his fingers through mine and pulled me forward into a long hallway.
And green means for use.
For use?
If you walk in there with a green band, it means anyone can fuck you however they please. You wouldn't get further than 2 steps into the room before someone would have you pinned to the nearest sofa fucking your ass while someone else pushed their balls in your mouth. Anything goes.
I was beginning to understand that he wasn't being graphic to be crude. He was being graphic because he was describing sex in its rawest form. No emotional attachment, just bodies coming together in certain ways. It mirrored the descriptions in many of his books. That sounds exhausting. He chuckled.
Probably.
At the end of the hall, a heavy door, followed by a set of velvet curtains, finally led us into the belly of clandestine. It was both exactly and nothing like what I expected from a sex club. There were a lot of genitals, and there were a lot of leather and latex clothes, but it wasn't one huge orgy. It was a modern, dimly lit club with colorful lights, with a dance floor and a bar, and the actual sex part was... No. Okay, just as I thought it was tamer than I'd expected, my eyes landed on a very public blowjob. "You're not wearing a color," I said, pulling my eyes from the man getting sucked off on a leather armchair, a blue ribbon tied around his neck. Beck pulled me deeper into the club, but looked back over his shoulder at me with a glint of amusement in his eyes. What did I say?
Nothing.
He smiled.
I don't need a color.
Why not?
Sweetheart, I'm the guy who fucks the girl with the ribbon.
My stomach fluttered, but I inhaled deeply to keep the nerves calm. He didn't mean me. We hadn't even discussed having sex. He was just speaking in generalized terms. So it's a dominance thing?
That simplifies it, but yes.
I furrowed my brows at my own ribbon. I could be dominant.
You're wearing ballet flats to a sex club.
I could be dominant with a preference for comfortable footwear. He turned around, and I barely had a second to react before his hands were around my waist and he pushed me back, lifted me up. A glass shattered somewhere behind me as he sat me on the bar, and I yelped as he pushed my knees apart, positioning himself between them, one hand on the inside of my thigh. My pulse hammered loud in my ears, drowning out the music and the people around me.
Ballet flats,
he said again, grinning. You're an ass, I grumbled, pushing his hand out from under my skirt. He rested his hands lazily on my hips instead, glancing past me to nod at the bartender. Maybe I should have felt more self-conscious about sitting on the bar with Beck between my thighs, especially when I wasn't wearing underwear, but this gave me an unobstructed view over the main floor of the club. There were several archways leading out of this room, neon signs above them labeled The Island, The Rainbow, The Loft, and The Dungeon. The first 3 were definitely more ambiguous than the last one. One last archway had a less fancy neon sign above it to show people the way to the toilets. My eyes roamed over the far end of the room, where platforms, about the same height as the bar, offered people the chance to pole dance. Or, in the case of that one woman, hold herself upside down on that pole while another girl ate her out. The stamina and stomach muscles that had to require.
Here.
Beck handed me a tall glass filled with something pink and adorned with cocktail cherries and pineapple slices. Thanks. I took a sip to test the drink first, then gulped down more of it when I realized it was nothing but cranberry juice. He knew I didn't drink, although I hadn't explicitly explained to him that it was because alcohol was not great when you had anxiety. Neither was coffee, but a girl could only make limited sacrifices.
Thank God, a pretty face.
A man with a big smile and shaggy brown curls stopped at the bar. He gave Beck one of those manly shoulder claps before motioning for the bartender. Where Beck was all hard lines and shadows, this guy radiated soft comfort, but they had to be around the same age.
Harlan,
Beck said by way of greeting, turning slightly in a way that let him drape an arm over my lap where the skirt had ridden up.
No Scarlet tonight?
Harlan made some non-committal noise, handing the bartender a 50 before turning to face Beck.
She's at the glory holes, fulfilling some cum-slut fantasy she's been on for weeks. I'm picking her up in an hour or so.
The club lights caught on the gold ring around his finger. Assuming Scarlett wore the twin band, that meant his wife was somewhere in this club, having sex with other men, while Harlan was getting a drink.
And who's this lovely young lady?
He asked, stretching a hand out for me. If he noticed Beck's jaw clenching, he didn't show it. Red means nobody touches you. I hesitated, but shook Harlan's hand. Surely introductions weren't covered by ribbon color, right? I'm Dell. Nice to meet you. Harlan's eyes dropped to the streak of crimson around my wrist as he shook my hand, and a wide grin shot over his features.
I'll be damned. August Beckett brought a red ribbon girl.
He laughed and clapped Beck on the shoulder again.
It's good to meet you, Dell. How does a girl like you end up in a place like this with someone like Beck?
The implication wasn't lost on me. I was the younger woman with the ballet flats. Beck was a regular at a sex club. I smiled sweetly. I once fingered myself at a party in front of him, and he has been awfully determined to fuck me ever since. I'm not sure this will work, though. He promised me people writhing in ecstasy, but all I see are middle-aged men with bald spots trying to get their dicks wet. Harlan choked on his drink, and a small smile passed over Beck's lips. There and gone in an instant.
That mouth of yours,
Beck said, shaking his head at me.
Excuse us, Harlan. I think I have to show my guests the rainbow rooms.
Harlan spluttered something into his drink as Beck lifted me off the bar, tugging my dress into place in one fluid motion before pulling me deeper into clandestine. Friend of yours? I asked once we were out of earshot.
His wife is. Harlan's okay as long as he's sober. One drink and he thinks he's awfully funny and charming.
He walked us through the rainbow archway into a hallway of doors, each flashing a red light, until he found one with a green light.
In here,
he said, boxing me through the door. The room was barely a room. It was the size of a broom closet. Black walls illuminated by a dim pink light. With Beck behind me, there was hardly enough room to turn. The lock clicked shut once we were inside. What is this?
What does red mean, Blondie?
Huh? I meant to face him, but Beck took a step forward, colliding with my back, caging me between his body and the wall. I flattened my palms against the cold concrete, too aware of how small this space was.
Who's allowed to touch you tonight?
He asked, his voice gruff against my ear as he leaned into me. His hands were on my dress, pulling it up to bunch around my waist. My bared lower half was backed into him, his thigh pressing hard against me. Is this about the handshake? I asked, voice barely more than a breath. For a moment, all heat of his body left me. Then, his hand connected with my ass in a sharp slap, pain shooting through my flesh. I let out a pierced cry and barely caught my breath before another slap shattered against my other cheek. This time, the heat of the pain shot straight to the space between my legs. Oh, God. My muscles pulsed, aching for more. I'd never gotten turned on this fast.
Who's allowed to touch you tonight, Dell?
Beck asked again, aligning his body with mine. The denim of his jeans was too rough against my sore skin, and I whimpered on impact. You, I replied, voice clogged. Just you.
That's right,
he rasped and slipped a hand around me in between my legs. I squirmed as his finger slipped into me easily, heat prickling low in my stomach.
2 slaps, and you're already soaking wet for me.
2 slaps? I'd let him slap me. I'd let him lay a hand on me for shaking another man's hand. And he was right. It had made me wet. Despite the last weeks of research, knowing something so violent could, theoretically, be a turn-on and experiencing it were 2 entirely different things, and my heart started hammering too fast, and my breathing shallowed, black dots dancing in front of my eyes.
Look at me. Look at me.
Somehow, I'd gotten turned around, and Beck's eyes were frantically searching mine as he clutched my face in both hands.
There you are. What's happening?
Anxiety, I mouthed, his face swimming before my eyes.
"Tell me what you're thinking, sweetheart,"
he whispered, smoothing my hair away from my face. You were right.
"I often am, but I need you to elaborate, and breathe, Del, breathe."
I inhaled deeply, once, twice. The air cleared some of the jitters. Just now, I stammered. You hurt me, and I liked it. He didn't get it. I saw it in his eyes. This was so normal to him. He lived in a world where people were okay with being tied up and gagged and slapped before getting fucked. I know that's the whole point, right? I've read your books, but they're your books. Why do I get turned on from being slapped? I mean, that's violent. It makes no sense. He hummed a low note, understanding dawning on his features.
"Does the why matter? If you tell me you want me to spank your ass until it's raw, I will. If you tell me to choke you, I will wrap my hand around your throat and squeeze. If you tell me to lay you on a bed of rose petals and make sweet love to you, I will. And if you tell me that the one thing that turns you on is getting fucked in a burning building, I will lay the world to ashes just to please you."
I took a stuttering breath, then another, blinking up at him. The conviction in his eyes charged the space between us. "I am scared," I whispered, afraid the truth behind these 3 words would shatter if I spoke them too loudly.
"Of what?"
"I'm scared of figuring out that the things that turn me on are things I logically shouldn't be turned on by. Like getting spanked. What if the reason I've not had an orgasm is that am too different?"
"First of all, there's no such thing as too different. There are so many kinks in the world, sweetheart, and plenty of people who enjoy them. Second of all, if you have a partner you trust, you should be able to experiment with them. They shouldn't make you feel weird about the things you want to try, because third and last, as long as it's consensual, sex doesn't have to be logical. It just has to feel good."
I winced, even though I knew his words were right. I just didn't like illogical. I could work with the experimentation part, though. Experiments led to results. So even if the experiment seemed illogical itself, the outcome could be life-changing, right? That's how an old petri dish led to penicillin, after all. Actually, there's one thing I might want to try. He just raised his brows, so I told him.
"I don't think that's a good idea. At least, not here."
Oh, so much for experimenting.
"I have a lot of self-restraint. But 9 square feet would be pushing my limits, Blondie."
So when he said here, did he mean in here? What about out there?
"Will you spread your legs for me?"
I'm not having sex with you out there.
"I never said anything about sex."
His words replayed in my head. Spread my legs for him. Well, I'd just done that at the bar without much of a second thought, so that wasn't an outrageous request. Okay. 5 minutes later, I leaned against the cushions of an island. The island room was dark, dotted with round beds draped in gossamer curtains. There were lights right above the islands, but the rest of the room was covered in shadows. Watchers stayed anonymous, while the people occupying the beds barely registered anyone outside their gauzy private island. Only half the beds were taken, the room filled with soft moans and quiet, nondescript background music. I sat, pushed against the pillows on the bed, dress pushed up to my hips, legs spread just enough for Beck to have an unobstructed view. Even if someone watched us, there were enough cushions to keep my privacy intact. Beck's eyes were hard fixed on the space between my legs as he unbuckled his belt. My mouth ran dry as I got an unobstructed view of the sculpted V that pointed right down at his... He pulled his pants down, and I gasped. I felt the shock in every muscle of my body, and Beck smirked, eyes unrelenting on my pussy. Yeah, that part was also very tightly clenched because Beck was big. I'd felt his girth through his pants and had gotten an idea of his size in my bedroom, but he wasn't just thick. He was almost as long as my forearm. And there was no fucking way that I would ever have sex with him.
Is this what you had in mind?
He asked, placing his clothes aside before crawling towards me and curling his fingers around my calves. I'd asked to see him naked and turned on, to even the playing field. And he delivered. Yep, I squeaked as he tugged on my legs, pulling me down the cushions until my knees framed his hips.
Let's get you out of this,
he said, unzipping my dress. The stretchy fabric snatched open instantly, bearing me for the whole island room. So much for privacy. My nipples had already hardened, and enough moisture glistened between my legs to announce to the whole world that I wanted August Beckett. And I didn't care if they saw. Beck, wait. His hands stilled on my thighs, and he raised his brows at me, actual confusion wrinkling his forehead.
Just watch.
He waited a moment to see if I'd say anything else before his hands came back to my knees and pushed them wide. I was spread out before him, but instead of touching me, Beck started touching himself, and it was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. His eyes were trained on me, raking over my face, my chest, my sex, but he was fisting his cock, panting, pre-cum leaking down his length.
Dull.
He moaned my name, and it sent a spark down my spine. Keep going, I whispered, shifting a little, seeking any kind of friction. I hadn't considered that I could enjoy seeing a man touch himself, but there was something about the way the vein in his neck pulsed and his dark eyes roamed over my body. Beck leaned above me, his free hand gripping mine, pressing it deep into the pillows as his hips bucked in rhythm with the pumps of his hands. My thighs were brushing against his, but his body still hovered well above mine. That didn't stop the moisture dripping from his tip to my stomach. That's so hot, I gasped, my forehead against his as I looked down to watch. He came over me, moaning, painting me in white ribbons of cum from my tits to my clit. When the shivers that rocked his body subsided, he leaned back on his heels and offered me a lopsided smile. He trailed lazy fingers down my stomach, through the mess he'd left there, swirling his cum on my skin.
Fuck. I'll never get this image out of my head, Blondie. You're so fucking gorgeous, covered in my cum.
I swallowed, his words sending a small tremor through my body. He smirked.
You like that?
He asked, still husky.
Me telling you how good you look after I marked you?
My stomach clenched, and I nodded. Apparently, I did like that. He hummed.
How about how good you look with my cum inside of you?
Two of his fingers, coated in his own cum, dipped into me. Beck, I gasped, bucking under him, but he pulled his hand back before I had a chance to even consider whether I wanted him to touch me like that. In here. He smirked and cocked his head, admiring the view once more.
I can't wait to fill that gorgeous pussy with a whole load, Blondie. You'll have my cum trickling down your thighs for days.
My breath stuttered from my lungs. I wanted that. I wanted him to follow up on that promise, and I wasn't sure how to tell him. He left a kiss on the inside of my thigh and draped my hand with the ribbon over my chest, clearly visible to anyone, before he disappeared to get some things to clean up. He left me burning, though, and something bold festered in my bones, something that told me it was okay to lie in a room full of strangers, covered in a man's cum, and like it. My hands slipped through his slick juices and into my own folds. I started playing with my clit, dipping one finger, then two fingers into myself, feeling my moisture mix with the traces of his cum. I thrust them in and out, finding the spot that made my muscles clench, and just when I felt a low pressure building in my core, someone coughed, and all I could think about were germs. How many people in here were breathing and sniffling and coughing their sinus infections right my way?